just get the first little things out of the way. I think everything is working on my side over there. It looks good. And how about things? That one looks good. I hope everyone is having a good morning. I am Amanda, the Scraptastic Crocheter, if you haven't met me before. Why is that one not working? It looks to me like everything is looking good now. Okay. So this Scraptastic Crocheter over here has a shawl on my bench. And that's what I'm going to be working on for a bit. I'm probably going to get bored of it at some point, but that's fine because I have plenty of other things to do. Hello, sunflowers. How are you doing? Good to see you. Just hoping to see that stuff is maybe, hopefully, at some point gonna start working as I want it to be working. But hey, you figured out what you wanted to crochet, a blanket. That's nice. What type of blanket? Do you have any fun colors picked? So I am just gonna take a long day for myself and hang out and crochet and have fun. And as usual, I have 2 live streams, one vertical and one horizontal. So you can pick and choose where you want to hang out. Because why not, right? Okay. I'm gonna do like this since it doesn't look like everything is doing what I want it to. So for this minute, I'm gonna have this, and like so, and like so. Fun to try and figure out stuff that I am, well, some workarounds is needed. The man, hello. How are you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. So, what I mentioned, I do have 2 live streams going at the same time, one horizontal and one vertical on YouTube's, so you can pick and choose. Maybe I have one more thing I need to sort out. So this is this is that one, and that one can be over here. And then I'm just going to pin that up at the top. And then we're jumping over to this one to copy that one. And over there we're gonna do that and hope it works. I'm pinning the top, or pinning the link to the other live stream on top of the chats, so that you could easily jump in between them in case you want to. On the vertical one, the portrait mode, you do see very much more close up of what I'm doing, and on the horizontal one you get to see my face as well. You brought a book home from the library. You're gonna practice stitches first, and you're gonna pick the pattern where you can do the most. Well, that makes sense. You just need to figure out a stitch that you're comfortable with, and then you can make a blanket pretty much. You have a list of crochet stitches you want to practice. Once you get better, you're gonna tell me what the pattern and the yarn colors. Okay, that's a good plan though. Great plan. So today is just a relaxed day without no kids. This summer is going to be a bit different because I will have kids pretty much the whole summer. But I'm not going to have mini-me here every week. So every other week is going to be like normal that I can stream. I'm just going to stream when I have, because Big Kid's going to be here. So I'll be able to stream even if he's here. It might look a little bit different with some little minor interruptions here and there, but that's a part of it, you know, part of having kids. So I will be just trying to stream whenever I can, but not when I have mini-me at home. That's still the same. But Big Kid is most likely going to be here tomorrow. It was up to him to decide when he wanted to come, and I think he had some plans today that he wanted to do, so my guess is that he's going to be here tomorrow. And tomorrow is Midsummer, which is a big celebration in Sweden. I don't know if you celebrate Midsummer or how you do that. Midsummer in Sweden is always a lot of food, singing, dancing, and just enjoying. Most often it's raining. It's just the luck of Midsummer, but we prefer better weather. So that's going to be interesting to see. It looks good today, but it did rain yesterday afternoon and last night. So there's always a chance that we're going to have, well, there's always a chance for rain on Midsummer. That's just a part of it. Very typical Swedish Midsummer. Everyone's sitting there being like, oh, let's hope for good weather. We want good weather. And then we get rain. Strawberries is also mandatory tomorrow. So I probably should go to the store today and get me some strawberries so they don't sell out. Because there's actually a risk of that. That's how mandatory it is with strawberries for Midsummer. They may sell out. So other than wanting to figure out or practicing crochet stitches, Sunflower, how's everything else? What's going on over with you? Everything good today, I hope? I am just really enjoying working with this Twisted Love. There's the font. This is the yarn I'm using right now. As always, not sponsored, but I do love my hobby yarn. Well, I did get some of this from Rita and her mom for my birthday, and then I got some extra out of this colorway because I just wanted more so I can make a bigger shawl. But it is a lace weight, very fun, sparkly, shiny little things going on. And so far we have, it looks like this so far. This is the Ceylon tea shawl. And I've done plenty of this in the past, never one for myself. But this one is staying with me because yes. Blues and greens, like a pinkish peach, maybe not like the pinkiest pink. But yeah, there's some pinks and like almost purpley vibes. Maybe it's more of a, maybe I wouldn't say like pink, maybe more of a washed out red, if that makes sense. And there's some parts that's almost like yellowy. Really fun though. 2.5mm crochet hook for this project. And since I have done this, how many have I done? Like, is this the fourth or fifth, I want to say, thinking about it, that I make in this pattern. It's just smooth sailing. I don't know everything just like that. I don't remember everything. I haven't memorized the whole pattern, but I just need to look at what I'm supposed to do the row, and it pretty much is already there. I don't have to read too much into it at this point. It is also repeating itself, so that also helps. You do the same thing a couple of times and it just sticks. It's been a few days since I was able to stream, so I figured let's just hang out. I have prepared to be able to be here pretty much all day. I have food prepared so I can just like easily go get something and just enjoy everything here today, pretty much. Crochet, hang out, and who knows, hopefully some will wake up and have their morning coffee with me. It's early still here. It's 10:23 a.m. and I am guessing most of the people that usually hangs out here with me are not expecting me here this early. It happens rarely. It has happened, but I think most people will start to wake up in like 2-3 hours or so, which is what I'm expecting, at least. I'm happy to see that there is people here already, but I have no idea where you're at. I'm in Sweden, and I want to say the majority of the people hanging out here is either from the US or UK. At least that's what my analytics is telling me. So that's my assumption. And most people in the US should be sleeping now, right? But enjoying the day here, crocheting away, and hopefully getting some nice company is all I want today. I did go to Rita's and her mom's last week. Yes, last week. And I got to help Rita unpack some yarn. Well, I got to help her get it home from the post office, and then we unpacked her package. She did post a video of that unboxing on her channel, which was awesome. And then she threw some yarn at me, so I got to bring some home with me. And I have prepared a little bit so that I can show you guys what I got and talk a little bit about that. You have a book called Brooklyn Tweeds Knits and Crochet Blankets by Jarrett Flood, I'm guessing, is the designer. Brooklyn Tweeds Knit and Crochet Blankets. Nothing I have ever heard of. I hope it's a good book. Hopefully some good inspiration at least. I'm just thinking, isn't that kind of confusing having both crochet and knit in the same book? I hope they have divided it in a good way, so that you can tell which is crocheted and what's knitted, and that you have enough kind of support to well, support, but like the how to make the stitches or like the descriptions. Hello, mother. How are you doing? Is it vacation time yet? I can tell when the clouds are passing because everything just got darker in here. Hopefully it's not that noticeable, but kind of silly to see the difference so drastically. It's like, yeah, okay, there's a cloud outside. And it doesn't feel like it should make that much of a difference here, but it does make a difference, even though I'm like really far away from the window. You got vacation today? And they too many at work. They wanted people to get take vacation. I'm guessing you're not expecting a lot of yeah, too many people. Low demand. But then you get some extra time to prepare for Midsummer. Do you have any fun plans? You're gonna go and dance around the pole? That sounded funny, but yeah. Dance around the maypole. It's the old traditional type of way to do pole dancing. Before pole dancing became a thing. I know, right? Sunflower, it's really pretty. With like really fun, shiny bits. You can see it. Let's see if I can. Like there's these little bits of shiny or shinier poking through. But then there's also like a thin thread going all the way through with shininess. It's just like they have clumped it up to make extra shine. Yeah, the drape is nice with this yarn. $140 people worked and 2 calls an hour. That sounds like crochet time. Or are they not letting you guys do that anymore? Cross stitches and no, crossword puzzle and stuff. Real vacation starts July 26th. Yeah, it's some time left until that, so let's hope that this first half of the summer just rains away and then the summer actually starts when it's time for your vacation. That would be awesome, right? It's silly that you can't crochet at work, because I know exactly what it looks like in there, and it's not. Yeah, no. I guess they have upgraded some since I was last at work, but hey. It's not that often you'd get visitors, but it does happen. So since you have the day off I'm guessing the kids home, or did you let them be at fritids? Because school's out now. So they over there, and you get a relaxed day, or did they get to stay at home because you're at home? Or did you have is hubby having vacation already? They might already be home if he's on vacation. You did a Ceylon tea, didn't you, Mother? I want to say you did one. Have you done any more? I think I got to help you figure something out on that one. I want to say a Twister Halloween. It's been so long. I might be totally out and about on that one, but I want to say you've done this one just a long time ago. Relaxing Midsummer, that's always a nice one. Good morning, David. How are you doing today? Nice to see you. Oh, birthday party on Saturday. That's nice. She's 12. Yeah, time flies. You've done 3. Ah. I was trying to figure out. I think this is my number 5. But this is the first one that's actually going to stay with me. The other ones have been gifted or made for someone. But this one's for me. Birthday present yarn. I couldn't really figure out what else to do with this yarn, but I was like, I need to do something for myself. And birthday yarn, it just gets to stay with me. I have seen a lot of, if you go in on the website to look at this yarn and get inspiration for what other people has done with this yarn, this is definitely a very popular pattern. I actually saw someone that had made this the shawl in the same colorway as I am doing it. So this is a little bit of a thing, this yarn for this pattern. Melodies 7. Yeah, they're getting big. They're growing like weeds. Sometimes you just want time to stop. Minimi has her first loose teeth, and it's 2 of them, both middle front, well, you know, at the bottom front. And she is so excited because she's been walking around for probably like almost a year. When am I gonna lose my teeth? When I'm gonna lose? It's just, yeah. So now when it's finally there, she is so hyped up about losing a tooth. Okay, there we go. Just a quick glance at the pattern. What is next row? That is next row. What are you doing today, David? Do you have any fun plans? I'm happy you found me. Even though I didn't mention anything about being here. But then again, you usually find me. Melody picked them out with a toothpick? Really? With a toothpick? Uh, so Minimi is really fascinated by the fact that her dad apparently managed to swallow one of his teeth when he was young. He accidentally swallowed it. And I don't know if she's like scared that that will happen to her as well, or just fascinated that that was possible. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens when she actually loses it. Maybe she like swallows it on purpose, but I told her like it's going to take a while for the tooth fairy to get here if she does that. Cuz I'd rather not have to deal with that. Yeah, some kids they just leave them until they just hang on to nothing. And some just, oh, it's a little loose. Let's get it out like straight away. Yep. Well, Tooth Fairy is gonna come either way, but it's just gonna take a bit longer for Tooth Fairy to get here if she accidentally swallows it. Because the Tooth Fairy can't get here until the Tooth Fairy actually gets the tooth, right? I always put the tooth in a glass of water bedside, and then the money was in the glass in the morning. Or well, the money was put in the glass because it's coins and coins can handle it. Not all kids can sleep through having pillows being moved and such, so it's a little bit tricky, or it's living on the edge trying to get a tooth from underneath a pillow. Your tooth fairy's become digital. She's got swish. Oh wow. That's very digital. Money transactions. That is funny. I'm yeah, I'm gonna stick with coins because coins and piggy banks is still very fun. It doesn't happen that often, we don't really have that much cash these days. Everything's just pay with card. So it's like extra fun when there's coins. I have been using a lot more actual cash uh, recently. So I have a little bit more of, coins for that reason. And every time I get money back at the store, it's like, can I have that? Can I have that and put it in my piggy bank? No, it's my money. Another day, perhaps, but not just like willy nilly. Melody wants the Stitch Crack Me Up toy you got on Mother's Day, so she's hoping more tooth will fall. You hid the toothpicks. You're afraid she's gonna pull them out? Yeah, no, we don't want to pull teeth when they are not supposed to go out. Also, with too many teeth out, you can't really eat. Hello, Sag Couture Goddess. How are you doing? Welcome in. I want to say I thought I was going to be done with the whole topic of teeth for a bit since I'm done with all the stuff at the dentist. But here we are, yet another stream talking about teeth because Mini-Me just has a loose tooth or two. uh, so I was not expecting that, but then again, I was the one bringing it up, so. Not a problem. She wants the stitch. Hello, Rose. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. I hope everyone's got good weather. The weather today is very... I'm not going to say moody, because that's not the case, but it's very off and on so far. Rainy morning, sun clouds. I'm expecting, I'm not really, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's more rain. It is close to Midsummer after all. But I kind of wish that the rain's just gonna... It can rain all day today, and then it can be nice weather tomorrow. That would be a good solution, right? Empty the clouds today. Not that that's how it works, but wishful thinking? Kind of, perhaps, maybe. So, Mother, are you getting any crochet done these days? Or have you been too busy with other things? Or just not in the mood? These, I don't know what to call them really, because I don't think I can, you know, would you call this a skein? Not really. It's on a cardboard thingamabob on the inside. They probably have a different name just because of the cardboard. One of these on the inside. But I can't really keep them in a way where they are, you know, not all over the place. I had to get one of my yarn bowls out. I got the big, well, it used to be plants in it, and it has disappeared in the wash. Cup of plants. I think this is one of the cutest flower pots thing that I have, but it definitely works good for yarn. You haven't been in the mood to crochet? Well, game time is also important. And sometimes you don't need to crochet, but just touch yarn, and then it's all good. No, not all good, but it feels better for a little bit. I did get some new yarn the other day. Thursday? Was it Thursday I went to Rita's and helped her with her package? So I have a lot of new US yarns. I was not expecting to get that much with me home as I got, but then again, Rita keeps surprising me. That's just her thing. So you want to see what I got? I just have a little bit of it close by. I did tuck most of it away, or, you know, I had to rearrange behind me in my shelves. So I didn't bring everything. I did take one of each type of yarn, but not one of each color. So there's more colors than what I have out. Nice with new yarn. Exactly. So there's, I want to say all of this is from Joann's. Not all of it though. But a bunch of it is Joann's yarn. And Joann's, I think most people know that they They went bankrupt and you know, they no longer exist. So I got 2 of this mandala in unicorn. Really pretty colors. You can see how they, I guess, is supposed to stripe up pinks to grays. I think, David, this is one of the yarns you and I were talking about before. Good morning, Stina. I think this is similar to the ones you were talking about. An idea for the yard with a tube. Buy a cheap broom, stack them down the handle, and have the rest in between. Oh, that's a way to do it. You're working today, Stina? Well, sometimes you have to do that too, right? But I got 2 of this, and I did get mandalas in the past, but I have chopped them up, the nifflers, and recaked them to have one long gradient. Rita did get a bunch of different colorways of the yarns, so like I got one colorway, and then she kept one, and her mom liked one, or well, they picked first, and I got whatever was left, and I was like, I'll take whatever. I'm just happy that you want to give me yarn. The white, yeah, you can probably see it better like that. The light isn't really playing nice, but that's the unicorn. Pinks and such. I got ice cream. Lion brand ice cream. I did get this in 2 colorways. This is ube. And then I got one that's just a mint, this minty green going mint to white. But I really like this one. Well, I want to say that they look really good together because it's mint in both of them. So I can use them together. I got 3 of this and 2 of the mint. I think it's really cute that they have the ice creams like this. Rita had one in full pink. Pink and, well, yeah, the pink and white one. And the pink really pops up a little bit like this. Just like sprinkled in. So I wasn't expecting that. I thought that was a neat thing that it actually looks like that. Not sure if this one is going to be that. It feels like this one is more like stripy, organized in a way. But ube, it's supposed to be an ice cream flavor. I have never heard of ube, but I do love the colors. I did get a giant mandala, and this is apparently, well, it's kind of what I did with the 2 that I had, that I color controlled it and cut it down, because it's the same amount of yarn with one of this really big one as 2 smaller ones. And it's kind of fun that I said that there was a giant, because it's actually named Giant. It is giant, but it's also a big rainbow. We got the green starting on the inside, but there's also a little bit of green on the outside. So you could just go from one to the other and then add another one after and just keep going. But the colors are really, really fun on this one, going very like rainbowy. And this is big. We didn't talk about yards on the other ones, but we have 10.5 ounces, 300 grams, almost 1,200 yards, 1,080 meters. But this one is really nice and thick and dense. They have really made this into a compact cake, so it's not gonna like break, or you know, some of them unravel. Like this one is a lot more loosey-goosey. You see that it's just, you know, it could unravel pretty easy on itself. And this one is not. This one, I could use it as a frisbee. It just feels really dense. So I did get one of those. And I got big twist value in like variegated. I didn't open this one just because it was easier to store it like this. Did we see a color name on this one? Cherry Mix. So it's like just different shades of red. And this looked smaller, the skeins, compared to the big twist value in the solid ones. I did get that as well, big twist value, but it does look different in size. So this, yeah, 121 grams, 170 grams, 246 meters, 346 meters. But it's the same thickness, 69 yards, 4.3 ounces, and 380 yards, 6 ounces. I did get quite a few of these solid ones, but only these 3 were variegated. So I didn't bring all the big twists out, but I do have 2 of each of this lilac. 2, I want to say fig, they're darker purple. 2 tealish colors. We can do this maybe, perhaps. Here am I, and over there we see them. So let's see if I can just move that one a little bit to the side, like so. There we go. So I do have, there's the same lilac-y color that I have. 2 of each of that. That one is a darker, like it's called fig, but it's more of a purple color. I did get 4 of that, very, very bright. It's a very bright pink. We got 2 of the yellow, orange yellow, and that's a green, like emerald green, and that's a tealish blue color. So 2 of each of everything of those except that really bright pinkish color. I have 4 of those. And the greens up here that we can see, I do have that for a close-up here also. So that's what we have with the stuff over there. Here you can see the minty color next to those, the ice yarn, or the ice cream yarn. And then there's more hidden underneath here, and there's the other mandala cake. But I did move everything over to there because pretty much, there we go. Let's get we back in frame. And do like so, and then we go back to that one, and we can take a look at this one, which is another big twist, but it's got fun colors in it. It was nice to have you here, mother. It's like rainbowy, like a rainbowy little strand in this. But it's not all the shades of the rainbow. I see green, yellow, orange, reddish, pink. And this is Big Twist Jelly Bean. And I have 5 of these. So I have 500 grams, 1,000 meters. And the yards and the stuff is too much to math, but 218.7 yards times 5 and 3.5 ounces times 5 is what I have. I really like how this is looking, and I did see someone making some really fun amigurumi out of this. So that could become a thing. This could become a new friend of some sort. But I have so much of it, so I'm like, maybe I should do something bigger than just a friend. We shall see. I have no idea what I'm going to do with the big twist these either, but I need to try them because I've never had them. And they do feel softer than the red heart that I have. So that is nice because I never knew what to expect from the US yarns. It just felt like they were scratchier. Something very excited, and I did get 3 of each of 2 colorways of this red heart granny square. I haven't opened these either. I did get 2 different colorways. This one has like a mustardy gold, pink, red, black, a bluish purple or something. The center is a bluish color, bluish purple, red, yellow, pink, and yeah, black on the outside. It's going to be really interesting to see if I can actually do the squares with this, but I'm also wanting to see what does this yarn look like worked up into something totally different, because all I hear is people talking about making them into granny squares but not using the yarn for something else. So what does it look like being something else, if that makes sense? So I have a total of 6, 3 in this color and 3 in another color, and I want to say the other color is pretty similar, but it doesn't have like the gold or the yeah, the goldish yellow. So they probably work together. So that's the yarn that Rita got in this in the package. We also did sort some other stuff out, and she found this one that she had previously gotten. I did get 2 of this, but it also is a US yarn. It's the Yarn Bee Rainbow Rhapsody Autumn Trails. Sale price even. It's kind of fun to see the prices on the tags, because that's not something we see very often here. We do see that at the dollar store, but other than that, yeah, we don't have the numbers on the labels. This is a Hobby Lobby yarn. Did not know that. But this is very similar to a lot of the other cakes that I have, with the cotton acrylic blend, and the yardage is also very similar. Hello Spoon, how are you doing today? Good to see you. I'm just talking about the yarn I got from Rita and her mom when I was there last week, because I haven't been able to show that yet. It's been a whole week and I've just been sitting here looking at the yarns. But I do have 2 of this. We got a mustardy gold, blue, rusty red. I want to say this is like almost a green, a grayish green, and then beige. I have no idea what that's going to want to become, but I have 2, so that's going to be fun to see how that turns out. One of these is enough to make a shawl, so could be anything. You were taking a nap. Naps are good. What do you think about this one, Spoon? Do you like the colors? It's very neon with like rainbowy strand in it. Looks fun. I got some US yarn, like Big Twist and Ice Cream. Haven't had that before. I did have a mandala from before, but now I have more mandalas. And one of the ginormous ones. It's so big. It just takes up the whole desk here. That's just one cake of yarn. My hand is, yep, it's big. The Ice Cream is pretty. Yeah, I do have one that is just a ombre of the mint as well. But that's, yeah, the granny square yarn is interesting. I have no idea how that's going to turn out. But yeah, as I said, I want to try and see, can I make a granny square out of the granny square yarn, since people are having difficulties with that. But what does it look like when you don't make granny squares? Because that, I don't see that. Yeah. This is what I'm working on today. A Ceylon tea shawl in lace yarn. Twisted Love. I'm just going to have a sip of coffee and you get to look at that. I've been really, really surprised, and happily so. Spoon has been sorting her stuff and organizing, and I feel bad that I am not that organized. Very impressed. Yeah, I don't have the level of discipline to do it the way she does it. Taking pictures of whips, putting them each in each project bag with notes on the picture. Yeah. Very good job. You were disorganized for a long time. Well, that is normal. What you're doing is next level. So you went from normal to next level, my opinion. Let's see, did I have the right count over here? I have no idea, but we shall see if I have messed up on previous rows, and if so, I will compensate, because there's no frogging going on here. I will just compensate and do what I need to do. And that's the repetition, but then what? I need to get one more in. Yo, nope, I was correct on the stitch count. Lucky me. I was able to do it this time. I know I messed up on a previous row. I just added a stitch and no one will know. No one's gonna know. That's exactly what happened. No one's gonna know that I messed up. Well, you guys know since I told you about it, but you have no idea how I messed up. How bad? What did I do? And there we go. I have been very like all over the place these last few days and barely been into YouTubes. I've been hanging out a little bit in chats over on Twitch, and I've been like, should I start streaming to Twitch as well? I don't know. I am very, I'm not gonna say confused or but it's more of like conflicted. Since I started doing both the vertical and the horizontal stream, it just kind of makes sense in a way to add more streams to it. But I don't know. It feels like is it cheating? Hello, Fina. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Those color switches are looking intentional. It's fabulous. Yeah, in this one, it does. It's gonna be very, like a lot more random going forward though. It looks good with the colors being kind of color blocked ish. But the rows are getting longer and you're getting less and less of the color blocks in that way. Well, I know I can do all of them at the same time. It's more of, it's simple to have everything on YouTube, and well, at the moment it's just 2 chats, and I pinned the link to, you know, the other chat up at the top of the chats, so you could easily jump back and forth if you want to. It's just, you know, having the multiple chats can be very confusing. I could also, like, I could have the chat going like on the screen, but I think on the vertical that's gonna be very messy. I think the vertical is the only place that doesn't really work out good, because just having a regular YouTube stream and, you know, a stream to Twitch, that's easy. Yeah, I have all the chats in one place for myself. So I see the chats together. It's more for the people watching that, you know, if you don't see who I'm talking to, if I'm talking to someone and you don't see them in the chat, it's because they're in the other chat. Just, you know, adding more places is more confusing, perhaps. If I only stream horizontal, then I could have a chat running on the screen, and that would be less messy. But yeah, it's just the vertical that's making me second guess that. Or at least, you know, the chat window option thing. You know, I can always test it out because it's probably not that tricky. It's more of, you know, what does it actually looks like on the vertical on a phone or like a smaller screen device. Because to me it looks fine. Everything looks fine, but I'm on the computer and everything is a bit bigger. And you don't have all the extra stuff that you get on the chat or like on the vertical, because you have the thumbs up section and you have the different other options of things. Good morning, Marcus. How are you doing today? Are you going to celebrate Midsummer tomorrow? How are you going to be celebrating? Barbecue? And some potatoes? Perhaps a pickled herring or 3 and some slops? The multi-chat on screen in the upper left on vertical? Perhaps. I just don't want to have the screen too crowded. I guess I'm being influenced by other people streaming. Like, there's people streaming on Twitch, but also on YouTube that is streaming to YouTube, Twitch, and Kick at the same time. I don't even know what Kick is, so that's totally different. But all these multi-platform streamers is like, maybe I should try it, if that makes sense. I've been like, no, I'm gonna stick to YouTube because YouTube, I'm, you know, does it feel like I'm cheating, leaving the platform? I don't know. It's just me being silly. Like, if I stream on Twitch, then I have to only stream on Twitch for that specific stream. Or do I? Maybe next time. I have some setting stuff up that needs to be done before I can do that. Every day is barbecue. That is a good way of seeing things, though. Is it stream evening tonight? That is nice. So you might actually get something built today, Marcus? Kick is mostly live streams with no rules. Yeah, that could be a little bit, I don't know, no rules. Anything can happen. Sounds like a place I would fit in, but since I don't even know what it is, then maybe I should stay away. It might just happen that you get something built. Rita, good morning. Mom loves the color of the shawl. Well, I'm happy since you guys did give me the yarn, because it's the Twisted Love I got for my birthday. But it's looking really, really pretty. I do agree. I am loving these colors. I was just showing all the yarn that I got from you, Rita. Well, most of it. I didn't bring all the colorways out. I just got one of each of the yarns, and then I was talking about the different colors that I got. But I really feel, because I did show you the picture of that amigurumi in this this fun yarn. So this one is telling me that I should make an amigurumi. I'm just not sure, since I have so much. Like, should I make something else since I have a lot of the yarn. I don't know. Have I heard of Johnny Somali? He live streams on Kick. He's been banned from Japan and probably about to serve a long prison sentence in South Korea. It doesn't ring a bell. But if you don't behave, then it sounds like he might be, you know, getting what he deserved, kind of thing. Okay, so no rules. He's done stuff that is to the point of actually getting, like, banned and... Yeah, okay. The blanket book has too many advanced patterns. Well, I hope you find something that you like, so that you can make something. Kick is for live streamers that break YouTube rules. Well, I know a lot of people that probably should be there then instead of on YouTube. And I think you can probably think about a few as well. But we don't need to mention any names at this point. I've been really invested recently in some YouTube drama, but Swedish YouTube drama, which is very different from the type of YouTube drama that's going on the regular, like the whatever YouTube dramas. But it's Swedish influencers, sometimes so stupid. Or I don't know if I can call them influencers, but they think they are. Just because you got like 100,000 followers, you're not really, you know, that doesn't need to... Are you an influencer if you have that many followers? Maybe. It's just stupid stuff. Really stupid. But I fell down a rabbit hole and got invested, and I've been watching live stream reactions of other live streams and debates, and it's a nice palate cleanser though, to get something else for a while. The ones we know are too tame for Kick, perhaps. It pays better? Well, I guess that's an incentive to be there, but yeah. You're reading a book about library drama? There's drama everywhere. Library drama? That sounds tame, though. Those rabbit holes. Yep, I fell just head first. But the Swedish YouTube drama, like, there's actually people that has been convicted for slander and stuff in this. So it's not just tame stuff. And some people just don't learn. They just keep doing it. They don't learn. Like, you just got convicted, but now you're doing it again. Why? And I got my count pretty much correct this time. Well, Marcus, that's because I have two live streams. At the top of the chat, there is a pinned link to the other live stream. I have a vertical and a horizontal, so if you don't see anyone in chat that I'm talking to, it's because they are in the other chat. Very simple. It's kind of like multi-streaming to different platforms, but both are YouTube, and one is just vertical and the other one's horizontal. So you get to see, tell Marcus to stay over there. What, he's not allowed to come and hang out with you? Good morning, Athel, who is the Swedish blonde. Could she be the sister of Amanda? No, I just washed my hair in a different shampoo that kind of stripped it out of all the purple color, pretty much. Marcus is too naughty. Marcus says, fine, I'll stay here. Spoon, play nice. He's not that naughty. There's other people that's worse. And also, it's early. It's not even Um, it's not even noon here. So even though there's probably some bubbly on my schedule, not this early. Like I could have, but I'm not. Um, that's that's my story, and I stick it to it. You know. No, I'm behaving for now. Um, Vertical is for the naughty people. He he's a good naughty, but still no swearing before 12. We'll try. uh okay, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the count is correct. Yeah, there's a good naughty and there's a bad naughty, but Spoon, why are you hanging it out on the other one in that case? Are you feeling extra today? I don't know. Uh, David's back. Oh, you're blind and you can't read the chat on the vertical. Well, I do have the both options up because you can pick and choose to what you want to see, and on the horizontal, you do get to see my face. So there's always that. Pick and choose your options, your preferences, and such. You guess the chat's all yours, Marcus? Well, you do have company of David. Well, David's on both sides. He's keeping eyes on everything. You love that I'm running both the vertical and the horizontal. Super kindness to those with visual impairments. Well, I also like the fact that I can have, the close up on the vertical, and on the horizontal you do get to see a lot more because you do see my hands on the horizontal right now, but you don't see it on the vertical. And also the option of my face if you're curious to what I look like, because it doesn't feel like it fits on the smaller screen to also squeeze my face in on the vertical. So there's options. And also you can give me 2 thumbs up because you can do it one on each of the live streams. If you feel extra generous on a Thursday like this, right? But speaking of my hair, I was debating on what to do next. Minimi wants me to go more blue. I have blue and I have purple at home, but I could also just stay blonde, and I don't know what I want to do. And it's not fully blonde, it just looks a lot lighter. It's still like pinkish, bluish, purplish hues all over. Just not as noticeable on this very small screen. Split diet? I could. Or I can go back to a vibe that has been a long time since I had it, but that would require me buying more color because I don't have it. And that is a vibe that I had for a while. I really loved it. I had lavender roots and the rest was mint green. So that was like dark lavender, not dark, but like a darker root with the lavender-esque, and then the rest was just a minty light green. I like that. It just took some time to make it happen, and when it was time to re-dye it, so many steps to make it look good. So I didn't do that many times, but I could go back to that because I could. Part my hair, one side blue, one side purple. I want to go for like lighter colors though. I like to keep it a bit lighter in the summer. So deep colors like a very dark blue and a dark purple, not gonna happen at the moment. Blurple. horizontal split, purple on top and blue underneath. That is true. That is a simpler way of doing it. I need to research colors. Hello, Atelier Jassira Crochet. How are you doing? Is there 13 likes? Is that what you're saying? Thank you very much. Or that you were number 13 to press the like button, perhaps. Hope you're having a good day. And I am guessing by your name that you also like to crochet. Are you crocheting right now? Yeah, if I go for colors, it's going to be pastel-y. That's the vibe during the summer. Then again, like if I go for a dark color, it's going to be bleached out fairly fast by the sun and stuff anyway. So going pastel from the start, I know it's going to look decent for a while. It just washes out. But I did get some time in the sun, so I feel a little bit more tanned, which I like. I appreciate that. I feel so pale and feel very ghostly during the winter, and not so much now. But there's been a lot of out and about recently. Like a lot of out and about, both walking and bicycling, which is really nice when the weather is good. I did go for a long walk yesterday that started out in a good weather, then it turned into not monsoon rain, but it, it felt like it. I was so wet when I came back in. I could end up like your old hairdresser who used to dye her hair different colors to stay trendy. Then one day woke to white hair and ever since remained neutral color. Maybe. I've had so many periods of just being boring and bland and no color. But I've also had a lot of periods of having a lot of different colors. Fun fact that I don't know if everyone actually knows that I am. I went to school to become a hairdresser, and I have worked as a hairdresser for a few years. So I tried everything in, well, hairdressing school. I had perms. I did everything to my hair. But I have also done so many things, so it's not like I feel like I need to try everything. And during my times that I've been pregnant, I just stopped everything. No dyeing, no nothing. So I have been totally neutral with my hair for periods of time. With just my own boring color. And it's fine for a few years, and then I get bored of it, and then I want to dye my hair. So it's like a rinse and repeat cycle. And at the moment, I'm feeling very pastel-y and colorful. But that can change. I can, well, I was red for quite some time. I've been a redhead for quite some time, and then it just felt like it was time to switch that out. And some of you already know the reasoning behind that, but that's history. But blues, greens, and purples I do like. So I do tend to end up in that little corner of things from time to time with the color. I do like being red as well. It's just a little more plain. But at some point I'll probably just, I don't know, get bored and stop. And then I might just fall down the rabbit hole again and start coloring my hair. Just seems to be my thing. Rinse and repeat of a lot of things. Rabbit holes to fall down into. It is a little bit of an upkeep to keep the hair looking somewhat decent. I've worked hard. You're gonna have an ice cream and rest on my behalf. You've worked hard sorting your whips. So you deserve that ice cream all by yourself. Just saying. Oh, back to... Well, good morning, Jonathan. Well, good evening. Are you on the way to work? It's early. You could be on the way to work at this hour, right? How are you doing? Walking and bicycling was what I mentioned. I was out and about with Mini-Me. Was it Sunday? Saturday? Sunday? It turned into a whole day. Like, we were out for 5 hours, and I didn't have a plan. She was on a bicycle, I was walking. We went to one playground. She played, got bored, on to the next playground. She got bored, on to a store, picked up some fruits and veggies because it was a good deal. So I had to drag that around the rest of the day. But then also ice cream. Ice cream was needed. It was a nice, warm, sunny day. And then we kept walking, found another playground. And her dad was also in the mood to go out walking, so it was like, okay, let's meet up. So we walked across town, and we did see some... Well, we walked through town, and on the other side of town, we got to see sheep, we got to see cows, and we met up with her dad, and we kept walking, and then more ice cream, more store, and another store. It was just a lot of walking, a lot of shopping, and all of a sudden, I just, by those 5 hours, I walked 15,000 steps. Total for the whole day was 22,000 steps. I was like, this is a bit much. I haven't walked this much in a long time. I'm gonna be so broken tomorrow. Mini-Me slept very good that night. I'll tell you that much. Blue, green, and purple are the defining colors of witches. And if you go the route of goth, it's practical. I see. Jonathan's got the day off. That's good. You get to rest today. And how many stitches am I supposed to do in this corner over here? It's easier to count stitches when you're not sneezing, right? But I'm trying to be out and about walking a little bit more these days because it's nice and warm, so take advantage of the situation. Swedish summer is just rainy anyway, so we might not get so much more sun. But I'm just feeling the vibe right now, out walking, enjoying the sun. And it's warm. When it's warm, I'm happy. I even managed to get the temperature up in my apartment by opening the doors and windows and letting the warm air come in. And then as soon as I close it, the temperature drops. I live in a freeze box. That's all I can say. Did I get one stitch too much here? I did. One too many. Thank you, David. Mark, is you still here? Where's the party at tonight? If you're still here, let me know. Any fun panels? Perhaps I'll be tricking myself up to a panel somewhere and painting my nails, because that's fun. Marcus is... Yeah, it's a few days left. Marcus, are you streaming Saturday? Kind of feels like painting my nails is not something that I often do on my own streams. Well, I often do. I haven't, ever. But I do that when I hang out with the model builders. They paint stuff, so I can paint stuff. And I think it's time to paint my nails, so if there's a place I can hang out and do that and just hang out and talk, I would enjoy that today. Possibly at Carl's and... Oh, Terry's at 7:30. That sounds like a place to do that. That sounds like the perfect place to do that. That would be Little History's channel later. If he's got a room for me, that is. Athel, I can answer that question for you. The little red dots next to David's name is supposed to look like a headband with two pom-poms. And my members have those. So David is a member, therefore he has the little headband. And it changes color depending on how long you've been a member. Red boobies and a headband. Boobies bouncing on a headband, exactly what it is. Looks like sad red-eyed frog. Well, there's different colors depending on how long you've been a member. So at the moment, they're just, they're red. And then they change, I don't remember what color the order, but I want to say they go from red to orange to yellow, green, blue, and purple. And I know Tam was a little bit upset that he wanted blue balls, but it's taking some time to get to blue ball level. I want to say the purple is the last color though, and that's like years of some sorts to get there. It's been a while since I was wearing a headband on the streams. I feel like I need new ones. It feels like I'm just rinsing and repeating my headbands, and it kind of stopped in a way. I don't know. Maybe I need to figure out some new stuff, some new emojis. No headbands anymore. The channel has evolved. Any suggestions? What could be the new thing? You're making lefse today? Rita, I want some. I said it before that I wanted to try it, and then you're making it when I'm not there. Not fair. But yeah, you can keep lurking and I keep you company. That's a good thing, yes. Not sure what anyone is looking forward to blue balls. Ask Tam. He's the one that said it. You're gonna make some and put it in the freezer? That sounds like a good plan. So my plan, it might have changed slightly, because my plan was to go and visit Rita and her mom next week, because it's Rita's birthday. But her mom is now sick, and I don't know if it's a good time to go and visit. They went to the ER a few days ago, and well, Mom caught a bug, a big bug with a C. So maybe you have to wait until stuff is calming down before I go visit. But I wanted to go to Rita's for her birthday, so I am sad. The big sea bug that closed the planet for a while. Can't really call it a bug, but it's a virus, so kind of a bug. Sea bug should be the new name. Yeah, I hope she gets well too. They've had enough with sick stuff. So but when you have to go to the emergency room, you have to go to the emergency room, and you don't know who's else in the emergency room, so you know, it's always a tricky thing. It's really interesting to see how different these sides are now with the color changes. As we can see here, the peaks are like these pinkish peachy colors, and then we have this part here being the blue color. And if we compare it to the other side, we have the cluster in between as well as the peak being like more of the pinkish reddish color. So the sides are very different. And here we have like green, red, blue, and green on these, the peak. And here we get a totally different color combination, with the actual peak being more of the pinkish yellowy color or apricot, and then a little bit of green and then red at the bottom. We got, well, the yellowy color at the bottom. So the sides are so different. Here we have more of this, a lot of the reddish colors that we're getting here instead. You have to boogie for a bit. Yeah, you go boogie, Marcus. Cheers to all in this chat and to the other chat. Have a great day. Yeah, let's hope it doesn't get worse. It's like just a bad cold right now. You're gonna go and make dinner. What's for dinner, Spoon? I need to know. Hello, Linnea. Do I have Twisted Love in the other colors? I have had one of the other colors, and I made that into 9 little squares, because that's how much I could make out of one of these. I want to say I did willow squares, 9 willow squares in the more of the rainbowy color. I think that's colorway number 2 that has more of the, like, all the colors in the rainbow. This doesn't have all the colors. And that is now like a blanket for my Mini-Me's dolls. Good morning, Molly. How are you doing? Good to see you. You don't know what's for dinner, but Rita's making me think of ordering tacos. Well, you at least got a little bit of inspiration then. That tacos might be your thing today. Have you tried the Twisted Love, Linnea? I really like these little, like, fun, like, little, like, sparkly or shiny effect. Because we do have the effect striping all the way through, like this little sparkle, but then we have these thicker bits of sparkle or shine. I really like these. And the yarn itself is really, really soft and nice. You got the rest of your yarn for your birthday. Still missing a second USA package. It isn't sent yet. Well, makes sense if it's missing, if it isn't already sent though. So you don't have to go and yell at the post office, where's my package? If it's not sent, you know, that's good though. You know where it's at. I'm just happy that I was gifted some nice US yarns from Rita. You haven't tried it, you want to, you can't decide color. Well, I did get this yarn from Rita for my birthday. Well, from Rita and her mom. Because I really loved the one that I tried. That color wasn't available at the time of this purchase or when they ordered this. And I got 4 for that. And this color has been out of stock for a while, but then it got back in stock and I was like, let's get some more. So I have 7 so I can make a big shawl. This is color number 8. If you just give me a second, I can go and actually get the other one because I can do that. So I'll just quickly run to get the other one. You get to watch this while because I think I know where it's at. I'll be right back. So this is the first one I got. So these are willow squares in, I think it's colorway number 2. Did I say hi to you, Suzanne, before I ran away? The Crochet Queen, how are you doing? How are you doing? It's been a while. But we got all the colors of the rainbow on this one. We got a little bit of purple. It's not that much purple, but there's some bits and pieces that is purple. And then we got more blue, green, red, orange, yellow. But I don't know if this color is available right now because I haven't looked. But I just did simple willow squares, nothing really special on that. And then I joined as I went. So that's why, no, this is just no holding double, maybe 2.5, 3 millimeter crochet hook for that. I am using 2.5 for the one I'm using now. This is just what the yarn looks like. And the join looks, well, yeah, it has this special look because I removed the hook out of the yarn and pulled up the loop from behind, and no slip stitches. But we haven't looked at that in a while. The willow square. It's the same yarn though that I'm using right now. Just the other colorway, or one of the other colorways. I don't know how many colors there are, like could it, well, I have color number 8. Is it like 10 colors maybe, or colorways? And definitely I had a hard time picking as well. I'm kind of happy that I didn't get to pick for my birthday, that Rita just picked for me as like those colors are kind of favorites, or like out of what is now, I'd go for this, that, or that, I think. And then she picked one. But this is lace weight. and I'm going for a very drapey vibe. I could downsize hook, lose tension, and I want to say that 2.5 is probably, yeah, 2.5 is what's recommended. So I could definitely downsize, and probably get more of what they recommend. Maybe I used 2.2 perhaps for the other one. I don't know. This does feel slightly drapier than the other one. So I want to say I used a smaller hook than I am using right now. But a drapey shawl is preferred, my opinion. And I have plenty more of these to go. I want to say I'm on number 3 right now. Yeah, I still have 4 more to go after this one. So this is number 3. Looks like the Hirschner's Mill End Lace Weight Cotton Bag Yarn. Do they have some fun sparkly or shiny effects to it? Here I just had a little bit of that pink, thicker, shinier. Oh, you didn't get any. Right, I think I know what I'm supposed to do the next row, so that's good. I won't have to think too much. Yeah. I'm just gonna finish this one and start the next row. So anyone doing any fun from Midsummer? Or is that a totally new thing for you? Have you ever heard about Midsummer? I want to say I've talked about Midsummer in the past, so you might have heard me talk about it. Okay, there we go. Now we can just carry on without the pattern. For those of you that has used Big Twist, what is it? Value? What do you usually do with it? What is that like preferred to do? Blankets? Wearables? Like thick acrylics isn't what I am so used to, so I'm like, what can I do? Some good inspiration is needed. I'm kind of feeling like blankets is probably more common, but I don't know. And I have a good amount, but figuring out what to do, tricky. Out of the colors that I have in front of me, which one's your favorite? We got the blue, green, pinkish purple apricot, or more of the rainbow. What would be your pick out of these two? Hello, Dorothy. Good morning. You like the colors? Well, I'm happy to see you here. Hope you're having a good day, or a good start of the day, perhaps. Biggest value is an anti-pilling. You hate when blankets pill? Yeah, I'm not that picky on that, actually. It's good to know, but it's definitely not a deal breaker for me. You're using the ice cream strawberry for the baby cardigan. Have you managed to get a lot of work done on that? Because I know you cast it on when I was there, but you haven't showed that many pictures. I'm just curious to progress. And I did talk to my neighbor, and she thought that was so sweet of you, just with the stuff that I got with me, the bibs. She's like, "Oh, I didn't have any girly ones." She was really happy. You're almost done with the yoke. You've been working hard. And then you got arms left. You made a mistake and restarted even? You couldn't sleep anymore, Dorothy? Well, I hope you get to have a somewhat relaxing day. No sleep is no fun. Oh, you're trying to get used to working 2 shifts or second, different hours. Yeah, that's an adjustment. Very understandable if you can't sleep like you used to be able to. Hello, Lion? Lion Maide. How are you doing? I hope I didn't butcher your name, but it is nice to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Do you like to crochet? Or do you like some other crafts, perhaps? Yeah, the granny squares here, or the willow squares, they were just made as a kind of swatch to see how far or how much I could get out of one of these. So one is 9 willow squares, and that's just a doll blanket for my mini-me's dolls now. And now it's just a big shawl with, yeah, I want to say this is number 3 out of 7 of these skeins. Hello, Quano. How are you doing today? Good to see you. What are you up to? I would assume that working and hanging out here is not a good combination. So my guess is not working at the moment. Or maybe you're on a break. I still haven't figured out what to eat for tomorrow for Midsummer. Then again, I haven't really figured out all my plans for tomorrow. Kind of hard to plan when big kid's coming, but he didn't figure out yet when he wants to be here, so that isn't really helpful. Then again, he's got, it's a summer break. He can do whatever he wants. If he wants to sleep half the day and then wake up and get here, then that's his option. It's just a little bit harder to plan than what I'd normally know exactly what I'll be doing tomorrow for Midsummer. But letting the kids decide, well, it puts a little extra twist on things. You just woke up, so you need about 69 gallons of coffee to be properly human. Oh, right, you could be human. We did decide that was, it was possible. I got coffee, even though my coffee's got milk. I don't know, do you like milk in your coffee? But only 69 gallons. Typical foods for Midsummer would be new potatoes, pickled herring, eggs. A sandwich cake is definitely possible. Sausages and meatballs is definitely also very common, like the mini sausages and meatballs. But I don't know what I'm in the mood for. I don't know. When the weather gets warmer like it is now, I'm not that much in the mood for like hot foods in the same way. So not, stews, warmer, bigger things, just food that takes long. It's just, no. Make things easy, light. Like something you could eat cold as well, like pasta salads and yeah, just salads. Simple stuff. There's something about the number 69 that just seems special. I wonder why. Very clueless to that, but I have no idea what you're referring to. I'm innocent. Now I've said that for the first time today. Thank you for that, Quano. Quano human. When? Very good question. When? No one knows. I don't know if it's a secret or just not proven that it's possible. In the beginning of this row we had, well, since it switched or turned the row, we got a lot of this reddish pinkish colors, and now when we're getting to the blue colors, there was also more like the apricot color underneath. So it's very different just on the same row how these colors are deciding to show up. I like it. If it hadn't been as, well, it's not that warm, but it just doesn't make sense for me to bake bread in the same way in the summer that it does in the winter. And I don't know why, but now Quano is in the chat, and there was some conversation a while back when he was talking about bread. I think was David baking bread, and Quano was talking about like how much bread he did in a day in the past. It's like, Quano's here. Should I bake bread? I don't know why that is, but now you're like kind of getting in the mood to bake bread, which I don't need. I have bread, and there's no point in making bread. So, I don't know. It's just some type of weird association, I guess. And don't ask me why that is, because I don't even know myself. I'm saying I made you have weird thoughts that doesn't make sense. Don't worry, it's a common event around you. Oh, I know that. That is that things doesn't make sense. Yeah. Oh. Any fun plans today? The weather's been so moody today. I don't know if I want to go out. But then again, my plan is not to go outside today because my plan was to hang out with all of you guys today. Until I'm bored. You've mostly been playing Batman. It's too hot for you to do the thinking. Yeah, no, I prepared. My plan is to hang out here all day. Pretty much. Because it's been a while since I actually did that. So I come well prepared today. I have coffee. I didn't finish my breakfast yet, but I do have that here. But I also prepared my lunch and possibly also my dinner. So, yeah. I'm not going anywhere. For a long time. So just feel free to hang out and keep me company, or I can keep you company while you do things you need to do, like cooking and cleaning and whatever. I'm just gonna sit here and talk to myself and you guys. But I'll be doing the talking. And you'll be typing. If you want to. Not sure I'll be working on this the whole time though. I do have options to what I could be working on, and who knows, maybe make a duck or so. Just start something for vacation with the kids. No travel in the travel way. More like day trips is what we do. But I promised Big Kid to go to Gröna Lund, which is like a big amusement park here with roller coasters and stuff. So the plan is to go there at some point during the summer. He's been there before. But yeah, now he's old enough to be able to do like all the rides because he's tall enough for that. Last time we went there, I want to say I was pregnant with Mini-Me, so I couldn't go on all the rides. So yeah, we talked about going there. And then I'm probably gonna go with Mini-Me and her dad to like it's kind of a zoo far away, but it's doable to go there like the same day. It's like 2 hours of driving time, so it's not too bad, and still, you know, go look at the animals and still have energy to drive back home. Most people go there and stay the night because it's so big you can't see everything in one day, but that just felt like it's too much, so we're probably going to make a day trip out of that. But I think that's the only plans I've really made so far. When weather allows it, it's just hanging at the beach probably. There's not really a big, budget for doing a lot of things. So you just have to do the best of the situation, if that makes sense. You're gonna use your newish graphic tablet for some work in Blender later. Well, that's, at least you have some plans, right? Your plans are laundry, dishes, feeding mom ×4, make sure she takes her meds, and then you might do some crafting after you made dinner. You do look forward to your mini vacation. Your mini vacation? What's your mini vacation, Rita? Wait, what are we talking about? Have you... You might have said something, I just don't know. Do I know? Have I remembered? Did I forget? I don't know. Yeah, I hope the summer is fairly decent weather so we can actually do stuff. It is both weather dependent and mood dependent, so planning too much ahead is not the best because moods can change and weather can change. I have the dishwasher going. I don't have any laundry to do today, so that's fine. Your goal today is to finish the straps on your knit tank top. That's a good plan. Finishing project is always a good plan. Do I have any projects I could finish today? I do have something we could finish, because that's definitely doable today. And that would be the Sun Bunny. But I think I lost the hook. That was a thing. There's a hook missing. I have lost my 4mm hook, and I don't know where I put it. You might get 2 nights off, so hubby will have mom, and your plan is to sleep at a hotel. Well, if you're taking 2 days off, you could visit me, you know. There's hotels in my city too, or there's some place to sleep here too. Cheaper than a hotel. Hint, hint. And you could be home within like an hour and a half. If something would happen. You know? But where I put my 4mm hook, I do not know. I misplaced the 3mm a while back, and then I got another one, and then I found so I do have 2 3mm ones. But my 4 has gone missing. And I want to say that the last time I used it was to work on that project. That Sun Bunny. So I don't know where else I could have put it. We need to make a head, we need to make a tail, and we need to assemble. That's what we still have to do on this one. So we do have the other ears and feet. Hello, Needlecraft Creations. How are you doing today? But it's definitely easier if I have other 4mm hooks. I'm just like, where's the one for this? It's just frustrating when you lose stuff. Because in my head, it should just be here on my bench. I didn't move it, to my knowledge. I am doing pretty good. I'm just enjoying some time to hang out with everyone. Because I can. What are your plans today? As long as you get to sleep, you're good. Yeah, you want to be close, which definitely makes sense. What you're seeing here underneath is just the same yarn in a different colorway that I made some squares out of. So this is the colorway of this shawl. But same yarn in a different colorway. I do like these colors a lot. This is a blanket for my Minime's dolls. You feel like a parent and not her daughter. Totally understandable that you feel like that. Being a caregiver, definitely, you know, there's more parenting emotions in that way. That type of feeling is definitely understandable and relatable in that way, for sure. Let's switcheroo a little bit on positions. Move my chair a bit. If it feels good, you're gonna take day trips to me. That sounds great. Yeah, I know you've talked about it, that it's tricky for you to get out and about for longer trips. Not that it's that long, but it does take some time to go to me and back and stay in here for a little bit. You know, if you get here, you don't want to just stay 45 minutes and go back on the next bus, pretty much. It's my guess is that you want to go and look at the yarns behind me and squeeze some yarn and have some coffee. And that is not done in a few minutes. Even though you have a larger stash than I do. Very much more substantial than mine. Yep, no. I actually helped Rita to sort and organize a little bit. I don't even know, like, how did we end up sorting your yarn when I was there last time? I don't know how it all started. But then all of a sudden, we were just pulling stuff left, right, and center and sorting stuff. So I want to say most of her Fable yarn is at least together now instead of like spread out in a bunch of boxes. But I don't know how it all started. I was thinking about it. It's like, how did it start? I know I sneak peeked in a box or so, but it's like all of a sudden I'm just sorting stuff. And there was boxes all over. And then you gifted some away, and then, yeah. Yarn is yummy. Indeed it is. So, easy row, yes. 1 and 2. Oh, come on now. Move over. Thank you very much. You have no idea? Me neither. I don't know. I am surprised though to how much you had candy hidden in the boxes. Like, oh, there was a box here. Oh, there's candy in this box. Oh, another box. Oh, there's candy in this box. Did you even know that you had it there? Well, I know you probably knew that there was candy, but not like in every box. And the amount. It's always good to have some candy hidden. I just have a hard time keeping it hidden. It just automatically just gets too close to me and disappears. Too often. It happens too often. That's... no, not there. You worked out a way to make the 1/6 scale wigs. Apparently there's strips of hair you can buy for making mini wigs on Amazon in the crafting section. It makes sense. There's plenty of different types of doll makers out there. They probably have a lot of different good suggestions to that, but like they need to get their material somehow. You had no idea about the candy? It sounds better like that. All innocent. Didn't know anything. Nope, I know nothing. Was your fingers crossed when you said that, Rita? Well, whenever mom feels better, and well, you might also feel poorly. Whenever you're both feeling better, I need to come and bring you your birthday present, and if you're up to it, we can do some more sorting. I can do more sorting if needed. You know, you can relax, even though it's not really relaxing, but yeah. I am so curious to what you have in your stash. So it's nice. It's fun to play Tetris with your yarn. I even got inspired enough to sort my own yarn a little bit here. Well, I had to fit the new yarn in, but I moved some stuff around. Just because I was already like in the sorting mood. Like I managed to get Mini-Me to try some clothes to see, you know, what fits, what doesn't fit, what has she grown out of, and sort that to the side. So that was nice. Not all her clothes though. She hates trying on clothes, so it's not at all something I expected to be able to do in one go. But we did go through all the pants. I think we figured out that there's like 3 pairs of pants that was too long in the legs, so we have to come over with those, Rita, so that you could shorten them a little bit for her. Because I don't know how to do stuff like that. You do it so much better. She had her fingers crossed. kind of have a little bit of a weird saying that it's just me, myself, and I that says this, because you have this liar, liar, pants on fire. But I turned it around and I usually say liar, liar, ants in pants instead because I think it sounds more funny. I don't know why. But liar, liar, ants in pants is what yeah, fingers crossed and stuff. Alright, how many stitches was I supposed to skip here? That many stitches. But another time. Sorting is fun when you're in the mood, and it's also always more fun to sort other people's stuff than your own. I don't know why that is. Hello, Rosangela. I have no idea what that means. Unfortunately, I only understand English, but yeah, I'm sorry. Well, English or Swedish? Swedish works. I was actually watching a live streamer the other day, a guy from Denmark that was just driving his truck. So I was practicing not just listening to Danish, but also reading the chat that was mostly Danish. Didn't see that happening anytime soon, but you know, that happened. Very interesting. There are so many weird rabbit holes you can fall into. No, now I did something I wasn't supposed to do. That's not what I was supposed to do this row. I was like, why did the row feel fast and now I'm doing stuff that does take long time? Because I was messing up here. I don't know how much I've used of this today, but it does feel like it, you know, it lasts for a long time. It doesn't look like that much, but it's so thin and there's so many kind of layers. It looks like nothing, but it takes some time. Also, it doesn't feel like it's a lot, you know, 200 meters, 218 yards. It just feels like not that much. Looking at the numbers. Like 200, nothing. but it is clearly longer than it feels. Oh. We're kind of gonna hide all of this green because it's gonna be fairly hidden in the next row. We're gonna see a little bit poking down because that's the only thing we're gonna see, and we're almost, you know, out of green, so I don't expect to see a lot of green this go round. I think the green has shorter, there's a little bit shorter of a color section with the green. It feels like it's a lot more blue and the peachy pink colors. The green kind of just blends in with the blue. It's just not as much of it. But I really like this green color. You're done with the baking. Mom is sleeping, so you can sit still and do nothing. Well, you can knit if you want to. But I'm definitely yay for sitting down. Preferably for a bit before you have to do something. How long do you get to sit until next time the home care will be there? Well, you can still sit while they do their thing, but they're gonna disturb your peace a little bit. So another hour and a half, perhaps-ish, that you can just sit and relax, as long as she keeps sleeping. Hurdy head? No. Do they have to do a lot of things differently when they come now since she tested positive? I'm just thinking they probably don't want to share that with other clients. Okay, they just added masks in the care. Kind of makes sense though. They are pretty good already at the hygiene stuff, so. I would expect that she's also not as much in the mood to do stuff, just more tired. So maybe more resting than... Well, I guess you have to keep her up for some of the day at least. Not laying in bed all day. If she's got energy to do that, to sit up some. Wheel around to eat. We did get some green over here. I thought we'd be not getting so much green, but we're at least getting green in the beginning. She's up between 8 and 11. And then she's resting. Oh, normally to 1, but you're changing it to 2. Up to 4:30. Rest to 6. Up to eat. Meds and stuff, and then bed. So she is up. Even though she's not feeling good. That is good. That is a sign of at least some type of energy still being there, so. Signs of not being too sick. Or that sick, I should say. Like, you know, only bed rest because there's no energy to do anything else. She's up a lot compared to others. Well, there's more fun stuff going on at home with you and yarn and stuff compared to, you know, just staying in a home. And she's got yarn to look at and suns to and other of your makes that she can put stuffing in. Some entertainment at least. Maybe not so much energy for it right this minute, but if you get it again, it's going to be your 8th time. Wow. Show you the shape of the make well, it is a triangular shawl, but we can flip it around. So here is the center, and it is going down here. It will be more triangular. Now it kind of looks a little wavy on the edge, but that's the center. And then it is very straight up at the top. It doesn't have that much of a bend. It's not like a crescent shape. It's just very, very straight up at the top. So it's kind of, we can look at it this way. We have these little smaller sections here. You see the holes there. It's the same holes there, and it's also what I'm working on right now. These little, this row is what I'm doing again now. And then we have these like larger peaks that is a little bit more meshy. We also have them here. And I will just continue doing the repeat, because it's the smaller section, the larger section, the smaller section, and the larger section. I have made them in a lot of different ways, in like where I end the rows, or like the finished project. I had one that I ended with just these larger peaks. I've had some ending on a very straight edge, so straight edges or pointy edges. I know I blocked one to really make this shape stand out, but I've also blocked one that was more like just a point where these corners kind of disappeared. So I did really stretch that one out, but I kept the other peaks because I really, there's ways to finish this in different ways. You could just finish on a row with these smaller peaks, like before the row I'm doing now, or the smaller little peaky points, or larger and fewer. It doesn't necessarily need to be a straight edge on a shawl. I have no idea how this one's gonna turn out. Depends on when I feel like yarn is running out and where I'm at that point. If it's gonna be a straight or a wavy edge. But even though the colors are like, there's so much random colors, it's not random, but it's not color placed. There's no color controlling. You see this shape here, it is the same shape down here, but they look very different due to all the color changes. And on the other side it looks a bit different in another way. There's more greens on this side. We have green here and this row here. There's still green here, it just doesn't pop as much. There's more of the darker reds, and I expect that to change as further, getting down further, that the colors are just gonna be moving around. Not so much like peachy apricots down here, a little bit up here, but it's more of those lighter colors clustered together or clumped together in other places. There's so many different shapes that shawls can be, but I want to say that most of the shawls that the designer behind this pattern, Red Teapot, have this very traditional triangular shape to it. It doesn't, like the top of it is just very straight. Of course you can if you have a shawl that is kind of twisting a little bit to become a little bit more, well, crescent shaped up at the top, you can always block it more straight if that's what you prefer. Some people like to have it more of not a semicircle, but to have it over the shoulder, slightly bent, or well, a little bit like a crescent top part, so it drapes nicely over the shoulders. And you can also like block it to that shape if you prefer. But where is my 4mm crochet hook? I don't know. I sorted stuff on my desk. I don't think I lost it in my cleaning up the desk area. It would make no sense. Why would it disappear when I'm cleaning? Or did I clean before and lost it after? Frustration. I don't take these hooks out because I don't want to lose them, so it should be at home somewhere. I have hooks that is travelable, and I have hooks that only stay at home. Because I like these hooks. It's my favorite tulip Edemos, and they are a bit pricier than the hooks I take outside. Because I'm not as sad if I lose a hook that didn't cost me an arm and a leg. Even though like these doesn't cost an arm and a leg. I've seen hooks that's way more expensive than this. It's just there is more affordable ones, and I can definitely feel more okay in losing one of them, if that makes sense. Rita, did you get some coffee now since you're sitting down? I hope you have some coffee. Sit down with some coffee and possibly knit. I love that when I was helping Rita sort stuff, the biggest smile on her face was like, "Hey, you got a few extra boxes now that is empty. Now you have room for the yarn that is coming." Because she was like, "I don't know where to put the yarn. Like, I have yarn coming, but I don't know where to put it." It's like, yeah, now you have empty boxes. Now you can hide it. But just the smile is like, ooh, I have space. There was some Tetris to be played, trying to just stash away the yarn that arrived when I was there. We didn't sort the boxes through there, but we did. That yarn was tucked away, and then we sorted other yarn. You got coffee. That is great. If not, you should have gotten some, you know? It's mandatory to have coffee when you sit down and relax. My opinion. There's no mandatory coffee unless you need it to become human and to be able to socialize with people. If you're the type of person that needs like coffee in probably an IV bag in the morning to become decent to talk to, then yes, mandatory to have your coffee. I don't have coffee every day. And sometimes I have coffee multiple times a day. Depends on what I'm doing. If I'm just home by myself, I can easily go without coffee. It's very like a social thing to drink coffee in Sweden. To have some fika. Coffee and some, well, pastry or a bun or something. Yummy. The Batman game is driving you bonkers. You're trying to get the aerial attack off a stunned enemy into another trophy, but you keep getting the button combo wrong. That sounds like a button combos. Practice makes perfect, and apparently you need to practice some more. Oh, I have an itch on my back where I cannot reach. Oh, I hate it. Don't you just hate it when there's an itch and you can't reach it? Ah! Typical, just my luck. Let's do that instead. And then put you back there. Thanks for all the thumbs up, you guys. My hair! Some more hair for the bingo cards. Sneaker third hand needed. An extra third hand to push the right buttons. I don't know about a lot of people having third hands though. When you're getting the trophy, you're gonna run around the house going, no, 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 you're Batman. I hope it happens soon then, so you can celebrate it by running around the house. Do you have like a Batman costume or something to make it even extra, extra, extra? Funny, I should ask. You do have a rubber Batman mask. Why is that funny that I'd ask? Does it feel childish to have like a Batman costume? I bet that there's a bunch of adults that has like costumes or pajamas of whatever cartoons they like, but they would never admit to it. A Batman PJ with the Batman mask? There's probably a bunch. And some would admit to it. Probably just not as many. Probably also not as easy to find adult-sized stuff like that compared to as like, a kid PJ. So I guess that might be the one of the things also it's just not easy to find. But I bet that there's a bunch out there. So I don't think that you should be ashamed to say that you own a Batman mask. There's nothing to be ashamed of that. Out of all the things you do that are childish, the Batman mask is probably one of the least childish things. Exactly. Also, Batman is not really for, smaller children, so. You once forgot that you had it on and you freaked out the postman. I've seen someone. Oh, that's a funny one. I want to say she was filming something for, I don't know, a YouTube video or TikTok or something, and she was putting on some really, really nice looking makeup, like the effects type of makeup. She was looking like a real monster. And then she had to open the door. So she was filming herself open the door because she's like, just my luck. Here I am, all, freaked out makeup, and I have to go open the door for the mailman. So she was like recording his reaction, and she's like, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if she said it or he said it, but like something about like, oh, I'm recording a video or something. And he just laughed. It's like, yeah, it's fine. Sunflower is back. Yay. So what are you up to, Sunflower? I have made some more progress on the big sunflower blanket. It has grown some, but at the moment it just it kind of is on pause. Well, because I'm working on this. But I was working on the sunflower blanket quite some. Oh, I hid it under yarn. Let's move yarn. Just so I can get the blanket out. Work at 9 in... Ooh, you're gonna go to a summer concert? That sounds fun. So blanket is now, well, we're only gonna see a bit of it. This is the center. So I've done the center, and then I want to say, is it like 1 or 2 repeats of the brown? And then we've gotten some gold in this. So I used less than 3 smaller skeins on the brown, and I have used 1 mega ball and started on the next mega ball for the yellow so far, or the gold. But it is, if I put my elbow in the center corner, yeah, it's like an arm length ish so far. But that one's gonna get bigger. I want to see how much yarn I can use for that, but I will have to do some, I don't know, my own calculations and figure stuff out as I go, since the math isn't mathing according to the pattern after a certain round. So however it's gonna turn out, I don't know yet. Every Thursday, a town near you puts on a concert during the summer. Oh, that is cool. So is it a bunch of different artists, or is it just like one each week? Because we have concerts here where, you know, we have maybe one band playing for, I don't know, let's say half an hour or something, an hour perhaps, and then there's another one and they switch for a little bit. Classic car shows and crafting vendors, that sounds fun. Yeah, we have some car events here that I like to participate when I can, so yep. I don't know when I know there's one here in town soon. I don't know when that is, the car meet. And then there's one really, really big one in the next town over. That's like a Thursday to Saturday type of event. So I'm gonna be going there at some point during those days. I don't know. Hopefully on the Friday or the Saturday. It kind of also depends on um like if I have big kid with me, possibly I can get my dad to pick us up if he's going, cuz he's got a nice car for that. You wish I could come with you. I'm fun to talk to. Well, I do love classic cars. Something that is very different from here compared to a lot of other places, or, well, not a lot of, in the US, you can't have alcoholic beverages in your cars. I don't know if that's all states. I don't know how it is in Canada with that, with like open containers. In Sweden, as long as the driver is sober, you can have a blast. Um, so that is also, that's a big of a difference. When there's car meets here, um, a lot of people are plastered. They are just totally hammered, and it's just a big party. If I will stream or film, possibly I could film. Not sure I'd stream, but I did film some last year. I don't know how much I shared of that though. You consider me a friend? Well, I considered you all friends. I'm hanging out here with my friends. I love hanging out here with my friends. That's why I'm here as often as I can. Who knows? Maybe I'll drive my dad's car and he's gonna have the party. That could happen. I grew up going with my dad to car meets. There was so many there's so many fun stories from my childhood with stuff that happens on car meets and just silly summer fun. My dad he still has it, but it's not drivable. It's kind of a home built. He got some, bits and pieces from different cars. Um, but overall, it's like a Chevy truck. It's just, yeah, bits and pieces from different cars. So there's a truck bed from one car, and it kind of looks like a Chevy truck. And that car has been going through it all. In the UK, drivers think they are drunk driving, run through red lights. They don't think they don't have to stop at junctions. Yeah, I don't know if I'd dare to drive in the UK, to be honest. Also, you drive on the wrong side of the road, so that isn't helping. Hello, Rihanna. Welcome in. But my dad's car, this fine Chevy of his, he decided one year that he was going to paint it before the big summer meet. And he decided this the day before the summer meet. It was good weather. So he got some paints out. He got a yellow, a orange, and a red. I don't know if he actually mixed the orange by himself, that he had a yellow and a red. It doesn't really matter. But the car was yellow before he started. It was like a darker yellow color. It also had a sunroof, but he painted the car like a lighter, brighter yellow instead. Why am I getting stuck here? So a lighter, brighter yellow, but he only bothered to actually paint the car where you can see it. And he's got the sunroof. He didn't want to mess up the sunroof. So the car actually never got painted on top of the roof, only up to the, to the sides, whatever you could see as you're standing on the ground, and, not that big of a, he couldn't be bothered. And then it started to rain as he decided to go for the next, first he painted the yellow somewhat, it started to dry, and then he started to make flames with the orange and the red. But at some point it started to, rain a little bit. So he just drove the car or the hood of the car into the garage so that he could at least paint it without having rain on himself, pretty much. And the day after, car meet, so we went there. The paint hadn't really totally dried either, so all the bugs that we were just, driving and there was bugs hitting the car, it kind of got dented slightly. But also, he painted it with a roller and paintbrush. Painting in that way, you don't get a smooth finish. Also, added bugs, not a smooth finish. The car still has the same colors as, there's nothing been added to the paint since then. It's still very pretty with the yellow, red, and orange. I love that car. It's awesome. I don't remember if that's the summer he decided to take the patio furniture and throw up on the truck bed, or if that was the year after or something, but he had one year that he decided to take the patio furnitures that he had made himself. It was just like a table and two benches, but he threw them up there on the truck bed, and we were sitting up there as we were just cruising downtown, because it is the next town over from where I live now. It is a little bit further from where my dad lives, but we were all squeezing into the cab of the car. And over when we finally got to like that city for the cruising and the meeting, car meet, me and Dad was sitting up at the back of the truck. His then girlfriend and her kids were in the car most of the time. They did sit up there for a little bit now and then, but most of the time it was just me and my dad up there. We did get some fun company, because that happens when you have room in your car for a car meet and there's a cruising, you have people wanting to join in. It's a lot of fun. I know that there was a Norwegian guy that jumped up there and he was sitting for a bit. Don't really recall much more than that. But there's always a lot of blasting music and alcohol. That's just Swedish summer. Car meets, a lot of fun. I have actually not driven my dad's newest car. Well, it's from 59, so it's not the new car, but the one he's cruising around with these days. I haven't been driving it. I have been in it, so I might have to practice drive it a little bit to see how it handles before I drive it for a car meet. But that's an easy thing to fix. For a few years I was driving around a Cadillac Eldorado, a convertible. That one handled like a freaking boat. It felt like driving a boat. It was just big. It was nice to cruise around in, but it really felt like a boat. Ugh, why is this? My hair is bothering me today. Annoying. I hope you're all being comfy in the scrap basket today. Just lurking away. Wow, of course she did. So mom noticed that you sat down and could ask for stuff. Clearly, she woke up from her nap. Hello, Momentos de Crochet. You're from Portugal? That is cool. Unfortunately, I do not speak anything else but, well, English and Swedish, but I do understand the other Scandinavian languages, mostly ish. I do get to practice understanding Norwegian with Rita. Her Swedish is still, there's still Norwegian words. So I do get some practice from there. And just like the other day, I was watching a Danish truck driver live streaming. There was some Danish practicing. He did, however, prefer me typing in English because he's like, yeah, no, understanding Swedish wasn't his thing. He was driving in Sweden though. I think that's the why I stuck around hanging out in that chat because he was actually driving to places close to me. I was like, "Are you gonna drive by my city?" He's like, "No, unfortunately not." But he did drive on roads I haven't been on for quite some time, like more south from where I'm at now, where I actually used to live before. So are you crocheting right now, Momentos? Do you have something that you enjoy more or less when you crochet? Like, do you like to do wearables or amigurumis? Like, what's your thing? At the moment, we have a shawl on my hook, but I'm a bit all over the place when it comes to crochet. Shawls, blankets, amigurumis, wearables. My dishwasher's finished. It just told me so. Good thing I don't have to deal with it right now. Is this the first time I have had... Yeah. Is it? No. I have some reddish in this ridge. The other ridges have been... Well, there's been some red in this ridge here. just a little bit in the ridges, but not like now, where we have a lot more in this ridge, with kind of both sides being red. And we're gonna have peach soon. Nice. You're doing a bag of squares. That is nice. You still prefer your automatic manual dishwasher called David? Because, you know, David gets the job done? Or, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of doing dishes and laundry and stuff. It's just, meh. Hello, Jenny. Good morning. Do I have a pattern to this gorgeous one? You'd like to try it. This is a Ceylon tea shawl by Red Teapot Atelier, or Red Teapot. If you are familiar with Hobie, the website, and you are, you know, you can buy the pattern from there. If you're a Plus member, you can get it for free as one of the 3 downloads from that. Or it's available on Ravelry, I know, possibly on Etsy, but I know Ravelry has it and the Hobie website. I don't know if Red Teapot has her own website that you could download from, but as far as I know, it's like a paid pattern at least. And I want to say, we did calculate a little bit, and I want to say this is my 5th time doing this pattern. But the first time I do it in lace weight yarn. I have done it in 1 or 2 weight yarn in the past. But this is the first time I do it in lace weight. And I want to say the other ones have all been done in cakes that changes colors, like a gradient type of color change. This one has a lot of shorter color fades. Similar to this one, but like, yeah, cakes like this is what I've used before. Most of my yarn I get through Hobie. This is a Hobie yarn. It looks like this. It's called Twisted Love. And it has a lot of colors inside of it. But most of my yarn is Hobie yarns. I have been getting more and more yarn that isn't Hobie yarn, that has been gifted to me from like the US. I am in Sweden, so it's kind of tricky for me to sometimes get yarn. But Hobie is a Danish company, and Denmark and Sweden is very close, so it is very handy for me to purchase from there. But I do really like cakes with, well, long gradient color transitions, I'd say. Well, I do have like this one, and similar to this. Mostly the yarn I use is either 100% cotton or cotton acrylic blends. I do have some acrylic yarns as well, but I do like these thinner yarns as my go-to. There's always something like this in my stash. Or, well, my stash is pretty much thinner yarns. This is also another Hobie yarn. They have discontinued the Friends Wheel Multi, but some of the colorways that used to have Friends Wheel Multi on them are now Twister. So I was correct in saying that Friends Wheel Multi and Twister was the same yarn, because they have now relabeled them Twister. I know this colorway is still existing, and was it like Water Reef or something? Cold Water Reef? I have seen those being renamed to Twister. I want to say that they just named these or put them in the Friends line and made their own thing, because Friends has a totally different, like there's a whole collection of different fibers with, you can mix and match them. So there's cotton yarns and like mohair, kid silk, where all the colors were, you know, all the color red had a certain number, and then you can mix and match. So if you'd go to, I want to say red was a red color called tomato was number 40. So if you went for the Friends wheel, number 40 would be red, and the cotton would be red 40 tomato. So you could mix fibers but still have the same colors. Yes. Where you at, Jenny? Hobie did ship to a lot of different countries. They have slimmed down where they ship to very recently. They used to ship to, what countries did they stop shipping to? Japan, New Zealand. I want to say there was another, Singapore perhaps, and Australia that they stopped shipping to. But they do ship to Canada, US, Greenland, like all over Europe. You're in the US, you can definitely order from Hobie then. Just Hobie.com. HOBBII. Well, it is on the little label. That's, if we can get focus. That's their logo. That's just that.com, and you should find it. Something a lot of people are not aware of when they purchase, like, you need to look at the specs, because a cake can look really big, but they're not always big, because the yarn is thin. You get a lot of yardage, but it's a thinner yarn than you used to. Because I know it's a lot more popular, especially in the US, to use with like 4-weight worsted yarn. And most of these cakes are more like 1-2 weight. So you get a lot of yardage, but the cakes are small and the yarn are thin. I think that's one of the biggest complaints I've seen. Like, oh, I got this yarn, but it's the cake is so small. It's like, yeah, but it's a lot of yards because the yarn is thin. So that there's, you might need to do a little bit of research and compare. I do love this type of yarn, and I know a lot about the yarn because it's my go-to. So I'm very happy to help if there's any questions. I'm not affiliated or sponsored or anything. I just like to share my knowledge about the yarn I love. And I like to listen to what other people have to say about the yarn they like. Also, what they dislike. Because that's how we learn, right? We can learn from others' mistakes. If someone's like, oh, I bought this yarn, but the cake is so small. And I never used this thin yarn. Is there any tricks to it? You like my work? You want me to open it up so you can see it a bit better? I do also have 2 live streams at the same time. If you look at the top of the chat, there is a link, and that will take you to the other live stream. I have one horizontal and one vertical view, and if you're on the vertical, you only get to see a little bit of what I'm working on. On the horizontal, you get to see a lot more. You can pretty much see my whole bench on the horizontal compared to the vertical one. Good morning, Charlotte. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Also on the horizontal stream, you get to see my face if you're curious to what I look like and you haven't seen my face before. There's that option. So yeah, the horizontal, you get a bigger overview of what I'm doing. Which to some is more interesting than just a close-up of my hands working. You can pick and choose. I know the vertical works better for some when they are on mobile devices, so. But that also explains that I'm talking to people and you might not see them in the chat because they are in the chat on the other stream. Your name is Anna Paula. I'll try to remember that. Anna is easier for me to remember, I'd say, because Anna is also the name of my mother, and it's also my, well, one of my middle names. And my other middle name, we actually have someone else in chat with a very similar name, because we got Charlotte here, and I happen to have the middle name Charlotta, which is kind of Charlotte, with an A instead of an E at the end. Just fun facts. I do have two N's in my Anna, though. So there's a little bit of a difference, but very similar. Very random facts today, though. You love the colorway. You purchased this weight of yarn, but you haven't used it yet. Ooh. Do you have any plans for what you want to do? Or you just purchased it to look at it and have some petting yarn time? I really love this one. And I did get before I got this yarn, I did get just one of these skeins to test it out when it was a new yarn, but I got it in a different colorway. So one of this skein actually made 9 squares. This is the willow square. So I made 9 squares, and this is now a blanket for my mini-me's dolls, like for Barbie dolls and stuff. So this is just a different color, but the same yarn. This is more of the rainbows with the yellow, and also we don't have that in here. I want to say this has more green, but also the yellow. This doesn't feel like it has as much green, but it also has, you know, extra blue. This is more of an even amount of the colors in it. I have done more of these squares in the past. I do like how the willow squares look. It is a bit of a, you know, extra fun. It's not a typical granny square. It has some extra fun to it with the circle and these like kind of shells. Sometimes you just need something extra. You haven't crocheted with yarn this thin, but you also plan to do a shawl. I hope you enjoy it. I work mostly with, I want to say 1, 2, and 3 weight yarns. From time to time I go bigger and sometimes smaller, or like, you know, thinner. I guess it's also dependent on what I have in my stash, kind of. You need to find a good pattern. Well, if we're talking about shawls, I have made quite a few shawls. So I might have a good pattern or two up my sleeve. Kind of depends a little bit of what you're looking for. Do you want more of an intricate, detailed pattern? Are we looking at some, you know, are you easy patterns? More advanced patterns? Do you have a special occasion that you want to wear the shawl that needs to be like extra lacy, perhaps? Thinner yarns and, you know, summer shawls, I do prefer to have more of a lacy vibe, or like holes in them. If it's a shawl more for the winter, I prefer it to be more closed, and more, you know, more of a solid fabric if it's there to keep me warm. I have a full hanger full of shawls. And I do wear shawls when I go out. Maybe not so much right now, it's starting to get warm. Or, well, it is warmer outside. I don't have the need for a shawl unless it's a, summer night over the shoulder type of thing. You've been doing it for a long time. You love lace and thin yarn, but it's for a summer shawl. Hello, Carrie. Welcome in. This pattern in particular, I've said I've probably done 5, or this is number 5. It could be number 6. I really like the simplicity of it, and it is a well-written pattern. Red Teapot is a great designer and great at writing patterns. One thing I like with this pattern, it doesn't have any puffs. No puff stitches or popcorns. Well, I like popcorns, but it's just... yeah, I like the simplicity. I am from Sweden, Carrie. Puff stitches and I have a love-hate relationship. I am not the biggest fan of puff stitches. Then I don't know. I decided to take on a commission to make a cardigan that was pretty much just puff stitches. It was like over 4,000 puff stitches. So that was puff stitch purgatory cardigan. Yay me. I don't know why I decided to say yes to that. But at least my puff stitches are a lot more neat and consistent, which I felt was a big issue in the past, that it was hard to keep them nice. Good morning, Nana Michelle. No work today, so you can hang out. That is awesome. What are you going to be crocheting today? Because that's, I would assume that if you don't have work today, you're going to be crocheting, right? You have a few patterns, you just need to pick one and go for it. You're working on a granny stitch rectangle blanket now, 4-weight yarn. What color? Colors are fun. We could do a little bit of a different thing here for a bit. I see that there's, we're talking about shawls. How about we just get that out of the way. You get to look at that while I just move things around. Where's the thing? Yeah, okay. I'm just going to move stuff around. For simplicity, and so we can see stuff. And we get to do this. For those on the vertical that didn't see my face yet, here am I. I just got my rack of things, and let's just, inspire with some shawls. What do you say? Should I get some shawls going? Because I have a few shawls that I have made. I tested this for a friend that designed the pattern. I don't know if she actually released the pattern yet. My bad, sorry. But it has a bit of a different texture. There's plenty of fun, different things that I haven't done before. So that's fun. I have a pattern of my own creation, actually. This is my derailed shawl. I do have that posted on my Ravelry, so I have actually, released a pattern of my own. But this is available. As you can see, I do like my, thinner yarns. Mandala Ombre Sheet, Cream and Plum. I like color changing yarn, and yeah, that sounds fun. You're working on 2 baby blankets for a set of twins. That's fun. You miss working thinner yarns? Well, maybe thinner yarns and baby blankets isn't everyone's cup of tea. I do like to make baby blankets in thin yarns, so. This is a poncho, but for funsies. I do have I made a poncho out of a shawl pattern. So there's a shawl with the same, well, there's a shawl pattern that looks like this. I just made it into a poncho. It's called the Kriya. And this is 2 cakes of yarn actually. 1 cake of yarn going from the teal down to the purple, and then the next cake was purple to the black. So it's just the same color of both cakes made the transition kind of seamless in a way. Okay. Here's the hanger with the shawls. Do we see all the colors? So this is what I was, this is what we're gonna look through. I'm gonna take them down one by one, but there's a hanger in here. A very neat IKEA hanger, actually, because I'm from Sweden. I have stuff from IKEA. First thing is sparkly. I don't remember the name of the pattern, but it could be a red teapot. I want to say perhaps possibly Darjeeling tea, and that would be the same designer as the pattern I'm working on right now. I can tell you this is Twister Glitter and the colorway Mermaids. There is sparkle in this yarn. I know it's kind of hard to see it unless we're looking at the darker side, and the sparkle is silvery in this one. Another Twister Glitter. I have no idea about the pattern for this one. And Twister Glitter in, I don't know what colorway, but the sparkle is pink, going from this like baby blue down to teal, darker teal, pink, and dark pink. Thank you. Could this be, yes, my own pattern, not written down, not named, no nothing, but my own creation of, I think we had a name at some point, perhaps. At some point there's a plan to put the pattern on paper and release it. Hasn't happened yet. Don't remember if the color name was Berry Rose or something on this one. Could it be a dahlia or an azalea from Hobie? It's either a cotton or a cotton acrylic blend. But that's another shawl. Here is actually a Kriya shawl, the one I just said that I made into a poncho in a very ombre minty color. Sultan Pastel. Could the color be, I don't remember the colorway. What I do remember is that I made a baby blanket in the same colorway. So the white and the darker stripe we're seeing at the bottom is actually left over from when I did that other pattern. So just to use up the leftover like scraps, I took them and incorporated them in a different way, because this dark color is the same as up here. So I put the white in on the dark color and the darker color at, so it's like just opposite for funsies. So I did that. I have a freaking flies from my plants. My plants likes flies or something. Granny stitch, just granny clusters in some shades of blue, Sultan cake. Just some nice shades of blue. Even a simple thing as a granny stitch can be very, very fun. I don't remember if there's a name for this pattern. I did find it as a diagram on Pinterest, and I went for it. This is a Sultan Deluxe in like a very rainbowy, or yeah, rainbowy colors. I like the transitioning on this. The Sultan Deluxe has a little bit more yardage, and the yarn is twisted together. In the regular Sultans, the yarns are not twisted together. It's like 4 strands held together, not twisted together. So there's a bit of a difference between the different cakes. Some do like where the strands are not twisted together, and some think that's a very tricky thing to work with. So that is something that could be new for some, very common on hobby, but it's I like it. I like both of them. I don't remember much about this yarn. I know this was a kind of a novelty yarn that I found in a local yarn store. There's some linen and cotton. It's just a blend of different fibers. And I did it a bit different with these like 5 peaks. It's a bit of a different shape. But it is very lacy. The pattern for this one, Rita, there's no pattern. I kind of made it up. I was inspired by something else. Next, Derailed. My own pattern again, the one that's published. But we have it in a slow gradient from this kind of a pink to purple, or like wine to darker wine. But you do see the pattern a little bit more clearly in this kind of more solid color, even though it's not solid, but it's not as much as the other the other Derailed has a lot of different colors going. And they look a bit crooked, a lot of these now, because of how they've been hanging. I did block them all at once, but on the hangers they get a little crooked, so it only needs a little bit of blocking again, and the peaks will be more straight. I don't remember. I think this is another random Pinterest diagram pattern. I want to say that the colorway is chocolate rose, and it's possibly a dahlia from Hobby. But I think this one needs to be a little bit further away so we can see all the colors. I do like this. Very like chocolatey, just overall chocolatey. You made my Derailed shawl. I'm happy to hear stuff like that. I know there a few people have done it, but yeah, it's not that many. I have given the pattern away a couple of times. It's been a while since I did that. Where did I find this pattern? I don't remember. You want to make a shawl in wool? Like a thick one or a lacy one? Because you can do either way. With do you have a fun wool yarn to use for that? I don't remember what this pattern is, but it's full of popcorns. As you can tell, all of these are popcorns. So this is very, very textured, and it's like an asymmetrical, going from white down to blues to a black. And this I actually made to wear at a funeral. So this is kind of my funeral shawl, if we put it at that, because it's simple enough, but something is going on, and it's not, I don't know how common it is for you guys to have funerals to be more in bright colors than just everyone wearing black. I know black is a very traditional thing, but here I see less and less of that. People are requesting to like wear colorful things, celebrate, have, we're not going to be sad about it. It's, life must go on. So I felt like this was good enough. I had a blue dress. So a blue dress and a shawl to go with it. I'm happy about that. virus shawl in a Stenley cake. Stenley is also a place where I've gotten some yarn from, thanks to Rita. And this one actually was this colorway I got from Stina. She was in here a bit before she had to go to work, my World of Crochet. She gave me this one. Really nice, like a mint color. I don't know how much you can see that it actually is a mint to lavender, and then like a magenta and or fuchsia. Yeah, a pinkish color. And then purple. But this is the virus shawl. And I have done quite a few of the virus shawls as well. Nice and lacy if you want it that type of pattern. I have done a lot more shawls than what you're seeing here, but I have sold a bunch and I have gifted some as well. Another more of a asymmetrical, going from black into like a bluish gray and then into yellows. I even snuck in, where is it, a few rows of puff stitches in here. I hate puff stitches, but still there is puff stitches in this shawl. It is mostly it's kind of like a granny cluster, but instead of 3 double crochets, it's just 2 double crochets. We're almost at the end. There's still a few here. And then there's a few that I didn't fit on the hanger, but we're going for the ones that on a hanger today. Random Pinterest diagram. Actually a very, very lacy one. This is one of the first I made with these thinner yarns because I wanted to see how big is a shawl gonna be if I only use one cake of, I want to say it was 200 grams, 800 meters, 4 strands, not twisted together, but I found it at a local dollar store here in Sweden for ish $7. But I had no idea what I was getting. Like, this was one of my first experiences with these yarns. So I was like, how big is a shawl gonna be? Let's test it out. And it's, as you can see, it's nice and big. So, you can play around with that. Sometimes you need 2 cakes to make a shawl this big. But if you're going for a really lacy one, as you can see, it's pretty much just lace. You don't need to have a lot of yarn in comparison. If you do a lot of popcorns or just a very dense pattern, it's going to be smaller. You can make a virus shawl. I made a virus shawl in superwash merino for my grandma. I want to say that there's some videos of me working on that. So yeah, I've made virus in merino. Very similar to this one, because that one was like also purples but some pinks and blues. This is just one cake of something. I want to say this is a limited color, Black Friday or Halloween. A cotton cake of some sort. But in a virus shawl in purples. I have to reclaim my chair later. I'm just going to move these to the side and then I'm putting them back on the hanger later. But another virus shawl. Halloweeny colors though. Very spooky. Orange to gray and black. So the last, well, all these virus shawls, they're very, very different. And something some see when they see the virus shawl is they see owls along the spine. Where's the spine? Do you see the owls in the spine? Like there's the eyes and like a body and eyes and body going down. And with the spine, I mean, the middle that goes down the whole row of everything. The last shawl that moved out of here was, or the most recent shawl. What was it called? It was full of skellies. Lost Souls? Yeah, Lost Souls, full of spooky stuff. No, yeah, but it's full of skellies. Let's put that pile over there and hope it doesn't fall down. I have a fly on my floor and now it's dead. Do I have some paper? I don't know. Maybe. Let's just move that out of the way. I don't like fly bugs. Don't want to have squished flies under my feet. Thank you very much. So yeah, that's a bunch of shawls that maybe inspired some of you that were in the mood to make some shawls. There's probably plenty of other types of shawls out there. Yeah, there is, and I have made others. I just don't have any left of them. Back to my bench. You're cutting up a shirt for quilting. Are you gonna, like, you didn't have enough of craft stuff that you could do, Rita? Now we're doing some quilting too. Thank you, Suzanne. Okay, so now we have talked a little bit about shawls that I have made. Did you guys get inspired? You have fun doing new stuff? Well, that is good. Corner to corner. I have not, have I done a shawl in corner to corner? I've done other things in corner to corner, but I don't think I've done a shawl. Well, not the typical corner to corners, at least. I have, you know, some of the shawls are kind of a corner to corner, just not the traditional corner to corner type of stitch with the clusters. Hope you have a great day too, Jenny. Happy to share, happy to inspire, happy to just talk about crochet with like-minded people. We're starting to get a dent in this. It's actually, yeah, not that much left on this one. But don't worry, I have 4 more to go. There is more yarn. I don't think I'm gonna finish this one today though. I don't think I can work my way through 4 of these today. That's a little bit much to ask, I think. I may be a fast crocheter, but I don't feel like that is, that's not doable. Not that it's a tricky pattern. There's definitely patterns that is easier to do and can work up faster. But I'm probably gonna get quite a lot done on this if I only do this. Which still to be decided. I didn't put a stitch marker in at the beginning of this stream, which I rarely do. Could be fun to try and remember that. Put a stitch marker in, crochet away, and then we'll see how far I get. But that's that ship has sailed. I've been crocheting for almost 4 hours, so a little late for that this time, but I was pretty good at that at one point when I was working on a blanket that I kept putting stitch markers in. I had a lot of stitch markers to remove out of that blanket when that was finished, but it's still, yeah, no, it's I'm not good at it. When I did put the stitch markers in, I forgot to like, oh, how far did we get? We didn't revisit where the stitch marker was at from the beginning to the end most of the times. But at least getting a stitch marker in would be a good start. So that if I would be able to remember that I put one in, that we could look back. Hello, Tracy. Good morning. How are you doing? I want to say that I started somewhere down here, because I don't know, we were not working on this row. I did that the other day. We were here somewhere. This is how much we've done today so far. So I did know a little bit-ish of where we started. So we haven't done a full repeat yet, because this part here needs to be added afterwards. Starting here, yeah, that's a full repeat, and we've done that part of the repeat. I want some music back in my ears. How many balls of yarn do I think I will use in total? Well, I did get 7, and I'm gonna use it until I kind of basically run out of yarn. I did see someone making this same pattern using 8. And I want to say that the first time I saw this pattern being made out of this yarn, there was a comment saying that she used 6 for that one. And it's, I want to say it's the pattern designer, possibly even, that did it, but I'm not 100% sure. I know Hobie is using the video on their website of some showing off this pattern in this yarn in a different colorway, which was my initial inspiration. I was like, yeah, that looks fun. And since more people has made the pattern in the same yarn and have posted on the Hobby website, in underneath the yarn you can go and look at what other made, or like the picture gallery. Some do have their notes on how many skeins they used. But I have 7. And I'm gonna go until I run out of yarn. That is my plan. I think it's gonna be big enough for me to be happy with it at that point. If I feel like it needs to be bigger, then I'll reconsider. But I think 7 sounds like a good number. And it will be bigger as it's blocked as well. Good, Charlotte. I'm happy to inspire. And I'm really happy about inspiration I get from you guys as well. I don't know if you've seen, other creators have posted a lot of big posts about it. I have the Discord server that you can join to, share pictures and just chit chat a little bit. I do have the Facebook group, which was also for sharing pictures of what you guys are making. But now YouTube has also opened up a feature where you guys can post pictures on the community tabs in the channels. And I did also press the button to enable that. So that's also an option to share pictures through my community tab. I did make a post mentioning it, but I don't know if people picked up on that. I want to say that what I use mostly, and it might not look like I'm so active, but my Discord is where that is where I would say I am most active. But I think also, like, not all of the sharing is there. Like, people send me messages and just share to me. So either like on Discord or sometimes Facebook Messenger. But I do like to see what you guys are doing. I am on Instagram as well. Very not active there. But that's also a way to share pictures with me. You thought the asymmetrical one was C2C? Well, kind of, maybe. Like, all of the shawls are kind of corner to corner-ish, if you think about it, but it's just a different type of way of doing it. But yeah, no, I don't have actual, like, corner to corner in the typical corner to corner stitch with the clusters. None of them is like that. and then we're gonna have to figure out which of these skeins will be next. I am trying to make the transitions as seamless as possible, but it's not always gonna be perfect or a nice fade. But as we're working on it, and you know, the color changes are a little bit less noticeable with the rows being longer and a lot of things just going on, it will be easier to fade in the color changes. But here on the previous one, we did go from a pink one to a pink one. I haven't tucked away those tails yet. And over here we have a green to green one. We do have a factory knot, which I'm gonna deal with that later. But that's blue to blue, so I was fine with that. So I do like to try and do that. And what I can see here is we're getting to like blue or green possibly. So I just need to figure out which one to line it up with. We have red on that one. And the other ones, well, we do have blue. Blue with a little bit of green, that could be the one to go for. And we have more blue. Seeing that it's green, I'm probably gonna go for this one that has a little bit of green to change into as the next one. That's my guess. But it's gonna be easier to see as we have gone closer. Since the blue and the green does really fade in good with each other, they are the colors next to each other, so it doesn't look weird if I go from the green to the blue or vice versa. Do you have any fun plans today, Tracy? You gonna be crocheting and relaxing, perhaps? And why do I get the feeling that Linnea might be possibly shopping for yarn soon? I don't know why, but there's a little bit of a vibe. I might be wrong, but I'm feeling there might be a possibility. I might have caught on to something. You have any fun midsummer plans? Or just gonna be relaxing? Right. Very simple row. Just regular double crochets all over. Nothing fancy with this row at all. So if you are eyeing the Twisted Love, what colorway? I know that there has been some restocked colorways recently. They were out of stock for quite some time. I wasn't sure they were going to bring them back, but I'm really happy that they did, because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to add a couple of more to make this shawl. I had other ideas of what I could have done with the yarn. It was just somehow, I guess, stuck on the thought of making a shawl. Could have made it in another pattern as well. It's just it looked good with this pattern, and the pattern is fun to do. Yellow, pink, purple, and number 4. We can just sneak peek at number 4 because we can. Let's. Since I haven't figured out yet, well, I figured out, I haven't shared like how to share the screen yet. That is fun. Yeah, I like those colors. Pinkish, peachy, yeah. Yeah, so the number 2 is the color that I used for this one, number 2. They have that back in stock yet now. Out of, it is 8 colors, and 3 are out of stock. I do like them. Like, some of these colors are probably, a bit odd. There's some grays in some of them. There's like, why did you put gray and pink and orange and green and yellow together? I don't know. And it's like a darker gray. And this green, yellow, gray, like, it's interesting, but it's also at the same time kind of scary because I don't know what to expect, really. I do love the yarn, though. That's, yeah, no doubt about it. I definitely wouldn't say no to having like all of the colors and plenty of them. Like a cardigan amount or a blanket amount. It is just really soft and silky smooth. I hope you have a great day, Charlotte. You enjoy whatever errands you have to do, and hopefully you have time for relaxing crochet time later. Soon we get to change to the next one. But we haven't passed the halfway point yet because this was number 3 out of 7. So when I'm halfway into the next one, we are at half point of yarn used. But it will still be kind of hard to guesstimate how big it's going to be because every row is getting bigger and bigger. So more yards and meters are needed per row. I am always so bad at guesstimating how long I'm gonna get. Like, Yarn Chicken and me, I'm too much of a chicken to play Yarn Chicken, and I always try and play it safe. Looking how much yarn I have, I think I'm gonna be able to go the whole row, but I am not sure. I want to say that it's gonna be enough to get to the other corner, but I am so not sure of that. And this is where I just started. We have to go all the way up to the center and then down the other side. Yeah, no, maybe not. What we have now is blue to green and then something something. Maybe not. We're definitely going to get to the middle point. We're getting there. But how much further? Okay, my first guesstimation is all the way through this row, but I'm such a chicken. You're having lunch. Lefse and fried cod from yesterday? Nice. So, kind of a fish and chips type of thing, but it's bread. Fish and bread. I did prepare, so I have food that I can just easily go grab, and I can sit here and actually munch food and hang out with you. Turn this into a mukbang? I don't know. That's apparently what people do, so. I came prepared today to actually hang out all day. That's what I want to do. And I can do it today. And now I'm actually like, am I gonna get to the middle corner? Wow. Me and my guesstimations. As long as I have plenty to eat and drink. Oh, I have food. Well, I have salad, and that salad is plenty enough for like lunch, dinner tomorrow as well. I made a big batch. I have been kind of feeling back into my salad mood. I had a few weeks ago where I was just like, ooh, I want salad. Let's eat salad. And I did that for days because it was so yummy. And now I'm back in it. It's like, yes, give me yummy. Which also makes it very easy. I can just like plate it and just bring it out here. No cooking required. No preparations required. Well, I did prepare it earlier, so. But I mentioned that earlier, like when it's starting to get hot outside, I'm not in the mood for like that much warm foods. What do you guys think? Am I gonna get to the middle corner? It's even less on here now. We can see the cardboard thing. And And the center looks far away. But I'm seeing we have blue and quite some green. And the one I picked out didn't have that much green and then blue. So pretty much I feel like I have two options. But I'm gonna think about something else as well. I'm gonna put it down and just look at, do we have like more of the peachy colors on one side than the other? Do we have more of the reddish colors? And see if I can balance it out a little bit. And see what the best option is. Now we're getting to the center. And here I was chickening about it. But we are getting to the center. And then some. But not to the other corner. Ducks are falling around. Oh, right. I didn't show you guys the newest duck. I have a newer duck. I did do the beak differently. I just kind of did a puff stitch of sorts, or bobble stitch to make that beak instead of like the other ones that has an actual beak with two different. But it just turned out so small. I was like, yeah, no, I can't be bothered with that. The yarn, however, is a new yarn. I got that one recently. So I just wanted to swatch this Fio that has all of these fun colors. And so I swatched it into a duck. Like, the yarn looks fun, but yeah, I'm not happy about the beak of the duck. It looks like another type of bird, not a duck, perhaps. Nice yarn though. But I only have this one skein, so I was like, let's make a duck to add to the collection of ducks. So yeah, another type of duck. But yeah, I'm definitely not liking the beak. I was just like too lazy. I just wanted to get it over and done with, kind of. Like, the yarn was the important stuff, not how the duck turned out. I couldn't really figure out something else to do. Like, I could have done something else. It just happened to become another duck. Mom is listening? Hello, Mom. Is she only listening, or is she watching as well? Or like, can she see me? Should I wave? I can wave. I can wave to Mom. And I can make a heart. I don't know if she can see that I made a heart. I don't know how big I am, but I'm waving to Mom because I can. Because she is awesome. Very awesome. She's doing it back. Yay. Good. Even when she's got a cold, she can wave and say hi. Awesome. But I take it she doesn't have like a really, really high fever and stuff. Just like a fairly bad cold, by the sound of it. No fever at all? Oh, that's even better. We did get past the corner. Oh. I am the biggest chicken. I should make chickens and not ducks. And you don't feel like you might have caught it either, Rita? You just feel fine? Or, well, as fine as you can. You said that you had a headache and stuff, but that's not uncommon. Hello, Marcia. I am working on a shawl. It is looking like this so far. Kind of. It is a triangular shawl. And what you're seeing here is down the center and out the sides. You tested negative, but you have a splitting headache. I don't like that at all. I hope you feel better soon though. But it's, yeah, headaches are not good, especially not when your mom tested positive. Do you like to crochet, Marcia? Oh, she likes it? I'm happy Mom likes it. I'll wear it and bring it over so you guys can get to see it up close and personal at some point when it's finished. She said a sentence. Even better. Hello, RA. Welcome in. Of course I will, Rita. This is birthday yarn from you and Mom. Of course you need to see it when it's worked up. Do I have a pattern? This is the Ceylon Tea Shawl by Red Teapot Atelier. And Red Teapot has done a bunch of other shawl patterns as well. All like tea related names. I don't think I linked the pattern in. You were really fast at just all of a sudden it was ordered. Or is that a surprise? And I wasn't supposed to buy any yarn because, you know, Shop My Stash 2025 and all of that fun stuff. No buy-in yarn. And then I was like, I did fail and I purchased some yarn when I got this yarn. Because this colorway was back in stock again. I was like, yeah, I probably need to get more of this colorway because that's been a plan for quite some time. But I wasn't supposed to buy yarn, so I did. And that was my little yarn budget for this time being. And then, of course, the yarn needed to make the lava poncho bigger goes on sale. And I was just like complaining. At one point, I was going to be like, Rita, can I borrow money to get this yarn? But I didn't even get to that point. She's like, what color of yarn is it that you need? I was like, yeah, that's the yarn I need to get. And she's like, it's ordered. Okay. Like, what can I do? Rita is just too awesome. Rita needs a lot of hugs. So I was not expecting that. It was just like me wanting to vent. It's like, yeah, no, maybe at some point I'm gonna get the yarn. She's like, it's ordered. You can buy yarn this month, but then you have to stop again. Yeah, Rita has her own Shop My Stash rules. She can order yarn this month because it's her birthday month. That's her rule. She can order yarn now, and then she has to stop. You need a hug and sleep. That sounds very, very needed. Yeah, both very needed. Thank you, RA. I just looked at the yarn. I was like, we got past the center and then we have a bit left, but there's still quite some yarn left. Can we make it to the other corner? I don't think we're gonna do that, but just shows how bad I am at playing yarn chicken. I have not used this lace weight yarn much though, so I can't really say much from experience either. Because I barely have any experience with this really thin yarns. But I don't think I can blame it all on that. Some of it I can blame on lack of experience with this type of yarn. The other part is just me being very bad at yarn chicken and estimations. Reckless eyeballing and stuff. Not really that good, clearly. Let's see if I can find either the Ravelry link or well, Hobie also has it. You can, I don't know which one's most affordable. Maybe I should just take some time and add it to the description boxes. How about that? I could have done that a while ago. Is it not there? Oh, there it is. Let's go to there. And add that instead. What color number? Color number 8. And I'm gonna do that. No. And save that one and go to the other one. So now we should have yeah. So in the description boxes of these of the live streams now, on both sides, both the vertical and the horizontal, I did add it to the description box so that you could find the link to the pattern. There's also a blanket version of this in case you just want to make it into a blanket, a square instead of a triangle or triangular shape. But the designer herself, she has a bunch of different shawls, so you might find another one that you like better. Just trying to remember the name. Yeah, it's a bit tricky to remember them all. But if you are used to using Ravelry, you can always go in and just add to favorites with the designer, or well, yeah, just browse around and see what other patterns she has. But now there's the links are added. So it doesn't disappear in the chat or something. Okay, I am so terrible at yarn chicken. I'm gonna laugh at myself, but I think I'm gonna get the whole way to the corner. It's just so terrible. Let's move this one over here so you can see it a little bit. I have this much left. Yeah, I should be able to make it to the corner. Just yet again. It's not like I lose yarn chicken, I just fail at it. Because losing yarn chicken is running out of yarn, which wouldn't be a problem at all at this point since I still have more yarn. But my guesstimation's so off. The worst feeling as a crocheter? Losing yarn chicken? Indeed. Well, I want to say probably knitters as well, not just crocheters. I am making the shawl. So I have made let's see, go through all the shawls I made. I made one of these in, I want to say it was a purple, gray, and black color, or purple, black, and gray. A big cake that faded. Yeah, I think purple, black to gray. I have made one in like an olive green to black, Salt and Shadow. I have made one in a big twister cake, but also added some solid twisters to it. It went from like a rosy pinkish color to white to black, and then some extra black, and then some extra black, because I wanted that one to be really, really big. I made one in purple to black, another shadow cake. Is that 4? 2 shadows, 1 twister, and then the other one, I want to say that was like a limited edition Halloween color. The first one, purple, black to gray. So I think this is my 5th. I crochet all day, every day when I can. Every chance you get as well. It's more of a, it's not a hobby, it's a lifestyle, to be honest. Like, we collect yarn, we collect patterns, we crochet, and that's what we do. Unless we're multi-crafty people. I know how to knit. I don't like to knit, so therefore I don't knit. But I know how to. I don't know how to read a knitting pattern, but I still know, well, I could figure it out. I learned how to read crochet patterns by myself, so I could figure out a knitting pattern if I wanted to. Well, you go hug mom and take care. Do I have tutorials on mini teddy bears? No, I haven't done a mini teddy bear. Hello, Carme Lima. Welcome in. Do you like to crochet? So, yeah, we got all the way, the whole row, and still have yarn left. I'm just gonna avoid tangling myself on yarn. I'm gonna put this one down so you can take a little bit of a look at it while I take a look at the pattern again, just so that I can figure out what I'm gonna do next row. That's what I'm gonna do. So I actually finished one of my cups of coffee. I have another cup of coffee. I also have water and other things, but I'm gonna switcheroo a little bit and move that cup over there. Because I came prepared with a thermos. So this coffee is also still warm. The other one had gone a little cold. My bigger ones are being cleaned. The dishwasher claimed it, so there's that. So back to what I was supposed to do. Uh, 13. You learned to knit first and then you started crocheting? You've been doing ever since third grade. Oh, you did you learn in school or did you learn in another way? We did get taught in school both knitting and crochet. And I was crocheting a little bit now and then. Over the years, I've been knitting as well, just like plain scarves and stuff. Um, but about 6 years ago, I picked up the crochet hook and I haven't let it down since. You learn from watching videos on YouTube? Well, kind of the same in a way. Like I knew the basics. I didn't know like the names of stitches and I didn't know all the stitches. I pretty much knew like single crochets, half double crochets, and double crochets. Um, I did know of them, not their names. Also, I knew it basic in Swedish. Um, but then when I picked up the crochet hook, it was just, learning everything. Cross-referencing patterns, um, the little like symbols of charts. I learned how to read charts. I learned how to read like mosaic graphs. And I have written a few patterns of my own. I have tested patterns for designers, but I have pretty much been crocheting daily for 6 years. There's been a few days I haven't crocheted, but pretty much something every day. I also have, I can crochet for 14 hours a day sometimes. So I do have a lot of time on my hands, which is crochet time most of the time. Of course, I have other things to do as well, like taking care of my kids and cook food and clean and all of that stuff. But I try to get, crochet time in every day in some way, shape, or form. I do have fairly recently posted short of me crocheting at the dentist that my dentist recorded for me, which is me crocheting in the dentist's chair as she is working on what she is working on, right? Because I do know how to crochet some things without looking. And I've been practicing on that. Like, I do like to challenge myself and try new techniques. Just reading patterns from other designers. Some patterns are terrible and some patterns are awesome, but just trying something new. There was a time where I had never done an amigurumi or an animal or anything. So the first thing I did was how to crochet a ball, just a round ball. Simple. Stepping out of the comfort zone is needed, right? And just try something different. How are you going to be better if you don't try and push yourself? You got punished at home. Copy out of Encyclopedia Knitting and Crocheting. You used pencils to knit with, then you started crocheting, and you've done it since. But now you're retired, so you have take care of mom and crochet at the same time. Well, that is a relaxing thing. You need to have something to do for yourself as well. Rita's taking care of her mom. and she gets to have some relaxed time in between. Everyone needs it, no matter what you're doing. The only thing that is kind of tricky with me crocheting at the same time I'm streaming is that, you know, counting stitches is probably not the most fun thing to watch me do because I mostly do it quietly. um, Sometimes I do it out loud, but from time to time. You were crocheting in the hospital and rehab, um, but you finished a lot of crocheting stuff. Your mom passed in January of 24, and now you take care of dad. Well, that's kind of almost like Rita. Rita took care of her dad, and then he passed, and now she's taking care of her mom. So it's kind of like the opposite. Hello, Sela. Welcome in. How are you doing? I see that your name is included crochet, so I'm guessing that you like crochet. So do I. Happy to have you here. I'm currently working on a Ceylon tea shawl, and I very recently added the the pattern to the description. Selah. Okay, thank you. I'll try to remember that. Selah. Almost like a sailor. Selah. I see that there's a few, well, there's people coming in and out, but for those that is new, there is a link at the top of the chat that will take you to another stream of mine. Um, I know that the vertical stream is where most people are finding me, thanks to YouTube algorithms and such. But there is also a horizontal mode of the same stream where you get to see a bigger picture of everything that's going on my desk, but also my face if you're curious to what I look like. So you can pick and choose if you prefer the horizontal over the vertical, or vice versa. It will also explain that you know, you might not see some of the comments in the chat because they are in the other chat. Have I ever tried to crochet flowers? Yes, not the like teeny tiny type of flowers, but I have crocheted flowers. Yes. What are you crocheting? I very recently, in April, I participated in a competition to make a floral themed accessory. Uh, which I won. I won that competition. So there was some flowers involved in that project. You're making an American flag. That would be me also adding the guess, or maybe not a guess, more of a, yeah, maybe a guess, that you're from America. Why else would you crochet an American flag? I am from Sweden, far away from the US. But there's a lot of US people in my chat most of the time. Are you making it like big as a blanket? Or are you making it an actual flag size to have it hanging from like a flagpole or something? I've seen people hanging flags like on their walls and in their rooms. Is it something like that size-wise? You made a rose and hearts and other stuff too? Yeah, let's look at, we're almost done with this color, but let's look, where is it? My winning project. My floral themed bag. It's not as, flower, but it does have some floral inspiration. Also, there's a flower made on a button over here. So that's a flower, but also we have a very flowery looking bag with actual leaves and like flower buds. It's probably going to be a small blanket. Oh, that's nice though. And I did do the same on the other side. So this is actually the center of a blanket, the pattern. That is where it's from. So I just made the center of a blanket, and I made it twice. And I made it in 8/4 mercerized cotton and a 2mm crochet hook. And then I added this strap to also make this little to join the sides, to make it big enough to, put stuff in it. And I did have, I had to make a flower themed accessory, but I also had to use one shade of each, yellow, blue, purple, and a neutral shade of my own choosing. So that's when I went for this dark gray color, and the really light color here is a very icy baby blue. So I did have specific colors, and that was, a floral themed accessory. And a bag. And this I won. It was only like bragging rights, but I can now say that I am a winner, a proud winner of the competition Hooker versus Hooker. And I like this one. Turned out really good, even though there's colors here that I don't really feel like they go together, and I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of yellow, but it worked to have a little yellow sprinkled in here and there. It turned out great. Better than I expected, to be honest. Oh, you're welcome. I have plenty of things I could show. Having show and tell streams it happens from time to time. It's always more, when new people pop in here, it's like, yeah, let's show some stuff that I've made in the past. When it's more the regular crew, if I call it that, most of them has already seen it more than once or 3 or 5 times. So it's always fun to have more people, new people in, and I can show stuff that I've done in the past, and remind myself also of what have I done? What have I been doing? Because it doesn't happen that often. It's more of crochet, hang out, talk about, you know, what's been going on since last time. But from time to time, we get to look at the other things. Did I mess up somewhere? I don't know. Did I? Maybe. I might have done something at some point. Let's just recount. That looks right. I think the mistake is probably in another row. I'll figure it out though. Yeah, and the mistake is not on this row, which is fine. But I'll just have to possibly compensate somewhere else. No one will know that there is a mistake on this row other than me at a later point. Well, you guys know because you're seeing that I'm messing up, but there's no problem with that. And there's another mistake somewhere, and I don't even know where, but there's a mistake. Right, what was I supposed to do now? I was supposed to try and figure out what color to go for. Oh, I have so many things. I have done so many things over these past 6 years. Some of them are really, really forgotten. And to show all of the stuff, well, plenty of things don't live here anymore. But what I do have, it'd probably take me a few hours to go through it all, to be honest. Looking at the screen, because I do feel like there's, you know, sometimes you learn from the screen how things look from a distance. Sometimes you just have to step back, which I do by just looking at the camera. I'm feeling we have some reds, not so many peachy colors. The peachy colors are here, but I don't feel like there's a lot of peachy colors over here. We do see a lot of the bluish green, but not so much peachy on that side. And if we look on the other side, we have more reds, a bit more peachy colors, a little bit of green here. Question is, how do I compensate for this? Do I add more peachy colors? Because that's what this would be. This would be more blue, and then it would be adding red, and then the peach would end up on the other side, I think. That would be very similar to add that one, because we do have a little bit of green, but here we just go for the blue, and we have green here. This could be the option, because then we'd be adding more green to this side, and hopefully we're gonna get more peach on the other side. Because I'm just looking at the whatever little bit I have. I'm working with Twisted Love. It's a lace weight yarn from Hobbii. And it does have these little fun like it is like a shiny thread going through all of it, but at some points there's the shiny thread is kind of twisted around for a little bigger section than just having it kind of slightly twisted in or sprinkled in. So it does give a nice, fun, extra shiny effect. Yeah, from time to time people order stuff from me, and I have sold stuff at markets. I do take commissions. It's just I'm not pushing it out there, but sometimes I get stuff sold. Baby booties, I have not done any. I do prefer larger projects. Well, I have done like plenty of ducks recently because I need to get all my ducks in a row. Yeah, no, I've done a bunch of ducks. I actually got asked to make ducks, so this is just a few of the ducks. Some has already moved. There is 3 ducks currently somewhere, maybe possibly, wait. They might already be in New Zealand or on the way to New Zealand. I would say at least they have been to London, gone from there to Singapore. So possibly somewhere between Singapore and New Zealand are 3 of the ducks I made. They might be on New Zealand. If not, they're going to be there like later today or something like that. It takes some time to fly, and I have no idea about delays or anything. I am from Sweden, and Hobie is based in Denmark, but they do ship to a lot of places. They ship to a few lesser places than they did a few weeks ago. But they do ship to like US and Canada, Europe. Maryland, that's US, right? Okay, no, we're going for that one. I want to add more green to this side, so hopefully we can do that by taking this one. Where is the beginning? There. We have 1, 2, 3, and come on now. There we go. Thank you very much. What time do I come on YouTube? That totally depends because I only stream when I don't have my children at home. So it could be very different from day to day, actually, when I'm able to stream or not. Some weeks I don't stream at all, and some weeks I can stream for hours at a time. I used to be streaming every Sunday, but now I am trying to stream at least every other Sunday, so like 2 Sundays a month. And it's later my time. It's usually like 10 p.m. my time, which is a lot later. Now it's like 3:20 p.m. But my Sunday streams used to be a regular thing, and now it's every other Sunday, most of the time. We speak Swedish. We do learn English in school, though. I also took French in school, but I don't remember anything. Hello, Michaela. Michaela Vijaya Rag Raghava Babu. Babu. Michaela is the that's fairly simple to pronounce, I think. Happy to have you here. Do you like to crochet? You thought I was American by the accent. I get told very often that I don't have an accent, or the lack of accent makes people question where I'm from. I think it's always a lot of fun to hear where people are guessing I am from. But English is my second language, and sometimes you can tell, stumbling on words, not finding words, and just it happens. Words are not always wording with me. Part of the charm, I guess. Also, your second language. So, where are you from? You said you. Wait, did you say where you live, or did you say. No. Marcia said she's in Maryland. Did you say where you're from? I don't remember. I am sorry. But where are you from? And what is your first language? Well, hello, you're so old. You're back. How are you doing today? As an American, you have a slight accent. Michigan. Michigan. But English is not your first language. So you have roots elsewhere. First language is Bangla. I'm not sure I know where that's from, but my guess is like India, perhaps? Or like Bangla. I'm getting like India, maybe like Bangladesh? Could that be it? It kind of gives me vibes of like yes, but like over yes. So Bangladesh. My vibing is on point sometimes. There's a bunch of countries that has languages that you're like it doesn't make sense. Like China. Why would you speak Mandarin in China? Wouldn't it just be Chinese? No, no, no. We have like accents or dialects or something like other languages that isn't related to the name of the country. Those are really tricky. Like there's a bunch of African languages that doesn't have anything to do with like the country name or anything, and it's really hard to guess where they're from. At least I was in the right continent, even though India, my first guess is, India and Bangladesh is different, but I wasn't too far away. Are they, like, I want to say they're neighboring, they share borders somehow, or very close to sharing borders. Oh, but you have talked to me before. I do recognize your name, but it's been a while because I haven't been live in a while. Thank you. You're working on a baby blanket? Well, yeah. Working on things keeps our hands busy and we can't type as much. I do the same. I definitely do the same. I have plenty of times where I've been lurking in live streams and I just crochet away. I don't have time to talk. Oh, you actually speak Bangla in parts of India as well. So I wasn't wrong. I was not wrong. I did something good. No, I do other things good. I'm just, I had a good guess. India is neighboring and also Pakistan. But it's got to be. Is it up towards the same side as like Thailand, or is it towards the more Bangladesh? I want to say it's more to the side of like the Thailand, like that side. But no. Geography isn't my best skill. We see that from time to time when I'm trying to figure out where the states in the US are at, because that is also not very. I'm not that good at that. Countries are better, but the states, I'm kind of feeling a bit lost on the geography on that from time to time. And I have kind of sometimes been, eyeing a map to figure out and try and remember, but it doesn't want to stick at this point. You decided to restart your Batman game. You forgot how annoying it is without all the upgrades that you got later in game. Oh, that's one of the more frustrating things about restarting all the upgrades and such. I feel exactly that pain. No, I get it, Quano. 100%. I should come and visit US. I do have somewhere down the line of, when I win the lottery, what do I want to do? And I do have a little dream of renting like an RV and drive across the states and say hi to all the peoples that I've gotten to know over the internet and buy yarn, crochet my way all over the states. But I'd have to like win the lottery or something for that to happen, which is probably not going to happen anytime soon, because to win the lottery you actually have to play the lottery, if that makes sense. So that's, yeah, I don't see that happening anytime soon. I can come without the lottery. Well, I don't know how to afford it if I don't have any money to go for. That's why I need to win the lottery, because how else am I going to be able to afford it? Hello, Alfonso. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Do you like to crochet or do you like other types of crafts? $1 million lottery. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'd need. Something like that. We got the Euro jackpot here, but to be able to win it, you have to play it. And I'm not playing, so I can't really win. We have Swedish crowns. But the Euro jackpot is it's like for a bunch of different countries in Europe. And Sweden is in Europe and a part of the European Union. We're just not a part of the joint currency. I don't remember what it's called, but we don't have euros in Sweden. There's a few countries that has their own currency still and didn't change. But there's voting now and then to like, should we switch to the euros as well? But we still haven't done that, so. I kind of like the Swedish currency though. Like the money is pretty. There's plenty of countries that has pretty like actual money, the bills and the coins. And some are just ugly. Am I close to Switzerland? Not really. Like it's down south from here, and I don't know. I could probably like if by car, I could probably reach Switzerland within a few days. But Europe is a lot smaller than, parts of the US. Sweden is about the same size as California. But there's countries in Europe that you can like go from one border crossing on one side of the country to the border crossing on the other side of the country to go in a different country in just, a few hours. You can go through plenty of countries in a day. In some places. So there's always that option. I'm actually gonna do that over here. Since I'm compensating for the little, I don't know, whatever I miscalculated on last row, there's a little bit of something going on, so I'm just trying to figure it out to make it look even on both sides here. Just a little bit of messing around with the pattern to make it look as even as possible, hiding the mistakes, and all good. Mind blown by the fact that Europe is small or that California and Sweden is about the same size. go. All right. At least I know that the stitch count is definitely correct on this row. So I don't have to worry. Yeah, same size California and Sweden. Yeah, pretty much. Like if you put them on top of each other, like just the outlines of the map, it is pretty much the same. Like, of course, the shape is different, so they're not going to be like a perfect match, but pretty much the same. What's the weather like in Sweden? Well, right this minute, we can ask our handy dandy Mr. Nightbot. And handy dandy Mr. Nightbot is hopefully going to tell me what my weather's like. If he's awake. I currently have 19 degrees and it's windy, not that bad with humidity. 66 degrees Fahrenheit. Northwest 12 miles per hour. Yeah. Not that bad. I see the leaves are blowing, but it's not too bad. Yeah, we're definitely not jealous at Quano that decided to restart his game and don't have any fun power-ups and stuff. It's his own fault. He started it. Oh, David, give me the sun. Yeah, like, thank you. I would love that. We haven't had that high temperature here yet this year. I want it. I want to sit on my balcony and have a nice warm, yeah. Please. Give me the temperature. But it was raining this morning. I can't expect it to be that warm now, since it's been cold today, or this morning. No residual heat from yesterday. So what do you guys think about stretching some legs? I've been here for 5.5 hours. I did stand up for a little bit and, show some shawls and stuff off, but how about I go grab myself some food and I can sit here and munch some food also at the same time. Hello, Crafting with Amy. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. You had 3 parcels arrive for her ladyship and she doesn't live here. Why did they arrive to you if she doesn't live there? Always when you can crochet. I am doing great. I am just crocheting away. Yes, you just type in weather and either like a city or town or Nightbot is very helpful with that. Oh, you mean like if I can have weather from Florida, like the temperatures and stuff here? No, we don't get that high temperatures over here. But Nightbot is helpful in letting everyone, you know, share their weather if they want to check out the temperatures in their area. I want it to be warmer, but then again, I live in a fairly, you know, it's ish cold here, and I like it to be warmer. Back again as long as it lasts this time. So, is mom tucked in now? No, is she up? I don't know. You did say all of the earlier. I'm guessing she's resting until dinner time. And then she's up for a bit. At this time you're going beating up random things on the thugs on the street to gain XP before you do any missions. Yeah, you get some XP and maybe find some random loot. Well, she is sick, so resting is needed. Go stretch my legs. Well, I'm more, you know, getting food. I'm kind of starting to get slightly hungry. And perhaps a dehydration break. But I can't put my crochet down. Have you got that problem? One more stitch, 3 more stitches, keep crocheting, take a break. What's a break, right? Oh, you mean I can take the Florida weather? Give it to me. Any day of the week. There's been times where, like, I wish I lived closer to the Mediterranean Sea because the weather is awesome there. Like, all the times I've been, like, visiting Greece, it's like, yes, I could live there. Climate is awesome, food is awesome, people is awesome. Yeah, take me to Greece. Now we're getting more green on this side. It was a good decision to go for this one when I switched. But we're gonna get more of the peachy stuff hopefully on the other side instead. You'd rather have the temperatures you said I'm having? The thing is also, it's not just the temperature outside. I live in a very cold apartment. So right now, I'm just waiting for it to get warmer outside so I can let the heat in and actually warm up my apartment because I've been really cold for quite some time. There's been some issues. My landlord has been trying to troubleshoot what's going on, and they think they figured it out, but we're not sure if it's all figured out yet because it kind of became too warm, which is also a different issue. But the heating system is only turned on when it's cold enough. And without the heating system on, it's kind of hard to troubleshoot something that's turned off. So I guess we'll figure out this winter if they solve the issue or not, or if there's more troubleshooting needed. But the apartment itself is just really cold. So I just want more heat so I can warm myself up from time to time. I do have heated floor in the bathroom, but that's also like the only place that it's nice and fairly warm. So most of the time I walk around here with like slippers and long sleeve, double layers, triple layers. It's just, I want the sun. I like the sun. I like to hang out in the sun, and I just love heat overall. So I could definitely move to a warmer climate. Yeah, one more stitch and I can't stop. Currently 28 point, yes, give me. Like I have about the same temperature indoor and outdoor right now. What did we say? Like 66 degrees is 19. So yeah, about the same indoors and outdoors. Gulf Coast Granny, hello. How are you today? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. It's gonna be 91, 32.7. Oh, I would love that. I would so love that. I don't even know if we're gonna get that warm this summer. Like, hopefully some days. But I would be happy if we could have just like 25 across the summer. And that is not even, you know, your temperature at the moment. Your boyfriend keeps your room cold, AC on like crazy. I don't need an AC. I live in a cold apartment. I just, yeah, when it's hot outside, I just go home. And if it's not cold enough, I can always go down in the basement. It's even colder there. Hot out in Florida. It's already 85 degrees. It's nearly 9 a.m. So 85 degrees, that's a little bit more than the 83, and 83 was 28. So you have like closer to 28 and a half, 29. I really appreciate that I have some numbers to play around with here when I see both Fahrenheit and Celsius in the chat. It's summer here too, but summer here isn't as warm as it is for you. What did we say I have now? 66 Fahrenheit? Even though, yeah, it was raining today, it is colder than, it's not, you know, just a sunny day. There's some clouds back and forth and occasionally a shower. Or at least it was this morning. I don't know how much it's going to be raining for the rest of the day, but yeah. Oh my God, your boyfriend keeps your, no, that's unhealthy temperatures. Ooh, 62, 16.6, that's way too cold. It's not even legal temperatures here. Like when I was having, when I had, uh, well, pretty much below 66. In the summer, or in the summer, it's a little bit more, you know, it doesn't really matter because temperature's higher outside. But in the winter time, below 66 is not okay to have indoors when it's cold outside. And I had below, like it wasn't that far down, but I want to say like it's somewhere in between. Um, yeah, my landlord had to compensate me and put in like a heating radiator and stuff because there's limits of what is okay and not okay, and that is below limits. Yeah, that would be not okay to have it that cold. 35 is nice. Yep. It's hotter the further down you go, so it's not as bad as it is further south. Well, my stomach is growling. Let's just take a few minutes break. Let's go get something to eat, stretch legs, and all of that fun. I'm just gonna put you guys on the little breaky break music thingy mabob, and I don't know, 5 minutes or so. Stretch your legs, get some coffee, and I'll be back shortly. Okay? Peekaboo! I'm back. I got foods. It's just gonna sit here to the side. I'm gonna munch from time to time and I'm gonna be crocheting. But that's my plate with my food. So now I am saved again. And if I munch too noisily, I'll just mute myself in between. Let me know if it's bothering to you, if, you know, munching crunchy veggies and such. I guess I didn't think about that part, that it might not be like a very quiet type of food. Because, well, it's crunchy veggies, right? They crunch. Perhaps slightly ASMR-y, or I don't know, something. The humidity is what makes it so hot. You usually hover between 80 and 100% in summer and winter with the humidity. That is a lot. The second you walk out, you're sweating. It's just really, really cold to have the AC that far down. Like AC at 18 here is reasonable. You just grabbed another pint of lemon squash. Lemon is yummy. Just double checking the pattern so I don't make any mistakes at this point, because I'd rather not, since this is like the center middle point, and it's very obvious when you make mistakes in the center. So I'd rather not do any mistakes there. So now is the question, did I do what I'm supposed to do? Does it look correct? That looks good, that looks good, that looks good. It does look good. Awesome. Well, I could have done that differently. Don't matter. I switched the yarn in the center. I could have just crocheted over a few stitches, or crocheted over the yarn a few stitches just to have it secured, but I didn't. It's gonna be fine. I'm gonna sew it in later anyway, so it's all good. Oh, that's a big tomato. No. You come from a state where you sometimes get 25 degrees minus. I get that here quite often. That is definitely not weird here. It's way colder more up north here though, but definitely not a weird temperature here. I want to say like minus 30, minus 35 is that just as a part of the day up north here. But I am like kind of mid-country, or maybe a little bit south of like the middle. If you just you know, from up north to down south, I'm kind of middle. Now I'm throwing cheese on myself. Thanks everyone for the thumbs up and such. I really appreciate it. Perhaps we're gonna get past the magic 1,500 subscribers today. I didn't look, but I want to say that we were like 9 away when I started the stream. We might have already passed it. I don't know how many people has gone through here today. Because I see plenty of thumbs up, and I really appreciate that. But maybe, possibly, we have found a couple of new friends and maybe even gotten over 1,500 today. That would be awesome if that happened, but if not today, another day. However, it is very, very helpful to have, people actually being here and watching and thumbing up and having the chat being chatty. It does help for the algorithms and such, which is very helpful. And I appreciate everyone that wants to hang out with me. Just to stop and say hi is very appreciated. So many new friends. And there's a couple of more recently added new friends, and I'm happy to see that you found your way back. Thank you. Yeah, just came back with foods. I'm assuming that you also took a little break to go get stuff. Leg stretching is important. I don't do it that often, but I do switch around and not sit the same way the whole time as well, so there's plenty of ways to do things. And I have been walking quite a lot these last few days, so it's not like I'm not walking. I'm not that lazy. I am very comfortable. And don't really prefer to go out if I don't have to. I like to take all the time I can to sit and crochet because it's very enjoyable. Someone just honked their car horn outside. I don't hear that very often. There's usually not that much honking of cars over here at all. I guess it's also because I don't live close to the bigger road. I live in an apartment building, but you could kind of say that I'm in a cul-de-sac and like at the end of it. And it's very rarely, a lot of traffic here. It's just the people that actually live here. It's pretty easy going here. At least since the neighbor disappeared. Disappeared and disappeared. She got herself into where she is at right now. Yep, she deserves to be where she's at. It was a bit busy when she was still here. But since then, it's calmed down. The whole neighborhood feels a lot calmer now. Oh yeah, the neighbor, she's gone for a few years now. And she wasn't like really disturbing the neighbors. It was just her clients, so to speak. Just making the neighborhood unsafe overall. The salad is a little bit cold, but it was in the refrigerator. So I'm kind of just waiting for it to warm up a little bit. A little too cold for my liking. Otherwise, I'd be throwing it down. No, I'm just kidding. This would be lunch, kind of, but it is 4:12 p.m. This is lunch. I had some yogurt here earlier in the beginning of the stream. That's like 6 hours ago, though. But I am a night owl, so I'll be eating later tonight as well. That's just how I am. Very much night owling. It is very rare for me to go to bed before midnight, my time. That rarely happens, so. Having lunch at 4, it happens. So are you gonna have for lunch and dinner today? Have any good ideas and plans? Whatever is cooked, you eat. 10:14 a.m. there, so lunch in a bit. I'm almost finished as this row, so some food before I carry on with the pattern, I'd say is a good plan. Breakfast for you? Are you a coffee drinker? Did you get some morning coffee? Coffee is definitely not just a morning thing here in Sweden. We got the morning coffee, and then we got fika, and then we have some fika again. Coffee after food, coffee after dinner, some fika. Okay, just put a stitch marker in there for a bit. So that's what it's looking like at the moment. It's too hot for cooking. You're thinking about ordering pizza. That is lazy. I agree. That would be a good thing. What would you have on your pizza, Quano? Is pineapples okay on pizza? Are you the type of person that do pineapples on pizza? I do. I like pineapples on pizza. But it's not for everyone. I do appreciate pineapple on pizza. No coffee or tea at all? Not even like iced tea? Because that's popular in parts of the US, from what I can tell. I do not like tea very much. Iced tea? No, thank you. You love pineapple, but do you love pineapple on pizzas? How did I set that one? That one doesn't change. So it's only this one. Okay. I need to check my settings here. Okay, so I only have those options. Yeah, it's down, down, down on the vertical. But only, okay. I don't know what we would, on the vertical, what do we want to look at? We want to look at that on my face. I don't know. I don't feel like watching my face while I eat is the most appetizing thing. So if you want to see my face eating, horizontal mode, you have to go. But at least I guess you can get a bit of view of whatever I have on my plate. What do I have? Arugula salad. Pea shoots. Something something. Feta cheese. Shredded cheese. Red and yellow bell peppers. Tomatoes, cucumbers, carrots. Avocado. Red onion. I might have missed something. But that's about what I have today. Sometimes I have radishes, sometimes I have other things. For once I found good avocado. It's been a while since I found good avocado, so I haven't had that in a bit. Yeah, just a salad. What would you call a ham and pineapple pizza? Because we have a name for it in Sweden, but does it have a name? Like some, a pepperoni pizza is just a pepperoni pizza, but in some places they have, different names for different pizzas. But is that a universal thing, or is that just here? I don't know. Chicken and mushrooms. Mushrooms, yes. I'm not the biggest fan of chicken on pizza, but that's more of like questionable hygiene at the pizzerias, I guess. Like chicken, you need to make sure that the chicken is cooked. And I don't want to take the risk. So I made a big bowl of salad. I have salad enough for like dinner and lunch and dinner and lunch. Probably. Because it's yummy. Mm. I'm throwing food on myself. It's expected. Ham and lettuce sandwich with cherry tomatoes and cheese. That sounds good. They use pre-cooked chicken. Well, I think most places do. I'm just, you know, I'd rather not take a risk in that way. I'm just more iffy about certain foods. They really want to make sure that they're, properly cooked. Hawaii pizza? Yep. It is definitely a Hawaii pizza if it's ham and pineapple. I'm not sure if it's the most popular pizza in Sweden, but we got kebab on our pizzas here. We got vegetarian pizzas. I'm not sure if it's all the same. Each pizzeria has their own spin on things, but a veggie pizza here would be like bell peppers, mushrooms, onions, pineapple, possibly like olives. Oh, of course, like tomato and whatnot, but you can get Alfredo sauce on your pizzas. Don't think that's a thing here. I've never heard of that. Well, I got what you were trying to say, Guano. Famous dish in Sweden, Swedish meatballs. You can find it at IKEA. And IKEA is like all over the globe. But IKEA is very Swedish, and I have like half of my apartment is just like all IKEA furniture. Good morning, ABV. How are you doing today? You at work? Yeah. Yes, you should be at work. You have woken up and you should be at work now, right? Or is it too early for that? It is yummy. I have salad. A break from my crochet to stuff my face. Yeah, you got to work. You could also do garlic parmesan sauce. Never heard of that either. Kebab pizza is a very popular type of pizza here. I want to say it's probably like one of the most purchased pizzas, but also like just basic ham and cheese, pepperoni and cheese. Also like fairly popular, but I wouldn't say like pepperoni pizza is not on everyone's cup of tea. Yeah, not at all. I feel like pepperoni pizza is very common, like in the US, but not the same here. Major storms, trees down, and no power at your house this morning. I hope they sort that out soon. Like if we'd go to a pizzeria here in Sweden and be like, oh, should we share a pizza? It would be a kebab pizza. Most people be like, yeah, that's a go-to. Let's share that. Rather than like a sausage pizza. a huge tree was blocking the road, did you get to take a really long detour? Did you make it to work in time? I hope you did. You still made it to work early even. That's good. Really good. I should have chopped up the arugula into smaller pieces. The thing was, I had prepped all the salad, but not the arugula, because the arugula usually gets a little bit soggy when I get it in, mixed with the other stuff. So that was still in its bag. So I just put like a bed of arugula and then the rest of the salad on top of it. But I just did that quickly now. But if I had chopped them down a little bit, I wouldn't be sitting here struggling to get them in my face. You're gonna have to get a salad for lunch now. Well, at least I feel like I'm influencing in a good way to get you guys to have salads, because it's at least healthy food, instead of me sitting here like stuffing my face with ice cream and candy and feel bad that I am like a bad influence. So I'm happily inspiring anyone who feels like it to get a salad. To compensate for all the times I've made people go get ice cream. Because that happens more often than not. How many times have we had Tam being like, oh, I mentioned ice cream, and then he goes to like Uber himself some whatever it is, Ben and Jerry's. That happens so often. Too often. You don't feel for food at all? Well, I hope you eat something, Rita. You have lettuce in the fridge. All that you have to do is chop up for salads for your lunches and dinners. That's nice though. Chicken. Chicken salad works. You have a Ben and Jerry's across the street from your office, like an actual like an ice cream shop or ice cream parlor, or what you call it. Do they have some weird flavors that we don't have elsewhere? What type of Ben and Jerry flavors are common to find in the US? I want to know, because we have a very limited type of, flavors. Hey Winter, how are you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. I am very curious because we get like one new flavor each year, or once, maybe once every few months they release a flavor and then we never see it again. But I bet you have quite a good selection of different Ben and Jerry's that we don't have here. My favorite right now, that is probably a very limited edition, is like a mango with, I want to say white chocolate chips or white chocolate bits in it. But I have no idea if, you probably have a bunch of different Ben and Jerry flavors. Iced tea today for Rita? No food? You need to eat something. Wait, what? You spent last night in the ER and they still didn't figure it out and sent you home? What's wrong? Like, how are we feeling? If you're sick enough to go to the ER, then something must be wrong, right? I wonder what was in my mail. I did get something in the mail. 12 hours of waiting. Rita went with her mom to the ER the other day, and now her mom is testing positive for the C. That sucked. One of the hazards of spending time in a place full of sick people. Rita, at least get yourself some ice cream or something. If not food, something. Sustenance. You had really strange symptoms. First, your kidney hurt, which has happened before. But now you're swelling up. Sounds like filling up with liquids. Are you able to get rid of some of the liquids at least, if you know what I mean? I would assume they wouldn't send you home if you had, like, not able to at least get rid of some of the fluids the natural way, And I have no problem having this type of discussion, this topic while eating. Don't worry. I'm not the type of person that gets all weirded out about weird toppings while I'm eating. But also other symptoms. I hope it either gets better or at least you get help if you go to the doctor next time. Like, if you feel like you have to go back, that they can figure it out. Preferably you'd just get better, but hurting kidneys? I don't like the sound of that. Of course, yeah. Vitamin deficiency they can cause issues. It's also fairly easy to fix if you got deficiencies with vitamins of sorts, supplements. It's a good start to try and see if that helps. Of course, it could be separate issues. If you got kidney issues and you've had that from time to time, but having it all at the same time is probably even worse. And one thing can lead to another. If you get kidney issues from time to time and then you have whatever is going on, that might have sparked another kidney flare up, or if you want to call it like that. Or you have the symptoms of the C, but the test says no. Same, I'm pretty sure I've had it, but all the times I've tested negative. I did lose my, flavor and smell at one point. So I'm pretty sure I've had it, but all the tests says differently. I guess some people are just like that. It's crazy though that some people have it so much and some don't. Yeah, the autoimmune stuff, that can definitely spark each other up. Makes sense. Have you been crocheting anything recently, Winter? What are you working on currently? The Christmas test, that's a mosaic, right? That you have to finish. You got some orders too? Some more zombie cats? Or has the zombie cat, I don't know, invasion vibe, has that faded yet? Or the trend, perhaps? You did quite a few zombie cats in the past. What is it that your people are requesting these days? There's a possibility that I'll be making quite a large commission in a bit. I did get a question to make something, but that would be like a Christmas gift, and it's still early stages, so that's gonna be fun if that comes through, because that's gonna be out of my comfort zone, and I wouldn't say I would be pushing limits, but it would be something that I haven't done before, and it's definitely, you know, pushing myself in techniques, and yeah, just like with Godzilla. Godzilla was a big project, but yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. You're checking my Instagram? That is not up to date. So much stuff missing on that one. I'm so bad at putting stuff up there. Well, dark chocolate almond milk, just that part is good enough for me. If it's even, you know, extra stuff, good for you, but it's good for your soul. Soul food is good. Are you finding anything interesting on my Instagram page? Some old stuff. Some really old stuff on there. Good enough. I'm just gonna be right back and go put the plate off into the kitchen and wash my hands and stuff. So, and I'm back. And now we can crochet again. Where were we? Over here somewhere? I even managed to sneak in a quick phone call over there. Your partner got you 2 skeins of a Christmassy yarn from a nice store, and now you're gonna make the oolong tea shawl with it. So that's gonna be 2 fairly big skeins then, if you're gonna have enough from 2 skeins to make a shawl. I like the sound of that. You're gonna gift it to someone for Christmas? Well, that's very generous of you. Fancy yarn you get gifted and you gift it away. No, I'm just kidding. Sometimes you just get... Well, you have more than you need, right? But this one is for me, myself, and I. Because it was time for me to make something for myself. Or at least a Ceylon. I needed a Ceylon tea shawl for myself. I didn't have one, and now I do. I am pretty sure of knowing what I'm supposed to do, but I'm just like double checking the pattern here because why not? No, that's where we go. So, I don't know who's still here. I appreciate you for just being here and hanging out with me. Because you are awesome. Just so you know. I didn't say it before, but now I am. You are awesome, and I hope you have a great day. Can anyone give me suggestions to where my 4mm hook may have disappeared to? I guess I can just get another 4mm out, finish that Sun Bunny, and when it's finished, I'm going to be finding the 4mm because that's what I wanted it for. The last place I had it, that I know I had it was just on my desk. I didn't place it, as far as I know, up with my other crochet hooks up there, which I think was my biggest mistake. It was just laying next to the yarn, I think. Yeah, I'm definitely going to find it when the project is finished. You know, just my luck and all of that. Cereals is good. Food is good. Oatmeal crisps. Never heard of that. Not like crisps. Is it just that it's like oven baked or something, that it's like the oatmeal is a little crispier than just plain rolled oats? Like more like muesli-esque. Because we have something like that here. Oatmeal flakes with some fruits or nuts or something, depending on the flavor. Yeah, okay, so it is, we'd probably call that muesli here. Just like mixed oats with fruits and berries, raisins and stuff. Like berries and stuff. They're a little bit more crispy. Yeah, okay. So like oven baked-ish. We're hopefully going to get more of the peachy on the other side. I'm happy. I think. I think that was the plan. I don't know. My plan is... I shouldn't plan. I just wanted some more blues and greens to clump up. which it did. Maybe I should double check because it felt like I did something different. That looks right. That looks right. That looks right. It's, yeah. It is a nice pattern. Indeed it is. And it's fairly easy. Like, if you make mistakes, it's easy to hide them most of the time. Like, I have done a couple of mistakes, and it's just like, yeah, okay, let's just, you know, fix something. It's not that difficult. It's a very forgiving pattern in a way, unless you make bigger mistakes. But there's certain places where you're like, yeah, whatever. Just add a stitch. Jump over a stitch extra. Skip a stitch. I don't remember what the first mistake I did was. I think I just had to add a double crochet somewhere when I was turning, like on one of the corners. And well, I just had to for the single crochets here, the first round, I guess I didn't, like, I missed a stitch somewhere in between these 3 rows underneath with the just double crochets. So my first single crochet row, where I was supposed to have 1 stitch left after I did the last one, I didn't. Yeah, just hidden. Have I ever watched Indian movies? Are we talking like Bollywood Indian, or are we talking about Indians, like Western county? Yeah, what is it? Indians and cowboys and stuff. The other, like, movies from India or Indians. I don't know if that makes any sense. I hope it does, but since you were talking about, well, yeah, Bollywood from India. Okay, so not really. Well, I do know, like, of Bollywood movies and have seen clips and such, but I've never watched a full, like, Bollywood movie. Just bits and pieces. I don't think I have, at least. Do you like those types of movies? I appreciate movies. I appreciate, like, watching anything, really. As long as it's something I feel like I can crochet to, I'm even happier. But don't ask me if I've seen this and that movie and give me a title of a movie, because I have no clue. I never really know. It's like, I've had so many times, like, oh, have you seen this movie? Saying a name. I don't think so. No, I don't recognize that. And then, like, seeing the movie halfway through, I'm like, yeah, I recognize this. I've seen this before. I don't remember it, but I remember this specific whatever is going on right now. But other than that, I have no clue. That happens very often. But I do like more like series, I guess, that you can watch and you get to know the characters and you recognize their name, like their voices. So I don't really feel like I have to watch as I crochet and just pretty much just listen. Audiobooks are also good, but it's like I can have a movie going, but prefer like a series. I do like. There's a couple of series on Netflix. I think they're like, yeah, they're UK based. I want to say there's an author. Is it like Harlan Coben or something? Maybe not the author, but maybe the director or something. I do like those. It's like cop, you know, crime something something. I have seen a lot of CSI, NCIS, just like crime scene investigation. What is it, like Special Victims Unit? I've seen a lot of those. It's just like I think I've already seen a lot of them, and re-watching them doesn't really feel helpful. House, The Good Doctor, Blacklist was really good. Homeland, like I am very much more for like series, and yeah, that's just me. The cat is eyeing your cereals. Well, either you have to munch down fast or get ready to share with the cat. I guess that's the options. I guess you could munch down and let the cat take the leftover, if it's milk or yogurt or whatever you have at the bottom. Make the cat happy. Oh, right, chocolate. Is chocolate bad for cats too? I know it's bad for dogs, but I actually don't know if it's bad for cats. Um, then again, dogs have a tendency to eat everything, and cats are a bit more picky. So I think maybe that's the thing. Cats prefer like ham and shrimp. And if you wonder why I occasionally just tilt my head a bit randomly, it's because I'm stretching my neck a bit. Because it feels good. But you can only see that if you're in the horizontal live stream. But I did make it easy for those that wants to switch between the horizontal and the vertical live stream. The pinned comment in the chat is to take you to the other live stream, in case you feel like switching. The vertical one is more like up close view of my hands, and the horizontal has pretty much a big part of my desk as well as my face. So curiosity doesn't kill the cat. You can get a face to go with the voice. You get it? Your neck gets so stiff you gotta stretch every now and then. I have a couple of people here that occasionally like yells at me that I should get up more often, that I should stretch, that I need to drink. Neat. I really appreciate it. I guess you guys are taking better care of me than I am. Which is awesome. This is just, tunnel vision crocheting. You just get a very real view of how things are going on here. You know, when I'm home alone and just crochet, um, this is what I do. Yeah, and I appreciate that, David. Very much. Walk and crochet at the same time. That's what you do when you sit for a very long time. I can walk and crochet, but only certain things because I have to look at my hands for a lot of things. I have been practicing walking and crocheting, but it is a bit tricky. From time to time, I have been standing up crocheting here. Maybe not the best thing for like on a stream, and it doesn't happen that often. But I can just stand up and crochet here, or what prefer to do more when it comes to just like standing up and stretch. I have a disco in my head. No, but like I blast music in my headset. I moved the chair to the side and I can just stand here and dance. I did that the other night. I couldn't sleep. I was like, I can't sleep. I'm in a mood. I was listening to so much good music. I was like, yeah, it's a party over here. It ended up with me standing here dancing until, well, for quite some time. And, well, my step counter is telling me that I walked 5,500 steps today. I have not. I've been crocheting. I've been crocheting myself to like 5,000 steps, which it's a lie. I have not walked that far. I probably walked about 1,000 or so today. But the other night when I was like, I can't sleep, it was, I don't know, 1, 2 a.m. I was dancing, and all of a sudden I had 3,000 steps from just standing here dancing, having a disco in my head. Well, I couldn't blast music because at that time, neighbors and stuff. In apartments here, it has to be quiet after 10. And most of the time I just listen to stuff in my headset anyway, because the speakers I have on my TV are crap. So I could just blast music in my ears and I'm just standing here dancing. I bet that would have been a fun thing to watch. Not. But 3,000 steps at like 2 a.m. because I was like, I'm in a mood. I want to dance. Yep. That's me. I'm kind of listening to the same music right now, so I could just like, let's dance. But I'm busy crocheting and talking. I did crochet at the dentist, and I do crochet sometimes when I'm out and about, so I can crochet. Well, I do crochet in public. I take something with me when I go on the bus, doctor's office, dentist chair. There's always something that goes with me when I leave the house. So in this case, this has been my project since I started it, to go out. But walking and crocheting, I can only do certain things, as well as like when I was at the dentist, only a few certain things was doable, like just closing eyes and crocheting. Most of the time, I do enjoy stuff that has intricate patterns, though. I guess that's the part of too much simple and plain stuff. From time to time, yes. They became so stingy with your cereals. They used to put lots of strawberries and raspberries, and now there's modestly blueberries with like 2-3 bits of the other berries in there. Oh, shrinkflation. Is that what happened for you as well? They up the price and they shrink the package. So in this case, they shrink the amount of berries, but same price or higher. We call it shrinkflation here. It's like inflation, but smaller packages, same price, or upping the price, but forgetting to tell us that the package is smaller. Like I regularly go out and takes the bus to different places. Like we had Rita in the chat. I don't know if she's still listening, but she lives in the next town over. It's about an hour and some, depending on waiting time for buses, but it's about an hour to get to her. So I get to crochet when I'm on the bus to go and hang out with her and her mom. There's been times, last summer I was crocheting a couple of shawls as I was walking back and forth to daycare when I just moved to this apartment. But I was like, I don't know, maybe I should find that pattern again and practice some. I just don't feel like I need that many shawls of that pattern because it wasn't like it was pretty or anything. It was just like practice. Blueberries are cheap to produce and distribute, and your home region has a lot of them because they grow after wildfires, so cereals are full of them. But they are nutritious. The other ones are a bit tricky. Well, of course, seasons and stuff varies, and are they grown in greenhouses or do they have to be imported? Of course, that makes a difference in its own way. So you guys, I haven't looked yet, but do we think we have passed the magic number of 1,500 subscribers? I haven't dared to look. Maybe I should, because I'm curious, and curiosity is gonna kill the cat. Congratulations to me and myself and I. We have made it. And not just a little. We were 9 away. I had 1,491 subscribers when I started this live stream. And currently we sit at 1,511. That's, how many people is that? 20? Is that 20? I think. If my math is mathing. Yeah, I know that some stuff is slow on YouTube to update. Therefore, I checked there, and that says 1511. And it said 1491 if it just wants to focus. It doesn't want to focus. Of course it doesn't. There we go. We made it. Congratulations to us. To you guys. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. That's I didn't see that coming, but it's awesome. Very much so awesome. Well, I couldn't have done it without you, you know? You guys are the ones pushing the buttons and deciding that you want to stick around. I'm just here, hoping that someone wants to be with me. Trying different things out while crocheting, especially trying to crochet without looking and you realize you missed a stitch. That's frustrating. It is. Therefore, I have been working on a hexagon cardigan, which I call my dentist hexagon cardigan, because that is something I can do with my eyes closed. The only thing I need to look at is when I reach the end of the row and I have to slip stitch to join and start the next row with a few slip stitches. That's the only time I have been sneak peeking while in the dentist chair. But as I said, there's a short of me actually doing that. My dentist recorded it for me, and she's like, "It's my short. How did my short go? Like, did you get many views?" I was like, "Yeah, we got some views on that one." We almost have 60 thumbs up on the vertical. That is insane. I don't even remember when we reached numbers like that. I do know that the vertical has been doing good, but not that good. Not, yeah. It has been getting better and better. But I guess more and more people are finding me, or maybe more and more that the algorithm is actually like, okay, something is going on here. Let's do something since I'm actually trying. Maybe they are being helpful. But I have to put some work in to keep my numbers in the green because I've been lazy. But that's a me problem. I haven't really been double checking what I'm doing, so it's gonna be interesting to see if I have messed up on this row, because there is definitely room for errors on this row. If so, I only have myself to blame. Have I ever tried acrylic yarn? Plenty. This is acrylic yarn. This is a blend of something. I want to say that there's acrylic, cotton, and maybe whatever the sparkly stuff is. Very much acrylic yarn. Acrylic and cotton, if I remember correctly. Chenille, that's polyester. But yeah, I have a big variety of yarn. I don't do animal fiber yarns, but that's due to allergies, not because I don't like it. I used to do a lot of woolly stuff, but I figured out that I was allergic and I had to stop with that. So that's the only reason, pretty much. I would definitely do more woolly yarns if I could. You have the same yarn in purple mixed with pink and white. The mainstays, I want to say. I am in Sweden and I have, a very limited amount of yarns that I could get. So I have some US yarns that I have been gifted. It's not something that I could, get myself. But I did very recently, this Thursday actually, I went to Rita's and Rita had a big package of yarn, 16 kilograms of yarn. Hello, Julia. Welcome in. Rita had 16 kilos of yarn, and she gave me some of the yarn that came, and it was all US yarn. I want to say I want to say all of it was from like Joann's clearing out sale. There's a few people in the US that is, happily helping to acquire yarn for Rita, and then helping, packing and shipping it over because we can't get it here. Hello, Sonia. Welcome in. So how about we take a little bit of a look at what yarns I came home with when I visited Rita this Thursday. How about that? I moved all of them over from there to here, I think. Not all of the yarn was in her order now. Some of the yarn was just from her sorting her stash. And I did not get all of the yarns out here. I just took one of each. But not the stuff that is like packaged, because I just kept them in the package. So I have never had any of these yarns before. Well, I do have one, but I haven't worked with it. Big twist value in like a variegated red. I want to say it was red cherries or cherry mix. So I've never had any big twist before. I do have some Red Heart Super Saver, and I do have some mainstays. But I have never had any big twist until this. And I want to say that from what I can tell, the big twist is softer than the mainstays and the Red Heart Super Saver. Even though I haven't opened this one, but I have some other ones. Yeah, this is the variegated one. That's the only variegated. But then I got some of the big twist. And I did get 14 different big twists, 2 of each of most, and then 4 of one color. Do you use a lot of mainstays? I don't know, is that the Walmart brand? I think that's what is, if I remember correctly, someone said that that's a Walmart brand. But I you know, feeling the yarns, the big twist value is feeling the softest to me out of the mainstays and the Red Heart, because I have a Red Heart Super Saver in like a very bright neon stripe color, and then this this pinky purpley blue that I have been working on that bunny with. So that's my only references. First time I get big twist, I like it. A bunch of different colors, but I only got one of them out. I did get this mandala in this unicorn color, or yeah, unicorn. I did get 2 of this, and I have mandala a niffler that I have cut up into pieces. I have kind of color controlled it, but I haven't done anything with it, so I have prepared it for that. You don't like the way the texture of the Red Heart? Well, I haven't tried it yet. I've only tried the mainstays. I've been touching the yarns. I have it, but I haven't figured out what it wants to become yet. But this was another mandala that I got now. I need to figure out what the other one wants to become, but this kind of feels a little bit softer than the niffler. I don't know. Maybe it's just... I don't know. It's a bit since I was playing with that other one. Oh, let's just... this is one I'm curious about, because people keep talking about it. I did get actually 6 of these Red Heart Granny Square. I did get 3 in this colorway, and then I got 3 of another colorway, but I haven't opened either of them, so they get to stay in the packages for now. I want to say that the other colorway I got is very similar, but it doesn't have like a gold. I might be wrong on that, but yeah, it is a little bit not as soft. So I want to see if I can keep the tension and actually make the granny squares as they, as they're supposed to be done. But something I don't feel like I've seen is people using it for other things. Like, what does it look like when you don't use it to make the squares? I'm curious, because it feels like all I've heard is people trying to make the squares. They don't work out perfectly. Testing, trying. Can you make the square? Can you not make the square? And then silence. So what does it look like when you do something else? Is no one curious about that? Or is it just like, we can only make squares with this yarn because that's what it's intended to become? I don't know. Curious. Questions need to be answered. So that's what I'm going to do with that. I got another mandala, but I got one of the big one. Bonus bundle. It's huge. And it's like a rainbow color going from green to, well, green. I did see that there's slightly a little bit of green on the outside. So I do have this one. It's really feeling dense. It feels like I could, you know, use it as a frisbee. So I am surprised by that. It actually is a very sturdy cake. Have you ever tried using yarn as a frisbee? This definitely feels like it has the possibility. You know, it has some of the features to maybe make a good frisbee. Is a bit thick though. But Mini-Me, she has really been eyeing this one. She loves rainbows. So Mini-Me has possibly already claimed this. I have no idea what I'm going to make with it. But, you know, when you have a 5-year-old that loves rainbows and she's like, I like the yarn, then it needs to be something perhaps for her. You made a baby blanket with mandala yarn and it turned out great. I do prefer cotton yarns for babies, but that's just a me thing because I like to make very thin and intricate baby blankets. I can show you one in a bit. I just want to go through the yarn here. I got this one, Big Twist Jelly Bean in sour apple, I want to say, sour green apple. I really like how this looks. And I did find, I want to say, was it on Ravelry? I looked up the yarn and was like, what has people done with it? Just to see, like, what does it look like worked up? Because I got 5 of these. And in one way, it feels like I have a lot. So I could make a larger project. But it doesn't feel like I can make it like a humongous project with 5 of these. And if I take one skein or so and make something small out of it, I still have a lot. But I have no idea what I'd do. But I think we need to make a friend out of this. So a friend would be like a little amigurumi or something. When I used to do my streams every Sunday, I did have a new friend of the week that I made in between my streams and introduced it on the, you know, following Sunday. So we had a friend of the week at that point. And therefore, we need to add a friend to the collection. And I feel like this really bright neon-y green with this rainbowy something, it needs to become a friend. If it's, well, maybe we're doing friends of the month now, since my streams are a bit random and, you know, we never know when I'm live. But we need to add to the collection of friends. And I can't just do ducks. Maybe we're going to do a green duck as well. But I feel like this deserves something better than to become a duck. And then I have ice cream. I did get 2 flavors of ice cream, if you want to call it that. I did get this ube, and then I got mint. And the mint is just like pretty much white, and this white mint, or minty green. So I do have 2 of the mint and 3 of this one. You got jumbo size yarn? Yeah, I have some. I made 2 ducks in leftover jumbo yarn. This type of chenille yarn, but like really, really thick. I did 2 more ducks with that. They're big. My Mini-Me has claimed them. They are in her room. But I do have, well, a total of 5 of these ice creams, so I could make something fairly large out of that, I'd say. This feels really soft. I like it. And it's actually more than I expected. Like I was expecting smaller skeins. This feels like there's quite a lot. Then again, like I'm used to my small cotton skeins. Acrylic is bigger and fluffier. That's what was in the actual like box that Rita got. She has a video posted on her channel, and I did leave that in my community tab. I did link to that video when we're unboxing that package in her, it's on my community tab, so you can find that fairly easy. This is something Rita had in her stash that we were sorting yarn, and she's like, take this. I have no idea what I'm gonna do, but I did get 2 of the same colorway. We have this like mustardy yellow going into like a blue, a rusty red. It's a kind of a greenish, slightly greenish color, and then the beige. And I have 2 of this, and I have no idea what it wants to become, but it feels like at some point, hopefully, it's gonna tell me. But this is the Hobby Lobby yarn. I think that's what it said. I saw, yeah, Hobby Lobby. Yarn Bee Rainbow Rhapsody, Autumn Trails. Autumn Trails is, I guess it's the color. But it is, it's interesting. Oh, I can make plenty of things. I can make a small blanket. I have 2, so I could make a small blanket or some type of wearable. But I mentioned the blankets. Let's get the blankets out, my baby blankets that I have here. Oh, come on now. I'm throwing yarn left, right, and center. I'm tipping things. So the type of blankets and that I like to do, I have done plenty of patterns similar to this, and some of them I have done multiple times, but I do like patterns that is intricate like this. This is a baby blanket made out of one skein of a twister, Hobie twister. The pattern is made by Hooked on Sunshine, and this is a thingamabob. And thingamabob is a square blanket. I do like to make squares because I just start in the center and I work my way out until I see that I'm running out of yarn. And I don't have to think ahead and plan. But it goes from this mustardy color over to the pinkish colors, and it ends with this darker colors. So this outside solid wine color is what I've been using as the accent throughout. So I didn't cut the yarn. I just worked my way with the yellow, and then when I came to like, oh, you need to add an accent color, working from the outside of the cake, just adding that in here, and then I continued to make the next little detail. And well, there is a detail row here as well. It's just in the wine, so you don't see the wine on wine, but there's the same detail row as well over there. But this is one cake, and then I made this one with 2 cakes. This one is a different pattern, same designer. Is it a whatchamacallit or a doodad? I think it's a doodad. But I took one cake. This is a Sultan Deluxe Paraiba Tourmaline, I want to say that the color was called. But going from white out to like minty greens, more of tealish greens, until we got to this darker color. And that's when I added the next cake, but I used that one from the outside in, so we ended on white to get this like reverse ombre. So this is 2 cakes to make this size. This is 100% cotton, and the other is a cotton and acrylic blend. And the one I was holding was cotton and acrylic, I want to say, and it's a little bit less yardage. Here we have 839 meters. Both of these are like 1,000 meters. Hello Angela, how much need yarn balls for a blanket? Well, it totally depends on what type of blanket, but for the ones I'm showing you here, very similar to this cake. This one is from 2 cakes, similar to this, slightly larger cakes than this, but 2 cakes, and the other one is just 1 cake. And this is perfect for like maybe a car seat or for a baby stroller blanket, and the other one is a bit larger. So depending on what type of situation, I have made a blanket for my, well, she was 3 at the time. I used 4 cakes for that. But I do like to work with these thin yarns. This is, you know, my go-to thinner cotton and a cotton acrylic blends. That's what I have most of in my stash. Like you see that this is a fairly thin yarn. So this is, you know, more of the vibe of things I like to do. At the moment, what do I have? Well, I have a shawl that's intricate, and I have a big blanket in the making, but that blanket is like a humongous blanket. You're asking for a newborn baby blanket. Well, both of those would be good for a newborn. You could also just use a cake and a half. The smaller blanket, it just feels like it's a good size in like a stroller or a baby car seat. But if you want one to be like more versatile, you can use it both as a car seat, but also like to wrap the baby in, you might want to have it bigger than just one cake. But the blanket that I'm currently also working on, which is being made in a worsted weight yarn, because I had that in my stash. So I'm just like stash busting to make a big sunflower themed blanket. It's a round blanket. So this is worsted weight yarn, but it's also like still very intricate. And throwing hooks around here apparently. So maybe not like the most common size of yarn you find in my stash really, because it hasn't been my go-to. I get more and more of this, you know, since I now have the big twist and stuff. This is Mega Ball from Hobby. Mega Ball Aran. And this was Everyday Acrylic XL. The XL and the Mega Ball Aran is the same thickness. And the just Everyday Acrylic and the Mega Ball with no Aran is the same size. So you can use them together. Pretty much the same yarn. But I like these textured type of patterns. Even, you know, going big, I like texture. Granny stitch, of course it's full of texture. It's just slightly boring. Like the bag that I did, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I did make this bag for a competition, and of course I had to go for like my vibe, which is textured. Nice and textured. That's what I like. So I did a bag that is very textured. This is 8/4 mercerized cotton, and I did this with a 2mm crochet hook. So it's a really like sturdy and fairly thick fabric, which also makes me, you know, I can put stuff in the bag and don't feel like things are gonna fall out. I don't like meshy, like of course if you're doing, what are they called, like a meshy shopping bag for like putting fruits and stuff in, the mesh is usually, you know, not that big of a holes to put easier things in it. But to put my keys in a bag with holes in, that's like begging for losing your keys. I might be a chicken, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Don't want to lose my keys. I did have those closer. Like these are the type of cakes that I normally go for. I actually have made the shawl that I'm working on now in this exact colorway. Seeing it, Dahlia Halloween. But this is 100% cotton, 4 strands not twisted together, which is something I really like using when I'm working on blankets like this, or just in general. I like these types of yarn. The strands are just not twisted. You hold them together and you try to keep them together It can be tricky first time you use it, but you usually get the technique fairly fast. So I would use 2 cakes of this size or this type because this is 200 grams. I want to say 800 meters. So 7 ounces, 874 yards. I'd like to go for like at least 1.5 or 2 for this size, or for a baby blanket. The smaller baby blanket that I showed you is this size, a twister, which is 250 grams, 8.8 ounces, 1,000 meters, or 1,093 yards. So one of these for the small like car seat / stroller blanket, or 2 of that as a minimum when you're using like these smaller cakes. But for the bigger blanket, the tealy green one, 2 cakes of this size is what I used. First, I used one from the inside out and the other one outside in. But you can do that however you want. You can use like inside out and the next also inside out, or you could cut in between and color control, which they look pretty, but there's some extra work and quite a lot of yarn tails to tuck away, which I prefer not to because I don't like sewing. So I don't like sewing yarn ends. I do love my cakes for that reason, because they do most of the work for you. Maybe, you can see that as a bit lazy, but that's fine as long as you're happy with it. That's just, my little tip or trick, or yeah. The projects turn out perfectly fine, however you decide to do them. We now have the 60 thumbs up on the vertical stream. I have no idea how many we got on the horizontal because I don't have that one open. But I know that there's a way big of difference. We got 16, 17. Maybe we can get 20. Maybe. If I'm lucky. I know I'm lucky from time to time. It does happen. No, that's not. But I am very fortunate to have Rita and her mom in my life. They have adopted my children. They're, my kids just got some extra grandparents. It's awesome. And it's awesome to go and hang out there. We're having a lot of fun together. But Rita's birthday is this week, or this coming week. And hopefully I can go to her soon. If they just tested positive for the C, I don't feel like running there ASAP, if you know what I mean. But Rita has a birthday present, which needs to be delivered, right? So I need to figure that out. Just hope that they feel better soon. Sooner rather than later. And of course, I can always go and deliver it outside the door, but it's not the same. I want to say it's about a week till her birthday. So I don't remember what day of the week her birthday is, but I think it's Thursday next week. Wednesday, Thursday. ish. Time for a sip of coffee. I just got a picture of my mini-me standing outside of the store. Because sometimes when you are at the store, or a certain store here in town, I guess it's because it's like the day before Midsummer or something, because usually I want to say it's on Fridays, but tomorrow is kind of a holiday here. They have popcorn, and apparently Mini-Me got some popcorn as they were paying for their food. So I have a happy little camper. Little Mini-Me got popcorn, and she is in a good mood. Hey, who wouldn't be happy if they got popcorns at the store? They have a popcorn machine just at the checkout, so they are just trying to encourage people to use like the self checkout. And if you do that, you get free popcorn. And you get happy kids. There's nothing to complain about, really. It's definitely a win-win. Happy kids. So who's still hanging out and lurking in my scrap basket today? Do I need to shake you awake, perhaps? Perhaps someone woke up now. I don't know. I do appreciate you, whoever you are, even if you don't want to say hi. David is snoozing away. Hope you're comfy though. So since it is midsummer tomorrow, I'll probably be busy doing something. Not decided yet. Big kid gets to have a say in what goes on and stuff, so I don't know. And it's summer, summer break for him now, so he will be here a lot more than normal because he lives far away with his dad, but now he can come and hang out. So I will be able to stream when he allows it to, which is I don't know when. So the coming weeks now will be a little bit more sporadic perhaps than it normally is, because usually I know that I can stream every other week when Minimi isn't here. But now it's gonna be like depending on when he wants to allow me to stream, I guess. Which usually isn't a problem. I've been hanging out like on panel with Marcus and Hooker versus Hooker. I can definitely do stuff. I just don't know in what extent, how often. Maybe I can do like an hour a day and stream every day. We shall see. But since I don't know anything, I can't say that much, which is, I don't know. I'd like to be able to be like, oh, I'm going to stream every other week like I normally do. But I don't know if that's going to be possible. So I guess I will be even more random than I am now. I don't know about Sunday streams either, because usually I'd been going live when he's left for the weekend, or well, when he's been here for a weekend and has gone home. That's normally when I've been streaming. I might still be able to do the Sundays. I just don't know if it's going to be like as long as it normally is. Like 7-hour streams on a Sunday might not be possible. Trying to start another scarf from the other end of the wool. So you're actually gonna redo the parachute, but from the other end and unravel as you go? Is that the plan? Sounds like a good plan, though. You need to unwind and start from... Maybe. Sometimes that is the better option. I have done a couple of projects where I've just, like, not unraveled. Just started and then ripped up whatever the project was in the other end that I didn't want anymore as I went. Just don't rip out too much at a time, because then you're gonna have a tangly mess. Okay, Nightbot has gone crazy because I've been here for too long. I don't know. Let's go to Nightbot and tell him to be quiet. That's what I feel like right now. Why is that set to that? I have no idea. That is crazy. Okay. Now, hopefully we don't need to have a crazy Nightbot. Winsome Cat! How are you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. I have been sitting here crocheting for almost 8 hours. And it's just awesome to hang out today. Hello, Marcia, back again. What did you miss? I don't know. What did you miss? Did you miss me eating food? Stuff my face with salad? Maybe. Is that something you really missed out on? I don't know. I've been talking a little bit about yarns and showing some blankets. But other than that, I've just been crocheting away on this Ceylon tea shawl. You've been missing a lot. You've been on vacation. Where have you been on vacation? Did you have good weather? Are you feeling well rested? I haven't been live much, so you haven't missed a lot of me. I did reach 1,500 subscribers today during this live stream. I did have 1491 when we started, and I checked a little bit ago and we were at 1511. So apparently somehow today we have found 20 new friends, which is amazing to me. And I appreciate everyone that decides to press subscribe buttons or like buttons, and yeah, it's just awesome. I am very happily surprised by that. UK, the weather was hot, so it was nice. So you've been to the UK for vacation? Did you see anything fun? Yeah, I know. We need to celebrate. I have no idea how to celebrate because I just, kind of very surprised. Maybe I need to just make another very long live stream because should, show appreciation to you guys. I appreciate you guys, and therefore I'm going to be here a lot when I can. You had a doctor's appointment, so now you're back. It's hot in Maryland. I hope your doctor's appointment went well. Did you get to crochet at the doctor's, like in the waiting area or something? Or are you the type of person that don't crochet in public? I like to crochet in public. You did. Don't regret the spendings. Did you come home from your vacation with some fun yarn or other nice souvenirs? I hope so. Especially if it's yarn and if it's pretty. Or was it just like expenses to go and see things? Hello, Ray J. I am working on a Ceylon tea shawl. And the pattern for this shawl is linked in the description if you're curious about that. I also have 2 live streams going at the same time, one vertical and one horizontal, and you can find the other one, the one you're not in, linked at the top of the chat. In case you want to just check out the other one, perhaps give a thumbs up on both sides if you feel generous. But on the vertical, you get to see more of like an up close view of what I'm working on, and on the horizontal, you get more of a broader picture of everything going on my desk, but also my face, if you're curious to what my face. You want a face to the voice. That is an option on the horizontal. But it also, the 2 different streams explains why you might not see everyone in the chat that I am talking to, because they may be in the other chat. A long live, that's a neat deal. You also crochet. What are you crocheting, Ray? You usually do, but you didn't crochet at the doctor's today? You had a DEXA scan? I don't know what that is, but I hope it turned out good. You got some yarn indeed. You couldn't stop yourself. The color match with the project you're currently working on. Ooh, that is a fun, interesting thing. You're making a cardigan. Is it a cardigan for yourself? The shawl looks fabulous. I'm really enjoying this. I got the yarn, well, most of the yarn, from Rita and her mom for my birthday. And then I got four skeins. And then the colorway was sold out. But then the colorway came back and they put it on sale. And I was like, let's get a few more, because I've seen someone make a shawl out of 6 and I had 4. I was like, maybe I need a few more to make a big shawl. So now I have 7. And I'm going to make a big shawl for myself with my birthday yarn. But this is number 4. I have 3 more. It does look like this, and it is a lace weight yarn, Twisted Love. And it does have these little fun parts where you see the shiny part. It's like a really big, thick, shiny part. And then you see the little stripes that is shiny going like along the yarn, but now and then they made like these bigger, thicker, shiny bits, which makes it really fun. Some extra, you know, just a little extra. You need that sometimes. But it is turning out really, really awesome. And I think, you know, blocking it is going to look even better, because there's some really nice lacy parts of this pattern to get these effects out. But like blues and greens and peachy coral orange, it's really, really nice. I am happy with how it's turning out, for sure. So something that I have seen more and more recently, I guess I've also been hanging out on other streaming platforms a bit. I guess I just needed a palette cleanser. But I've seen something that has been very fascinating to me on Twitch. Apparently there's a thing, they call it subathon, but just to have people subscribe. I guess it's subbing on Twitch is pretty much like memberships on YouTube, but having a timer on the screen and be like, every time people donate, become a member, it adds to the time, and people are like streaming for, you know, 20 hours. Just, you know, continue streaming. There's some breaks allowed in this, but like, what is up with that? Why is that a thing? I've never seen that on YouTube. That people are like, I have a timer, and if you donate, you add time to the timer. Not only that though, but it has been more of a not begging for money thing. It's like, you can donate to the channel, but also like a link to donate to like a charity, like Doctors Without Borders, some type of cancer for kids, or, you know, research for kids with cancer, or, you know, donate to that, but that also adds to the timer of the streamer. I was like, that I can do. But having people be like, oh, give me money and I'll stream longer. I stream long when I can stream long, right? To me, I just want to hang out. But it's just mind-blowing that I don't see that on YouTube. And apparently it's a big thing on Twitch. Why is that? We know that there's a bunch of greedy people over here too. I thought that would become a big thing here. for sure. If people just realize that, oh, if it works on Twitch, why not try on YouTube? I think it's a neat thing. Like, at least when you're doing it for charity. However, like, I want to say most of it has been, I don't know, very recent. It feels like it's a thing going around right now. Like, that's the trend, if that makes sense. Why is it going all crazy? Good night. It feels like Nightbot just went crazy and just keeps spamming stuff every too often. I'm just gonna say good night to Nightbot for a minute or three. That's what's gonna be enabled now. Can we see less of Nightbot in the chat? Thank you. I'm gonna kick it out if it doesn't behave. He shouldn't be saying anything. Well, there's one link I have allowed now. The April hooker versus hooker, because it was during the first to the last of April that I was allowed to work on the project, and then the live was in April or in May to reveal, and I did win. I won hooker versus hooker with I know about Kel's Crochet Corner. I haven't seen her in a bit, but I haven't been in YouTube's for a bit. But I know the channel. So this is my project that I won hooker versus hooker with. I made a floral themed bag, or a floral themed accessory in one shade of purple, blue, yellow, and a neutral color of my own choosing. So the light color here is a baby like ice blue, and then my neutral color was this dark gray. So I made a round bag with a strap and a flower made around a button for extra flower in case you didn't feel like this was flowery enough with all these petals and leaves and like little buds. So yeah, that's my project, and I won. You're always iffy about the donate things. You'd rather give a local charity, you know. I totally get that. Like, the links that has been used for these, like, donate to charity is actual links to that charity. So it's, you know, Red Cross, Doctors Without Borders, like big known charities. At least they're big here. So it's not like give money to the channel and then the channel gives the money to the charity, which those I feel iffy about. For sure, I definitely feel the iffy part. I made this with 8/4 mercerized cotton and a 2mm crochet hook. It took some time, but I did put a lot of effort in it, and I won. And I'm happy I did, because I wanted the bragging rights. Because if anyone is a proud hooker and a happy hooker, that's me. So winning hooker versus hooker, you know, who else, right? Who else? Where's my hook? There. I lost my hook. The hooker lost her hook. Major crisis. Well, I've lost my 4mm hook. I don't know where it's at. I'm sad. It is frustrating, but I know that when I finish the project that I was using it for, the hook will reappear. It always happens that way. But yeah, these subathons, where, you know, donations, memberships, all of that has been added together and collected time on timers. Something I get the whole, like, add to the timer, the streamer will continue to stream. But some of these, like, we're talking ridiculous hours. You can't stream for however, like, you need to sleep. So I do appreciate that they're like, oh, I'm going to stream for 12 hours and then I'm going to pause the clock. I'm going to go sleep and I'll be back here tomorrow morning when I'm rested and then we're going to continue on the clock. And they can stream for days like that. But I don't know. It feels in a way of cheating, but at some point you need to sleep. You can't just sit there and see the timer go up and up and up because people are like, oh, we're going to throw money at you. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I need to stream for 48 hours. That's not doable. So it's good that they're thinking about their own, like, health and well-being. I like it to a degree, you know, it's fun. I just think it's really, really weird how some people can do that and be like, proudly like, oh, give me money. I guess I was raised differently. Here I am, very happy that I have reached 1,500 subscribers and that I have 61 thumbs up on one of my live streams. That is what I appreciate. I am happy. Very happy. And I just continue streaming without anything else, you know, because I want to be here. Hanging out with my friends. That's what I like to do. And that's what I'm doing right this minute. Crocheting away. Talking about yarn. I guess it's just a matter of time before that flows over to YouTube and we're going to have a lot of channels doing that. Maybe it's being done. I don't know. I just never seen it here. Oh, move my footsies. Feeling tingly. No, thank you. I've almost done a full repetition today of the pattern. Almost. No, there's a few rows left. When I started, I want to say that I started on the rows that is around here, like this ridge. And this looks like a train bridge to me. Do you guys see that? There's like a deep valley and then there's train tracks up here and then you got the bridge foundations. So I had done the bridge foundation, the bottom part of the train tracks. And then I did the actual like train track rail, if that makes sense. And what we're doing right now is the little mountain tops on the sides of the valleys. That's what we're working on now. So there's still a bit to go on that. We're kind of at, well, this green row here. So still the green and a bit more before we have made a full mountain and created this valley so that we can make the bridge foundation and the train tracks. But almost done a full repeat because that's what it looks like, the full repeat. This little part here. I want to say that the designer calls these houses, like this is a house section. So I guess houses and train tracks with this bridge foundation thing it makes sense in my head. But it has grown so far now. The row takes so much longer to make than when we were like down here. So many more stitches. So not at all as fast. But it's working up fairly quick still. I'm not sure I'm gonna do a full repetition though. We're passing the 8-hour mark now. You made one that was black and red. I think I've seen pictures. It's sold. That is good. Perhaps you need to make another one if it's sold fast. Do you sell through Etsy, or like what's your go-to for selling your makes? Enjoy washing your dishes. Not very enjoyable, but you're using the Ko-fi now? Well, yeah, Etsy is... I just hear bad things about Etsy. Shopify was too expensive. Oh, you tried that too? The few times I have sold stuff to like... Well, I have sold stuff locally, but when I get... Well, the stuff I have sold internationally, I should say, has been just emails. People find me through my YouTube, email me. That's how simple I do it. I guess I'm very limited to, you know, new people finding me because I'm not advertising in that way, but it's just, it has worked so far. I've sold a few things and I'm happy. Like the things I make, most of those things, you know, I don't mind selling most of the things I make. This shawl, it's for me, but I can definitely do another one. That's not a problem. Shorts is a way to promote the channel. I get that more people see it that way, but I just don't know what type of shorts to make if I want to make stuff. And it feels like a lot of people these days are in the mood for plushy stuff, and I don't really do that. I don't know, the trend is plushy stuff. I do some, I just don't want to do only plushy stuff. At the moment, like my horizontal stream is where most of my regular people wants to hang out, but YouTube is definitely more happy about sharing the vertical out to the audience. And just short content overall also brings a lot more views than horizontal and videos. I don't know why that is. That's how YouTube wants to do it, I guess, to compete with other platforms. But I'm getting more people finding me. I'm happy. Bingus the Worm. Hello, Bingus. That is a fun name. How are you doing? What are you doing? Are you a yarny person like most of us here, or do you do other things? Your partner does Ubers and take you with him. You want to bring some yarn and make big squares. That sounds like a good thing to do, like car work. You can easily do squares in the car. Didn't know he did Uber. Oh, you mean the vertical. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's why I have the two streams going at the same time. One vertical and one horizontal. The vertical gets more views, but I have the horizontal linked at in the chat so that people from the vertical can jump over to the horizontal. The horizontal has more of a, bigger view of everything that I'm doing, my whole desk, but also my face. If people are curious, my face is over there. And you can put thumbs up on both sides if you feel generous. Oh, Uber Eats, food deliveries. So you sit there and smell all the foods and get hungry and you can't eat. That is not nice. Yeah, it's through the vertical that we have found like 20 new subscribers today. They did not come in through the horizontal stream. I can promise you that. Little extra income after a move makes total sense because moving is not cheap. So just getting back into a good balance, perfect. But also maybe some extra, just because it's nice to have some extra stored in the pillow for a rainy day and such. And as long as he thinks it's fun or at least fairly enjoyable, then yes, why not? I had, was it last? No, it was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, I felt very lazy because I was doing so many things at home and I was totally broken when the day was over, like cleaning a lot. So I went to just check the menu of the closest pizzeria because we got a new one that just opened like a few months ago, very close, and I've barely been there. So I was just like, let's go and check out the menu and try and figure out what I want before I go there, or like call in an order, go over there because it's like 2 minute walk. And I never order stuff normally, like through the delivery apps. So I just got in there, checked out the place, and it was cheaper for me to order to be delivered than to walk over there and pick it up myself because like, oh, you're a new customer, 10% discount. Oh, you live close, free delivery. Free delivery and 10% off. I was like, yeah, it's cheaper to actually have it delivered to my door than to go and pick it up myself. I appreciate this. I'm ordering it. That's what I did. I was like, yeah, no, I'm not walking out if I don't have to. Thank you very much. His grandma charged him very little to live there, and now he has to pay full rent and bills and stuff. Well, yeah, since they lived together, there was probably a lot of shared bills as well. So, of course, it's a bit of a difference. Have you found any place yet? Hello, Moonrose! Racing up and down on my streets. Do I hear the wheels? I heard a honking horn earlier, but I doubt that was you because that was hours ago and you were not here. How are you doing, Moonrose? Nice to see you. Are you staying out of trouble? Or are you the troublemaker? I'm feeling like I'm not paying attention to what I'm supposed to be doing, and it feels like I'm doing a lot of mistakes and I'm not noticing them, and I'm gonna realize in a few rows that I really messed up. Oh well, I have no idea. It's just a feeling I have because I am not really paying attention. I'm not double checking my anything. You can't find your glasses? That's a sad thing. I can't find my 4mm crochet hook. That's another sad thing. Can you find my hook and I can find your glasses? I don't know. I guess we're sitting here, both of us, in the lost and found bin and not finding anything. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like the sound of you losing stuff because I know how it feels because I also lost something. My sanity. No, I'm just kidding. I never had one to begin with. And the fact that I'm laughing at my own joke, it kind of proved my point there in a kind of way. Oh wow. No, I just I need to take a break from this before I realize how many mistakes I did. I don't think I made any. It just kind of not focused. We can just look, kind of glance over it and see if I see any like obvious mistakes. That looks good. That looks good. Looking good. I probably missed a single crochet or two in the valleys in between, because that has happened before. Also not the end of the world, and that is easy stuff to fix. That's looking good. They feel pretty even. I don't think I have missed stitches on these ones. They would look more uneven if I missed a stitch or two. But no, they look good. So I am not worried at all. Yes, it's the Ceylon. Hello, Stina. Are you done working now? I'm making it in Twisted Love, lace weight, and 2.5mm. And my 4mm hook has gone missing, and I'm not happy. So how was your day at work? Also not sponsored. I'm just, you know, I love my yarn. It is what it is. So 8 hours into the stream, I have 20 new subscribers. We have gone over 1,500. Like what? We have gained even more. Like really? Now we're at 1515. I'm amazed. I'm amazed. The pattern for this shawl is linked in the description box of this live stream. And if you are on the vertical, it might be sometimes hard to find the description box. So you can go to the pinned comment in the chat where you find the horizontal live stream. And there, from there, it might be easier to find the description box. So yeah, I pinned it in the, the link is in the description box. Where is the last place I put my 4mm hook? I want to say on the bench, like over here, like over there on the bench, and not over here where I normally store my hooks. And I think that's the mistake I did. I don't know. David did the same thing, Moonrose. He looked everywhere for an hour and then he found him on his head. I love when that happens. It's like, I lost something. Oh, it was closer. It was too close. That's the thing. It was too close. Do you see the sheen from the shiny bits? Like the yarn itself is looking shiny, and then you have like the shiny little bits from these thicker, shiny sections. Want to see how this looks in the sun when the sun hits these like shiny bits. Because it's not sparkle, it's just like a sheen. It's not Charlie sheen. It's a different type of sheen. But it's really nice, these like little chunky bits. They definitely add something extra that I haven't seen in other yarns. Of course, there's different yarns out there with different effects, but I haven't seen anything like this before. I guess maybe that's why I fell in love with this yarn so much. And I fell in love with it when I got one and did this. So this is my kind of swatch with this yarn, a different colorway. It's just adorable. So that's the first one I did, and I was like, I want more of this yarn in my life. It's just needed. Everyone needs this yarn in their life, my opinion. If you like lace weight and thin yarns, because this is lace weight. But if you like 1 and 2 weight, you could definitely use this as well. If you like thicker yarns, maybe not, but maybe for funsies to have in your stash. This is just a doll blanket. My mini-me, she took this as a blanket for her Barbies, which I don't blame her. It's gorgeous. But this is how big, like what I did out of one. One of these makes 9 squares, and, well, I did get a border and attach them together. I did join as I went, though, so join as you go. You got shocking news to tell? Did you find your glasses on your head? Is that the shocking news? The glasses was on your head? Drum roll, please. I'm gonna laugh if that happened. If that actually was the case. That David gave you enough clues to find your glasses. The excitement. Nope. Not the glasses. It could have been. It could have been. It would have been awesome. But yeah, stretching is definitely needed now, and I'm. So can we get one more thumbs up on the horizontal? We got 19. I would love it if we had 20 thumbs up on the horizontal. But so many people has been hanging out with me today. It's awesome. I love it. I feel like I need to take a break from this. I still want to crochet. I've been here for 8 hours. I don't know what to do now. Do I just need a break? Maybe? I don't know. I think maybe that's the thing. I think we are kind of maybe wrapping it up soonish at least. I need to frog a project. That's what I'm doing now. So this needs to become something else. It has told me that it needs to become something else. I don't know what that something else is. I don't like it. I don't like what I did so far. It's curling a little bit. I know that blocking is going to help it. It looks pretty as it is. It probably would have looked awesome. I just don't feel it. So I'm gonna take it apart. That's something I can do now. That's a good break. So you get to see real-time frogging here. Hello, Francisca. How are you doing? Good to see you in here. Do you like crochet and yarn? Apparently I made a little knot here. The yarn is being naughty. It doesn't want to do what I want it to. Staff member who worked at co-op paid for stuff you needed. It came out to $92.90. You mean that someone just gifted you stuff for that? That is a very generous person. You don't come across stuff like that very often. I've seen people doing like just pay it forward, or like I want to pay for the person in front of me or behind me or something, and like take away like drive through, like McDonald's drive through, like, oh, let me pay for the person behind me. Or sometimes people like paying for someone in the queue at whatever store, and then they make videos and post them on internet and make them look awesome. Very generous. Was it something like that? Someone just like, hey, let me pay for you instead? Because that would be awesome if that happened to you. You forgot your PIN number and they helped you out. That's a big purchase though. I hope you sort out so that you have your PIN number for next time, because that's not going to happen very often. But happy to see that there's still like kind people in the world. Oh! Do you need to order a new card? Or did you figure it out in a different way? You're taking 3 balls of neon yarn and Halloween colors with you. Neon Halloween, so purple, green, and what? Orange? Big squares as possible to make it super huge. What am I making? You also crochet. Well, I was working on a shawl, and now I am unraveling something that I wasn't happy about. You are from South Africa. You are far away, but I think we are pretty much in the same time zone. What time is it for you? It's 6:34 p.m. for me. I'm in Sweden, so I'm just further up north, but I think we are maybe in the same time zone, or maybe an hour difference. Mister is talking to you, so you're gonna be right back? Yeah, you run away. Orange, yes. So what type of squares are you making, Witcher? Like just regular granny squares, or are you making them like patterned, like, well, something fancy? Willow squares-ish, maybe, perhaps? Or something along the line of just, you know, different than just granny squares. David, are you getting inspired to unravel your project? Granny squares. Simple enough to do in the car, I agree. Not taking a pattern in the car. The road is horrible. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. Harry Potter and the Prisoner from Azkaban. The weird little shrinked faces in the bus. Take it away, Ernie. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. Could you tell I've watched that movie a couple of times? I don't know. The bumps make it impossible to do anything else than easy crochet. Well, if that's, you know, easy is better than nothing. Easy can be good though. Your city has low budget and decides to never fix the roads. I feel like that in some cities, in some areas. Like the road out to where I used to live, that one's terrible. They've been just patching it and patching it. They should just get it off the road, you know, redo it from scratch. That's what that road needs, but they keep patching it every year. The bumps are horrendous. It's not that big of a distance though. It's like a few hundred meters, um, and you know the road it's really really straight, but it's lined with trees on both sides. So I think it has a little bit to do, like some of the bumps has to do with roots messing, you know, underneath the surface of everything. So the roots are messing with stuff. Um, but it's just, you know, you can't patch it and then it just keeps getting worse and there's cracks and there's, you know, road damage from cars, winter tires. And there's been a lot of heavy traffic also because there's been a lot of new constructions. So there's been a lot of trucks. And trucks, they do some damage. So it's been more than in the past. I need to figure out what this yarn wants to become though, because this wants to become something. Just not this pattern. Did we get that little extra thumb up on the horizontal side? I can't see it right now, but I hope so. Because we are really close to a nice even number of 20. I can have fun by having a go at Daniel. What should I have a go? Why? In what way? What did he do now? Or what did he not do? Oh, tell him to move the trees. They have been planting new trees though. Where there has been trees dying and fallen over, they have replaced them, replanted, because it's like a, you know, a castle environment. It needs to be to a certain standard. So it's not like the trees are gonna stop messing with it. They decided to build a road there. I guess they're, you know, originally way back when it was a gravel road. So the trees are kind of, you know, the road isn't that wide, I should say. Because the trees are where the trees are and they were placed there when it was a gravel road. But still. Yeah, make him move the trees. They're like probably a couple of 100 years old. You don't move a tree like that. It would be awesome to see his reaction though. He's probably gonna think we're crazy for suggesting to move those big trees. I don't think, you know, old trees can't really handle being moved. Young trees are also not that happy being moved, but they are a little bit more adaptable as far as I can tell. And you need big machinery for that. Yeah, I apparently have a lot of activity today. How far do you think I have walked today? Almost 7,000 steps. I have walked 1,000. And it says I have walked 7,000 steps and been active and burning calories. Of course, I am, you know, being active now. So it thinks I'm burning calories like crazy. Hello, Vima. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Have you had a good day so far? I hope so. I was working on a shawl earlier. I've been working on that for quite some time now, like 8 hours or so. And I took a break from that, and now I'm unraveling a project. Because it just needed to be dealt with. I can't just sit here and wait for me to, I don't know, decide what it wants to become, because it didn't want to be this. It needed to be at least unraveled. I am pretty good, I should say. I have come to the realization that, you know, it's summer, schools are out, and there's going to be less time for me to stream with no kids at home, because kids are going to be home because it's summer, which is limiting me a little bit. But I'm going to try and do my best out of the situation. At least the big kid knows to kind of be quiet. I just need his permission, kind of, to like, is it okay if I stream? Can you be quiet for an hour or 3? Because in case he wants to jigsaw puzzle, then that's what we're doing. We do like to do that, you know, do stuff together. Since he has been, well, not here as much. He lives with his dad, and it's not that often I get to hang out with him, so. Just realizing less time for streaming in the coming weeks until at least, you know, after the summer, it's going to be back to fairly normal. I hope I'm going to be able to stream some on the Sundays that I normally did, you know, every other Sunday. It would be nice if I could do that. Just not as long streams, most likely. Hello, Lulu. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. I'm just trying to unravel this little mandala here that I wasn't happy about. You haven't realized that I was on this long? No, I've been here for pretty much all day. It's 6:44 p.m. I started early with coffee, and I've been working on this all day. This is just the same yarn, but kind of a swatch that I did before. So this is what I was working on today. It's just a big, nice shawl. But I needed a break, so now unraveling this. If you'd known you'd let me play all the time. Well, I'm happy that you're here now. And I do have both the horizontal and a vertical live stream going, so feel free to give me a thumbs up on each of the sides. I did pin the other stream at the top of the chat, so you easily can switch in between them. I can happily also announce that we have passed the 1,500 subscribers today during this stream. So that has made me happy, very happy. You're gonna go back and replay the whole thing? I appreciate that. But yeah, plenty new friends today, and a lot of thumbs up. It's just been awesome. A really nice long stream. It's been a while since I was able to just continue as long as I wanted, you know? And today was one of them days. I just don't know when next time's gonna be possible, because summer, kids, days off from school, daycare closed, you know, fun stuff. Let's see, can I, yes, puff stitches was just a little tight. Okay, now that is taken care of. It looks a bit wonky, but at least I can do something else with this now. Whenever it let me know what it wants to become. My Stenley cotton cake. Thank you very much for being easy to unravel. Yeah, so this is a Sail on tea shawl, and I did put the link to the pattern in the description. And I have been working it with lace weight yarn. I love this yarn. It has these little fun shiny bits. Yeah, shiny bits. Moonrose has returned. Welcome back. like I haven't seen any yarns that has, like we have the little shiny, it's kind of striping along the strands, but now and then they have like really twisted it around the yarn for a longer period, and they keep doing that like in and out. So we see here over in the blue, like the strand is blue. It's just, it's, yeah, they changed color on it, that little shiny bit, just like they have changed the color of the yarn. So the shiny bit is blue and the shiny bit is pink. I don't know how they did it, but I really love it. And it does really look interesting when you see it in here. Because like here we have some shiny, it's just like a stitch or two, and then it just goes back to something, and then, you know, a stitch or two here, depending on how, you know, if it's a double crochet or if it's some singles. But there's, the shine is going all through it, and then we're, you know, the extra chunky shiny bits. Here you definitely see them pretty good. A yellow and a pink one, or like peachy orange. So I got this yarn, I got 4 of these for my birthday from Rita and her mom. And then I saw someone had actually made this specific pattern in a different colorway, and she had used 6, and I was like, I want to do that shawl, but I think I want to make it slightly bigger. So when the colorway finally came back in stock, and they actually put it on a discount, I got 3 more, so I have 7, so I can make a large shawl for myself. So we are almost 3.5 in right now, and they are lace weight 87% cotton, 13% polyester, 15 grams, 1.75 ounces, 200 meters, 218 yards, times 7, so 1400 meters. So a bit more than that, like 1500 yards perhaps. Lace weight. They recommend 2.5 millimeter crochet hook, and that's what I've been using. It is washable. You can wash it and you can iron it. Wash it cold and iron low temperature. Lay flat to dry. I'm just going to block it and steam it a little bit. That's what I'm going to do when I'm finished. Your partner's been in the shower for over 30 minutes. He's going to smell like food after he's been driving anyway, so he's probably going to need another shower. And you need the bathroom too. Yeah, just tell him to hurry up. You're going to make something for him as a gift. I can imagine, like, if someone is being that generous and helping you out when you forget your PIN card and PIN number to your bank card, of course you return it with a little gift. It's definitely, I would do that too if I knew who that person was. Like you said, it was someone at the store, so I'm guessing you're going to see them again, not just a random stranger on the street. It might be harder to repay someone if you don't know how to, like, get a hold of them. But yeah, this is where we're at with this one. About halfway through the yarn. Where's my 4 millimeter crochet hook? I need to just double check, because I did mess up here before. Oh, right! I got something else from Rita. In the past, I did get this Tunisian hooks that's interchangeable, like this Knit Pro with a cable. The stopper is in here somewhere, but I have a project with Tunisian hook. It's, you know, it's in a bag somewhere, and Rita had these laying around. So I want to say I have a 5 millimeter, and then there's a 6 millimeter, and here I have now one that is double-headed, 9 and 10 millimeter, not an interchangeable. It's the other kind, and then 2 7 millimeters that I can add to that cable of mine, because she's like, I'm never gonna use them. We were sorting her. Well, I was helping her sort her stash a little bit, and there was a lot of things that she's like, I don't need this. All the wool yarn she put in a bag to, well, the wool yarn she didn't want, to donate to someone. I did get some other, I want to say acrylic, the kind that is labeled milk cotton. I don't know. I want to say that that's acrylic. I don't know exactly where I put it now. But I got some fun stuff. I didn't even think about that. I got the Tunisian hooks. I forgot about them. So that's where the 4 should be. 2, 2.2, 2.75, 3. I know some of the hooks are with their project. There is the 4. The 4 was just misplaced. It is there. It was here. It was all along in here. It was just on the wrong side of the 4.5. Problem solved. I need a bigger case because there's hooks that should be in here that isn't in here, and therefore they overlap. But the 4 is found. Awesome. I'm happy. So we could have finished the somebody, because that's what I was using the 4 for. It needs a head, it needs a tail, and it needs assembly. We have 2 more limbs. We have the feet, we have the ears. It just needs head and tail and assembly. So I could have done that. We could have finished that today. It's not going to be finished today. I'm going to save that for another day. But now I don't have to be annoyed about the 4 being missing because it was there. I just didn't look close enough. Oh well. So what are you guys' plans for the rest of the day? I feel like it's time for me to wrap things up, but a little bit of a chit chat here before I run away. What is everyone up to? And what else could we be doing now? What is going on in the YouTubes? Do we know if there's anyone doing something fun that we can go and hang out? I see Camille's Creations is doing something. If we want to watch her crochet, that's... There's one little issue that you don't have, which is under 2 millimeter hooks. Oh, you mean I don't have any? I don't use any, really. I have hooks that is smaller. I just don't really have a use for them. You're going to the bank and fix the pin card situation? Or the pin number. Oh, that's good. That is good. Woot, we passed the 20 thumbs up on the horizontal, and we have 66 thumbs up on the vertical. You guys, that's plenty of thumbs up. Plenty of people that have stopped by and said hi, and also plenty of new friends today. I just kind of want to sneak peek and see. Even more friends. 1,518 new friends. Well, not new friends. We had 1,491. 1,491. So 9 plus 18. 27? The math is saying 27. It's insane. Thank you, algorithms, for helping me out sometimes. But then again, I have been here for 8 hours. I feel like I can at least deserve a couple of new friends, right? It's just awesome. Thank you, Lulu. I love to share and I love to inspire, but I also love to hang out with you guys because you inspire me too. And just being here, it's just Makes me feel better. You're helping a friend of yours out? That is awesome. Yeah, this is definitely going to be really nice. Like, do you see? It's not just drapey. There's a little bit of stretch in this. What is it? Polyester. It's 13% polyester, which is these, well, the shiny thread all over. But it's like, there's a little bit of stretch in here. So it's drapey and stretchy. It's going to be awesome to wear this. And just having it, you know, blocking it a little bit so we see the awesome pattern. I do recommend it. What did I say? This is the 5th of this pattern I have made. But this is for me. The other ones have been gifted or sold. So finally one for me, myself, and I. I'm tangling myself up here, but that's what I've been working on today. And we've done some damage to this last one as well. So that's nice. She does cross stitch, but she can't right now. She needs to go for her finger surgery. Ouch. She's gonna be doing diamond painting for a bit. Another thing I came home with from Rita when she was cleaning out her stash. I actually came home with this. This is going to be fun. I was like, maybe I can do this on stream. It's like Christmas cards with partial diamond paintings. But it's like, I don't even know how many. It looks like there's a bunch of them because there's a big stash of cards. But the amount of colors tells me that this is, there's got to be a bunch of cards in here. I don't know how many. Like, could it be 20? Maybe? Does it say on the package? I want to say this is probably something she found on Temu or something. But yeah, these cards are foldable. That's why the envelopes are smaller. Like the envelopes are this size. Hello, Manuela. How are you doing today? But these are Christmas cards. So, like, you know, maybe once in a while for a palette cleanser, I could use one of these. I could have done one of these now, I guess. But there's plenty of different colors. They're round drills, and there's some special ones in here. I'm sorry for all the crinkling noises. But I'm seeing fun ones. And with fun ones, I mean like the other, not just round ones. Could there be like sparkly ones as well? Okay, are we done with the crinkles? Perhaps. There's something in here. What is this? Okay, I love these. Like, kind of almost oil spill. There's one pink in there. I think that's supposed to be there. There's roses. There's roses. I have never seen that before. I have had this shape before. They look very different. Like, there's some that looks pink, some yellowy orange, and some like more bluish purple. Maybe it's just the angle. I don't know. But they feel like they are slightly different in here, or like a mix. We have just red round ones. They're actually not shaped the same way. They're just like little berries. And we got drop shapes. I have never seen roses before. This is fun. I didn't even notice until now that there was some different shapes in here. I thought they were all like just regular round. Yeah, but the rest of them are just regular round ones. It was just these 4 special, very special even. That's fun. I'm not gonna crinkle that much again. I'm just gonna put them on top of each other and move them to the side. I'll deal with the crinkly stuff later because I made too much noises in your ears anyway. But now I have some more diamond paintings I could play around with. I did one a while ago. And I have this one. This is not a big one though, like a 30 times 30 centimeters round drills. I don't expect it to look good because it's probably going to be very pixely since it's small. It's not going to be very detailed. It's going to be fun to do though, like all black and gray with a little bit of blue. I'm probably going to be really bored after a while, maybe. But that's, you know, I'm fine with that. You're dropping back in. You're going to run home and check on the pups. Power's still out and you don't know how warm it's going to be inside. Yeah, you need to get the pups some air. Sounds like a great plan. Yeah, power outage, if that's still going, I hope you can get the place cool enough to keep the puppers happy. How else would you do? If it's that warm and you don't have like AC and stuff working, you can't take the dogs with you to work. Like, where would you put them? Oh yeah, check the water so they have water. Yeah, leaving in the backyard is probably not the best place either. But I'm gonna leave you guys here for now because it's been awesome and I want to hang out soon again. You know. Is it easier for you guys to like get a little bit of notice? Like, do you see my community tab stuff? Because I know that community page things feels like it, not everyone sees it. I have been from time to time like dropping my link into my Discord or into the Facebook group, or just go live and hope that YouTube notifies you guys when I post stuff. Like the most recent post, or is it the most recent post? I know I did mention at least recently that you can post pictures on my community tab now. I just don't know if people are getting them or seeing them. I think like if I post more often, you'd see it more often. I don't know. You gotta go and check out Showcase, and they have some diamond paintings. If there's nothing that you like, you're gonna go to Michael's. Oh, have fun going shopping. Moose might escape in the yard if you left him alone with his antics for too long. Yeah, no, that sounds a bit dangerous. You're getting diamond paintings for Mister. I did link the pattern to the shawl in the description. It's the Ceylon tea shawl by Red Teapot. She has done a couple of other really, really gorgeous patterns, and I want to say that I posted also the yarn color, and the hook size I've been using. So I think you can find everything you need in the description box. You get the notifications if I yeah, but it's just like sometimes people don't get notifications or get them late. It's just silly. I don't know how that is. You might be getting snow. Well, that's one of the things when you live up north. We did have hail here. Is it a week and a half ago? I did have sun, rain, and hail all at the same time. That was very lovely. Very, very random, very lovely or something. And I was standing underneath a tree, underneath an umbrella, and just laughing at the whole situation that I had to go out in that weather. Hail and snow and rain and no snow, rain and sun. Sounds good, Moonrose. Sounds awesome. Sounds awesome. I'm kind of like 5 more minutes because I've been here for 8 hours, 55 minutes, and we can make it a nice even 9. So what can I do for 9 minutes? No, 5 minutes. I already unraveled a project and sorted that out. And I can't make a duck in 9 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. I can't make a duck that fast. Sun, rain, and hail sounds more like UK. Well, we are not that far away from each other, to be honest. You guys get some bad weather, and then occasionally it ends up here after a while. It just dumps most on you, and then we get leftovers. Take care, Moonrose. Hope you have a great rest of your day. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put that in my bag because I'm going to need that for another time. Oh, there's that good song in my ears. It's been awesome. I really fell down a rabbit hole due to one song that has been, I don't know, I guess it's popular to use that for shorts. And I guess it's like a viral on TikTok song. But it is awesome. Levi Heron has made a remix, I guess, of this The Glean. But there's a bunch of different versions of this song, and I don't know, like, if The Glean has been around for a while. I haven't heard of it before, but I have fallen down the rabbit hole of listening to that song and very similar songs and just dancing my butt off. That's what I was dancing my butt off to the other night when I was standing here dancing in front of my desk with my headset on at like 2 o'clock in the morning. And I was dancing to, well, when I was finished dancing, I had 3,000 steps on my watch. I was like, crazy. I've been crocheting here all day, and I've managed to get 6,000 steps on my watch by crocheting. I was dancing for an hour or so, getting 3,000 steps, and I was just like, this is so much fun. I'm loving this. I was just saying, there was a party in my head, right? But that song, it really pushed me over into this rabbit hole. I do recommend it, and it's a nice vibe. I don't know why, but it's just a very nice song. Um, mm-mm. But it's been so much fun to hang out, as always. I really appreciate everyone. You know that now. I hope so, because I've said it again and again and again. You guys are awesome. And it's been awesome as always. You know that, right? I hope so. If you didn't, then do I need to say it again? But next time, bunny should be finished. Since 4mm crochet hook has been found, we can continue down the rabbit hole of making bunnies. I don't have any more bunnies to make. I just, we started this one as a swatch for me to try the mainstays yarn, it's been awesome. It looks fun. Just need to finish it. And then some more fun little animals. What was it? The yarn I wanted to try? Yeah, this one. Okay, I built a tower. Let's unbuild my tower without tripping everything. This one. This one needs to become another friend of ours. I'm gonna make a friend out of this one. Well, thank you for hanging out, David. You've been here all day. How can you put up with me for this long? I've been here for 9 hours. You've been here for most of it. That's just, yeah, I really appreciate everyone that wants to hang out with me. But this needs to become a friend. We're making this into some type of friend, animal, something, something. Neon green with like orange, yellow, pink. There's some green in here and like almost like a brownish. Maybe it's because of the transitioning colors, but can we see the green in a good spot somewhere? Here. There's like green on green, so it's barely visible. And, you know, orange, yellow, pinks. A lot of fun colors in this. It's not a full rainbow. We don't have like purple and blue. Oh, here we have like a darker reddish brown almost. It popped a little bit more, like a more bright red next to the green. I've seen the other ones of this jelly bean, this fun strand that runs through it. Looks like it's the same, but the base in this case, like this neon green, is different on some of the other ones. Like there's a white one where you really see the colors, and some other ones, but they're awesome. It's just gonna be a lot of fun to try and make something out of this. We need a friend. We need a neon green friend. I don't think we're gonna make a bunny though. I think that's too boring. It needs to be something more fun. But thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for all the thumbs up. Thanks for all the new subscribers. Thanks for just being awesome. I hope you have a great day. Had a great day with me. Have a great rest of your day. And I hope to see you guys here soon again. Hopefully Sunday. Need some double checking first to see if I get approved to do that. Who knows? I might be jigsaw puzzling instead, which is also very much fun. But, you know, I love to hang out with you. So, soon, I hope. Still here, but looks like a puppy ear. Why do you look like puppy ear? Then again, Moonrose, poof, bye-bye. Talk to you later. Love you all.